We were discussing when we closed our first hour and a half the problem of chronology, and I mentioned to you, and I want to conclude our discussion of chronology with this statement, that we have basically solved the chronological problem of the chronology of the kings of the divided kingdom. That had been a very difficult problem prior to the work of Edwin R. Thiele, or Thiele, however it's pronounced, Thiele, and his book, The Mysterious Numbers of the Hebrew Kings. And I do suggest, if you can get hands on a copy of it in a library, that with your background now and knowing what you know, that you might find this interesting. And because we have had this new insight into the chronology of the divided kingdom, we're also able now to project that on back toward the early chapters of Genesis, and note that the chronological lists that have been formulated in the past have been formulated as a result of a faulty premise, and that the conclusions, therefore, have been incorrect, and that once we begin to look at these things in their proper biblical perspective, we can see a number of things. First of all, that the whole problem of chronology and the reckoning of time and dates that we see in the biblical text is much more complicated than what it appears to be on the surface. But secondly, we can see that as we begin to work these things out and understand them in their proper biblical perspective, that there's no conflict between science and the Bible. That rather, science has always illuminated and enlarged, expanded our concepts, our ideas, our understanding of the biblical text. And the two should go hand in hand, or right alongside of one another. And I want to emphasize again that there is no conflict between science and the Bible. And I think most of you know that I myself am an archaeologist. Much of my time has been and is spent in Israel in excavations of one kind or another. I consider myself to be a man of science, an educator. And as an archaeologist, I can tell you that there has not been one single archaeological find that we have ever found anywhere in the world. Now, did you notice that? I want to emphasize anywhere in the world that has ever conflicted with the biblical text. Once we have been able to properly interpret that find, and once we're properly able to interpret the biblical text. But it's always tended to expand and to enlarge it. And you say, well, how about all of these Paleolithic finds? Well, it just so happens that for 2 years I was associated with the Paleo-Indian Institute at Eastern New Mexico University in Portales, New Mexico. And I have excavated extensively here in this country in Paleolithic levels and in archaic levels and in Neo-American levels, and am fairly knowledgeable in the archaeology of eastern New Mexico and West Texas, the Indian archaeology and early man cultures there. And I say the same thing, that there's never been any find that's conflicted between the biblical text once we know how to interpret the find and properly interpret and understand the biblical text. Now again, some of you would probably appreciate my going more into detail at this point than what we're going to be able to do. So I just want to call to your attention again the fact that I do have a series of studies on this subject, Science and the Bible, in which we go into a rather in-depth study of the three major theories relative to creation: transformism, spontaneous creation, and reconstructionism. And we examined those theories in light of the Hebrew text of Genesis 1 and Genesis 2. Of all of the anthropological, archaeological, paleontological evidences, geological evidences that bear on these various theories. And we discover something very amazing, and that is that it's possible to take any one of the three theories and harmonize it with the biblical text. That the problem is not in the simple narrative of the biblical text, the problem's in the theory. That there are certain inherent weaknesses in each one of these theories that renders this theory unacceptable to the man of science. It doesn't answer all of the questions. There are problems with each one of them. And yet the simple narrative of the biblical text continues to stand. Now, if you want to know more about that and going into a more in-depth analysis of it, you can do that by getting the series on Science and the Bible. Well, we want to go now into a very brief look at each one of the kings of the divided kingdom, and we want to look first of all at Judah, the kings of Judah. We've already noted that all of these rulers in Judah, with the exception of Athaliah, the usurper queen, were in a direct line of descent from David. The whole history of Judah is in reality the lasting influence of David. In this period of more than 350 years with one line of kings, backed by the tremendous prestige of David and Solomon, Judah enjoyed a distinct advantage over her rival to the north. While the northern kingdom of Judah lasted about 250 years and had 19 kings, Judah continued another 130 years after the end of Israel, and yet had the same number of kings. So it meant that on the whole, the kings of Judah not only had more peaceable reigns, but longer ones. Now, some of these were brief, as we'll note, and some of the kings of Judah were openly wicked, as we're also going to note. But many were exceptionally devoted to the worship of Jehovah, and therein we find the strength of Judah and the reason for her longer existence. Whereas the kingdom of Israel, from its inception with Jeroboam till its destruction by Sargon II in 721 BC, never ever again worshipped Jehovah as God. Let's look briefly at the reign of the kings of Judah, starting with Rehoboam. Rehoboam's suicidal policy in losing the 10 northern tribes left him in a greatly weakened condition. No doubt he failed to realize the seriousness of the situation and felt that he might be able to just bluff these rebels, but the impossible occurred, and then he was placed into a very desperate position. And as a result of his failure to recognize the seriousness of the situation, there was almost a constant warfare between the two kingdoms. As I've mentioned to you previously, Jeroboam had apparently, when he was in Egypt, entered into some kind of an alliance with Shishonk, the Pharaoh of Egypt, and during the reign of Rehoboam, Shishonk came up against the city of Jerusalem and forced Rehoboam to pay him off with many treasures from his palace and from the temple. At the beginning, Rehoboam apparently tried to walk in the ways of his father in the worship of Jehovah, but before long he fell into the same sin into which Solomon had fallen. He took a number of wives and concubines and set up altars to their gods throughout the kingdom. The biblical text tells us that he set up images and groves on every high hill and under every green tree. And the latter part of his reign was comparatively uneventful. At the end of the 17-year reign, he died in Jerusalem, and his son Abijah, who was the son of Rehoboam and Maachah, the daughter of Absalom, began to reign. Now let's do some figuring here and figure this out. Abijah was the son of Rehoboam, who was the son of Solomon, who was the son of David. And he married Maachah, who was the son of, or rather the daughter of Absalom, who was the son of David. So, what was their relation, one to the other? Second cousin. Second cousin. Now, why do I mention this? This is just one time in which we see this very clearly in the biblical text, but we've seen in other instances, and we've noted it, maybe just in passing, but we haven't paid a lot of attention to it, the fact that in many instances the kings or the tribal leaders married members of their immediate family. It was the accepted practice. It was the common practice for cousins to marry, for sisters and brothers to marry, or for half-brothers and half-sisters to marry. And even in instances, as among the pharaohs in Egypt, for the son to marry his mother or the father to marry his daughter. And I don't know whether you're aware of it or not, but you have heard, I'm sure, of King Tutankhamun, King Tut. His wife was his sister who had been previously married to her father before she married him. It shows you the closeness of the relationship. Well, why do I mention that? Because somebody's always asking the question, where did Cain get his wife? And we never stop to think that they married their sisters. And the biblical text tells us that Adam and Eve had other sons and daughters. Of course, the daughters are never mentioned. It doesn't say how many they had or when they had them or in what order they had them. But if you look again in the biblical text and pay attention to these things, Cain could have married his great-grandniece 7 generations removed by the time he got married. But suppose he married his sister. What difference would it make? They had a common practice of doing it, and Abraham had married his half-sister, Sarah. So I want you just to notice as we go along that you see these close family relationships in the marital union between the king and the queen in not just Israel, but in all of the countries of the Middle East. And Abijah married his second cousin. He lived only 3 years after he succeeded to the throne, but these were significant years because of his continuous war with Jeroboam in an effort to recover the 10 tribes. But obviously it was unsuccessful. In one battle, with only 400,000 soldiers, he defeated the army of Israel that had 800,000 warriors. And as a result of this battle, he took the town of Bethel, of Jeshanah, of Ephraim, and Jeroboam really never fully recovered after this severe loss. But the biblical record tells us that he continued to walk in the sins of his father, his heart not being perfect with Jehovah. And I wonder what would have happened had, when he took the city of Bethel, he had gone in and destroyed that pagan altar and erected a temple or a altar unto Jehovah God and attempted to reinstitute Jehovah worship in the country. But he didn't. The next king was Asa, who was the son of Abijah. Keep in mind, these are all sons of sons of sons of sons. So Asa is the son of Abijah, and he deserves the designation of good. Good. Since, from the very first, he began a program of destroying idolatry and reestablishing Jehovah worship in his realm. He expelled the Sodomites, destroyed the idols erected before his time, and he even demoted his idolatrous queen mother, Maacah, from her position and publicly burned her idols. And he made strong appeals to the people to turn from heathen worship and set up the worship of Jehovah. And his zeal was contagious, and a real reformation took place during his reign. He was also a mighty warrior and statesman. He had an army of 580,000 men. And later in his reign, unfortunately, his faith began to waver. And Baasha, who was the king of Israel, began to fortify some of the cities on the southern part of his realm. And Asa was alarmed, and instead of trusting in God to take care of the situation, he sent all of the way up to Syria, to Ben-Hadad of Syria. And you see, Baasha starts fortifying cities here on the southern border of Israel. Baasha sends all of the way up to Syria, to Ben-Hadad of Syria, enters into an alliance with him to get him to attack Israel on the northern border. So that Baasha has to now concentrate his attentions on the northern border, gets him away from the southern border, and Asa can go in and confiscate the cities and the buildings. He made a league with Ben-Hadad. Asa took the cities, built them for himself, but the prophet Azariah rebuked Asa for not trusting in God in this crisis, and the latter part of his reign seems to be marked with a general breakdown of faith. Following the reign of Asa, his son Jehoshaphat succeeded his father to the throne. Jehoshaphat was an able king and religious leader. He was vitally interested in the religion of his people, and we're told that he had an army of over 1 million men. His reign was one of genuine prosperity. He was concerned over better relationships between Israel and Judah, and formed a military alliance with King Ahab of Israel. And together they entered into battle against the Syrians. The battle took place in Ramoth Gilead. Now we've looked at Ramoth Gilead before, haven't we? You see over here on the other side of the Jordan River was the territory of Gilead. And here on the map you see the city of Ramoth Gilead, or Ramoth Gilead. Now Ramoth, Ram means high. Ramah is high. Ramoth is the plural, so this means just the heights of Gilead. And this was a mountainous area over here, east of the Jordan. So they enter into battle, Judah and Israel, Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, Ahab, the king of Israel, against the Syrians in Ramoth Gilead on the eastern side of the Jordan. And in this battle, Ahab was killed. We'll talk more about that and go in more in detail as to the circumstances and the events of the battle when we look at the kings of Israel. We'll note, however, now that Jehoshaphat just barely escaped with his life. And he was rebuked upon his return home by the prophet Jehu for this alliance. Later, he goes to war against the combined forces of Moab and Ammon, and his army advanced singing psalms and came upon the enemy, who had been engaged in a bitter quarrel among themselves and had slew one another, and so they didn't do anything for 3 days except gather booty and go home. I wonder if there's not some kind of a lesson here. Wonder if there's not some kind of a lesson here. They advanced into battle just praising God and singing psalms and got over there, and all they had to do was just gather up the booty and go home. Battle had already been fought for them. You remember back during the period of the wilderness wanderings, what tribe always went out first? The tribe of Judah. Judah. And what does the word Judah mean in Hebrew? It means praise. And it's interesting that Judah was always commanded to go up first. Let Judah go up first. That before there was any battle done, praise always went up first. And I wonder if there's not some kind of a lesson here that we could learn, that if we have some kind of spiritual battle to do, if we just let praise go up first, the battle might be unnecessary. That all we have to do is just gather up the spoil and go home. Following the death of Jehoshaphat, we enter into a dark period in Judah's history because Jehoshaphat's son Jehoram married the daughter of Ahab and Jezebel, Athaliah. We've already mentioned Athaliah. And Athaliah was the daughter of Ahab and Jezebel. And in this pernicious way, Baalism entered into Judah. Isn't it interesting? You have this almost constant state of civil war between Judah and Israel, diametrically opposed religiously one to the other. Judah and Israel, Jehovah worship, idolatry. And then along comes Jehoshaphat, enters into an alliance with Ahab, and apparently that alliance is further sealed by the marriage of his son, Jehoshaphat's son, and Ahab's daughter. And I wonder again if there's not some kind of a lesson here to be learned. Be not unequally yoked together with unbelievers. And we've never been able to really come to grips with that. And therein lie many of the problems with which individuals are confronted in the body of believers today. Being unequally yoked together in marriages, in business, our job, all kinds of problems. And you know what I think? Again, I'm a fanatic on some of these things, and I will admit it. I think that it's high time that we started teaching our children in our homes, in our churches, from the time that they're old enough to understand anything at all, that they're not to be unequally yoked together with an unbeliever. And to teach our young people, young girls, that they're not to run out and marry the first sorry thing in off the street because they think they're going to wind up being an old maid at 18, and then hope that they're going to win that person over to the Lord, and there's going to be pie in the sky, and they're going to live happily ever after. The same thing goes true for boys, that if there is any future happiness, it's going to be only after they've gone through hell, literally, here on this earth, and only after they've agonized and tarried, and the body of believers has agonized and tarried and prayed and stood in the gap for them until that unbelieving partner comes into a knowledge of the Lord. How much easier and how much better it would be if in all of our relationships we were not unequally yoked together with unbelievers. That means in the home, it means in the business, it means our job, whatever it might be. And the big problem right here now in Judah is because Jehoram unequally yoked himself together. And we enter into a dark period of Judah's history because Athaliah brought right along with her all of her idolatrous practices. Jehoram also practiced idolatry. He murdered all 6 of his own brothers and all other possible rivals to the throne. And after 8 years, he died in such dishonor and disgrace that the people of Judah would not even allow his body to be buried with the other kings of Judah. And Ahaziah, his youngest son, followed in the footsteps of his father and mother. He allied himself with his uncle, King Jehoram of Israel, Athaliah's brother, in an attempt to take Ramoth Gilead from the Syrians. But this attempt resulted not only in failure, but the death of both kings. Jehoram of Israel was wounded and taken to Jezreel, where Ahaziah came to visit him, and at this time Jehu came and killed both of them. Upon hearing of the death of her son, Athaliah gave such an exhibition of cruelty and wickedness as to make her one of the most despised women in all history. She was even worse than her mother Jezebel. Did you ever hear of any woman ever being named Athaliah? Have you ever known a woman by the name of Athaliah? Or Jezebel? Have you known somebody by the name of Jezebel? Really? Well, it's very rare, isn't it? How many Ruths? Though. Hannah. And Esther. All that... Sarah. You see, many of our proper names are all based upon biblical characters. Rebecca, Isaac, Jacob, Joseph, but you hardly ever hear of an Athaliah or a Jezebel. I've never heard of one. Now, someone has heard of one Jezebel, but I never have. But the reason why is because their wickedness was so great that no one wanted to be identified with them. Just the same way with Judas. Did you ever hear of anybody named Judas? In what way was she worse than her mother? She proceeded at once to destroy all of the possible heirs to the throne. They were her grandchildren. She had them all destroyed except one tiny baby boy, Joash, the son of Ahaziah, whose rescue was unknown to her. Now that tells you something about the nature of the throne, doesn't it? You remember we talked about Solomon and his marriages, and he had so many wives and so many concubines, and the court and how complex it was. And they had so many wives and so many concubines and so many husbands, or so many children, that his own grandmother didn't know how many he had. And she killed all of the possible heirs except she didn't know anything about this new baby. Joash, of course, her rule and reign was the most wicked of all. Joash escaped through his aunt, Josheba, who was the wife of the priest Jehoiada, at the age of 1. And he was kept for 6 years until he attained the legal coronation age. And then a revolution was staged. Joash was anointed king. Athaliah was slain. And during the first part of his reign, Jehoiada was virtually the ruler. As long as Jehoiada lived, Judah prospered. He was a priest. And so naturally there was that religious influence over the throne. But when he died at 130 years of age, Joash forsook Jehovah and started to worship Baal. Does that say anything to you? Like the sins of the fathers are going to be visited on their children to the 4th generation. He's only 1 year old when his mother and father died, and yet, in spite of the tremendous influence over him that his uncle had, who was a priest of Jehovah, as soon as he died, he started worshiping Baal. After 40 years, he fell ill and was so bad of a ruler that he was killed by his servants. His own servants killed him. And he too was not buried with the rest of the king. Amaziah, Joash's son, succeeded his father to the throne, and his first act was to punish the murderers of his father by having them put to death. Then he went to war with Edom. And who were the Edomites? They were the descendants of Esau, weren't they? He went to war against the Edomites, but when he returned home, he established the idolatry of the Edomites for some reason or other. Which, of course, was severely rebuked by the people. He was so bad that he was assassinated, and his body was buried with his father, who had not been buried in the traditional burial area of the kings. Uzziah, who is also called Azariah. Now you want to notice this, because if you don't, you're liable to be confused in your reading. A lot of times these kings have more than one name. And Uzziah had another name, Azariah. He was only 16 years of age when he was taken by all of Judah and made king. His was a long and distinguished reign of 52 years. He was an able organizer, administrator, was well informed in agricultural matters, and possessed an unusual knowledge of engineering, as was shown in the erection of forts, in perfecting an engine for projecting stones, catapult. He reorganized the government, strengthened the walls of Jerusalem. He built the city of Eilat down on the Gulf of Aqaba on the Red Sea, where we're going to be going in November and spending time down there beachcombing and snorkeling and scuba diving in some of the most unbelievably beautiful waters. And the city was built by Uzziah. Originally, he built storehouses in the wilderness, dug many cisterns to increase the supply of water, and was successful in wars against Philistia, Edom, the Ammonites. The developments of resources at home and the conquest of neighboring peoples, together with his ability as a businessman, brought great prosperity to the people, and we're told that his fame went abroad among other nations. In his early years, he was loyal to Jehovah and was zealous in his efforts to establish true worship among the people, but like other of his predecessors, in the latter part of his reign, he became vain and self-sufficient, and assuming the role of a priest, he went into the temple to burn incense. Now, have we ever heard of anything like this before? Who did it before? Saul. And for it, he was severely condemned, wasn't he? He was rebuked by Samuel and told that his kingdom was going to be taken away from him. But what happens to Uzziah? 80 priests publicly protested, and immediately he broke out with leprosy. And he was forced to spend the remainder of his days in isolation. But apparently there's some kind of a repentance that takes place, because his kingdom's not taken away from him like it was from Saul. That's the difference. You remember we were talking about that with Saul. Could he have repented or could he not? And apparently Uzziah does repent, because his kingdom is not taken away from him. And we're told that even during the latter part of his life, that Jotham, his son, as we noted in 2 Chronicles chapter 6, began to reign in the place of his father. So we have a co-regency taking place here. And we read in verse 23 of 2 Chronicles 26 that when Uzziah died, they did bury him in the burial field of the king. Jotham, his son, was likewise an able man. He built many cities, made many improvements. He was loyal to Jehovah and waged war against the Ammonites. However, later on in his reign, like his father, he began to weaken insofar his religious convictions appear or are concerned, and it appears that the people practiced idolatry, and there were serious moral and social sins in this period. We're told that he reigned for 16 years, and then he died and is succeeded by Ahaz, the next ruler in Judah. Now, let's pause for just a moment while we turn the tape over to side number 2, and then we'll continue noting the reign of Ahaz. The next ruler that we want to look at was Ahaz. But before we have a look at Ahaz, someone asked the question, do we know where the burial area of the kings is? And the answer to that question is yes, and the reason why I wanted to wait and to share that with everyone is because it's interesting. There's an interesting archaeological story associated with it, and it shows you a number of things. It shows you how in the early stages of archaeology, the archaeologists who excavated in the country were by and large untrained. It was before the scientific methods and techniques in archaeological excavations had been developed to the degree they are today. But then, by and large, they were all fundamental, biblical, conservative theologians who were motivated in their efforts to prove that the Bible was true. And so they went over, and with preconceived ideas and notions, they started looking for evidences to confirm their already preconceived ideas or opinions. You see what I'm saying? Rather than going over and letting the evidence speak, they drew conclusions and then went and tried to find evidence that would support their position. And back in the early part of this century, a group of French archaeologists in an expedition headed by a Frenchman by the name of de Saulcy started excavating to the north of Jerusalem, and they found a magnificent burial complex that is known to this day as the Tomb of the Kings. It has a magnificent staircase cut in the solid rock with water cisterns feeding into water troughs where the bodies were prepared for burial, and then a large courtyard that is probably 4 times the size of this auditorium, carved out of solid rock, and then the entrance into the tomb complex itself. And on the inside of the tomb complex, you have to stoop down and crawl in on your hands and knees, and then you come into this magnificent complex of several rooms on several different levels with a great number of burial loculi. And when this was first discovered, the archaeologists thought it was the burial area of the kings because it was so magnificent. And they found these magnificent stone sarcophagi. Many of them today are in the Louvre. And today, this very day, you go to the Tomb of the Kings. It's still called the Tomb of the Kings, and there's a big bronze plaque up above the entrance that says the Tomb of the Kings, and it talks about the French expedition and everything, except it's not the Tomb of the Kings. We know today that it is the tomb of a royal family, the kings and queens of Adiabene, or ancient Mesopotamia, but it dates from the 1st century of the present era. And about 40 A.D., somewhere along in there, Helena of Adiabene came to Jerusalem and was converted to Judaism. And she was so taken by the land and the country that she purchased this plot and had this tomb complex made, and all the kings and queens of Adiabene were buried there. But it's 1,000 years too late to have been the burial area of the kings. Now we know today where the burial area of the kings was in ancient times. The city of Jerusalem in ancient times was not located where it's located today. The Temple Mount, or the Temple Compound, is one of the principal physical features of Jerusalem today, and from it we orient everything else. So this would be the Temple Compound, and from the Temple Compound we have a finger-like projection extending out to the south that is bordered by the Tyropean Valley to the west, the Kidron Valley to the east, and they all juncture with the Hinnom Valley to the south. Now this little finger-like projection is surrounded by the Kidron Valley, the Hinnom Valley, the Tyropean Valley, magnificently situated, strategically speaking, and this was the ancient city of Salem, where Melchizedek met with Avram, or Abraham. This was the Jebus of the Jebusites. This was the Jerusalem of David and Solomon and all of the kings of the divided kingdom. And it was here, the southern portion of this finger-like extension, where the burial area of the kings was located. Now today, it's all largely destroyed by quarrying that took place during the Roman period, where they quarried stones that were used for the building projects of Herod and others. So we see only the foundation or the ruins of the burial area, and it's all largely destroyed today, although this is where the burial area of the kings was located in ancient times. Now the second question that was asked had to do with Baal. We've talked about the fact that these kings all worship Baal. Well, Baal who? Baal is just a generic term. It's a term that means master. Baali today in Hebrew means my husband. Baal Habayit means how would you call it? A landlord. A landlord. Baal means master. Master. Lord. So it's a universal term. Now it could be any one of a number of Baalim or Baals. There was Baal Zevuv. Did you ever hear of Baal Zevuv? Beelzebub, exactly. Beelzebub, Baal Zevuv. Well, what does Beelzebub mean? Baal Zevuv means the Lord of the Flies. There was Baal this and Baal that, and many of the kings had the prefix Baal this or Baal that in front of the name or after the name. Just like we have Yehu, Jehu. Yehu means Jehovah is He or God. And you'll see the term God used in many of the names of the kings in some form or another, as the letters Y or J and E stands for Jehovah, or God, or Yahweh. Or El, like Dan-E-El, God is my judge, Daniel. Or Nathaniel, Nathaniel, God gave to me, or a gift from God, or my gift from God, Nathaniel. So you'll see in these pagan cultures the term Baal used just as you see the term Yahweh or El or Elohim used in Jehovah worship. And keep in mind that Baal is just a universal term for Lord or Master, and it can be any Lord or Master of God, but it's just a general term that means they're worshiping a false god or pagan gods or idols. Ahaz was the next ruler, and his reign was marked by far-reaching events because he openly rejected Jehovah worship, adopted the idolatrous practices of Israel, and even the surrounding nations, including child sacrifice. He closed the temple, and he inaugurated the unspeakably vile, immoral rites of the Canaanites. And you remember what those were? Cult prostitution. At the end of 16 years of a disgraceful rule, Ahaz, apparently to the relief of all Judah, came to the end of his days. And with the accession of his son Hezekiah to the throne, better days began to dawn for Judah. Now Hezekiah was a man of tremendous piety and devotion. He began religious reform. He destroyed altars, reopened the temple. He built towns and fortresses. He constructed storehouses. And what was one of the major building projects of Hezekiah that we have talked about previously, if my memory serves me correctly, and one which many of you have seen, and maybe some of you have even had the opportunity to walk through it. What was it? The tunnel of Hezekiah, the water tunnel. Now, let's have a look back here at the little illustration I put up on the board for you a moment ago of the temple compound, and then the finger-like projection, the area of the city of Jerusalem in ancient times. It was here in this area where the kings of Judah reigned. Now, we have come in our analysis of the kings of Judah to a chronological period corresponding to the destruction of the northern kingdom. And so what we're going to do here is leave off now with Hezekiah. We're going to go ahead and look at Hezekiah's reign, but then we're going to stop with Hezekiah in Judah. And we're going to go and look at all of the kings in Israel. And we'll talk about them, and that will bring us back down to the time of Hezekiah. In 721 B.C., Sargon the second of Assyria came against the city of Samaria and carried away captive the northern kingdom into Assyrian captivity. Upon his death, his son, Sennacherib, turned his attentions to Jerusalem. Now, Hezekiah could see the handwriting on the wall. And he knew that invasion was imminent. Now, in ancient times, these cities were heavily walled and fortified. And we've talked about the construction of some of these cities in ancient times, have we not? Cities such as Megiddo and Chatzor and Gezer and Lachish and Maresha. These cities were all built above the surface of the plain. And today the ruins of those cities are called tells. Tells. Now, tell is a Semitic word that just means a ruin heap. And in ancient times, when men were considering settling in some certain area and building a city, they looked for two things. What were those things? One was water, and the second was a natural height upon which to build. Now, lacking this natural height on the surface of the plain, they would come along and build an artificial mound. And then they would build their walls and their homes or cities on the inside of those walls. But that may be destroyed in conquest, or it may be destroyed with fire or an earthquake or through natural means, principally through war. And those walls would fall down and the houses would be destroyed, and then all of that would be covered over by just natural covering over process. Maybe some of the foundations would stand, and then someone else would come along and they would start rebuilding and utilize sometimes parts of the foundations of the pre-existing buildings. And as that city would expand, they'd start moving outside of the walls of the city. And then in conquest, of course, these homes would be the first ones to go, and then we'd have all of this over again, and then you have this natural building up. So that over the centuries, you have rising above the surface of the plain this huge mound with the steep sloping sides that can be easily identified even by the uninitiated. Looks like the mesas that we might see out in eastern New Mexico. And this would be built up just like a giant layer cake with all of the various occupation levels built one right on top of the other. Now, one of the principal needs of each of these settled communities was water, as we've already mentioned. And many times the source of water was located on the outside of the city itself and outside of the fortified walls of the city. And it's very interesting, this whole study of the water systems throughout the city or throughout the country, because they will vary from place to place. And we've seen them and had the opportunity to visit them. It's one, to me, of the most interesting things that we do in our study is to look at these various water systems. At Megiddo, for example, we go down on the inside of the mound in a large shaft and through a series of steps down into a tunnel that leads all of the way through the walls of the city to a source of water on the outside of the wall, so that in time of siege, the people who live on the inside can just go down into the tunnel and they have a source of water, and all of this is camouflaged over.
At Hester, the water system is similar and yet different in that you have the same kind of a tunnel and the same kind of shaft, but what they did was just tunnel down until they found a water-bearing stratum within the confines of the walls of the city itself, so they never had to leave the walls, all of the water. It was just a water-bearing stratum on the inside. Now, one of the main things that Hezekiah knew they were going to need here as Sennacherib was laying siege to the city was water. And the water that they had was located here in the Kidron Valley at a little pool or a spring called the Spring of Gihon. Gihon. It was here that the Jebusites used to get their water. They had a water shaft here, and that shaft went right down and connected with the natural spring that's still flowing to this day. We don't know where it comes from. It just bubbles up right out of the ground, flows in large quantities, been flowing ever since that time, the time of the city of Jebus. And it was here, up through this shaft, that Joab, the captain of David's army, entered into the city of Jerusalem and took Jerusalem from the Jebusites. Now that existed, but it was outside of the fortified walls of the city during the time of Hezekiah. Now Hezekiah was confronted with a problem. Siege was imminent. Sennacherib was going to attack, and he knew that water was going to be a problem, so he did an ingenious thing. He constructed a pool inside the wall here along the western and southern slope of the finger-like projection extending from the temple area. And then he took two groups of workmen, one here and the other here at the spring of Gihon. And they began to work toward one another. And they constructed a water tunnel 1,777 feet long. And when they met here in the middle, there was only a 3-foot overlap. And then they camouflaged this all over. They had an adequate supply of water on the inside of the city walls, and this pool was known as the Pool of Siloam. Did you ever hear of the Pool of Siloam in the New Testament? It was there in Jesus' day, wasn't it? Still there, 700 years later. And you remember it was to the Pool of Siloam that Jesus sent the blind man whose eyes he had anointed with spittle and clay to wash. And this was all sealed over, and we did not find it until the 13th century. Didn't even find the tunnel till the 13th century, and it wasn't until the late 1800s that we learned how the tunnel was constructed. In the latter part of the 1800s, a young Arab boy was swimming here in the Pool of Siloam. And the water level was low at that time, and about 8 feet back in the tunnel itself, just below the water level, he found an inscription in ancient Hebrew, one of the most ancient Hebrew inscriptions that has ever been brought to light to this day. And the inscription told in ancient Hebrew how this tunnel was constructed. And the inscription was translated and reads as follows: "The boring through is yet completed." And this is the story of the boring through. While yet they plied the drill, each toward his fellow, and while there were yet 3 cubits to be bored through, there was heard the voice of one calling unto the other, for there was a crevice in the rock on the right hand. And on the day of the boring through, the stone cutters struck, each to meet his fellow, drill upon drill, and the water flowed from the source of the pool for and 200 cubits, and 100 cubits was the length of the rock above the head of the stone cutters. And this inscription is known as the Siloam inscription. The Siloam inscription, there's several casts of it in various museums, but the original is in Istanbul, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right? Istanbul in Turkey? I'm not sure about that. Istanbul and Constantinople are the one and the same place. So if that's what it says, then I'm right. Good. You know, the reason why I got confused is I was saying Istanbul, and I had Constantinople in the back of my mind, but when something like that clicks in the back of my mind, I want to make sure before I go on. What are you reading out of, by the way? It says that in the text? Where? Oh, yeah. Well, if I'd read the text, I guess I'd see that then, wouldn't I? Mm-hmm. On 247. Okay. Good. I'm glad it's there. And today, you can still wade right through. You can go in here at the spring of Gihon, which is also known today as the Virgin's Pool, and you can wade all of the way through 1,777 feet and come out over here at the Pool of Siloam. And all of this, again, was constructed by Hezekiah. Now, some of you may be interested to know that we found yet an earlier tunnel in the same area. You saw it, didn't you, Gary and Everett? Did either one of you go into that tunnel? Did we go into it this time? We did a little ways, didn't we? You didn't go into it? Well, I know that I did, and I've been back in it as far as it goes. But it's the tunnel that we come to right after you leave the Pool of Siloam and before you get to the Virgin's Pool in the archaeological excavation just undertaken last June. I don't know whether you all are aware of this or not, but we started in Israel the most significant, the largest funded archaeological excavations ever undertaken in the Middle East a year ago in June in 3 different areas here in the city of David in search of the Davidic citadel. And in the excavation, they uncovered 2 very interesting things. You remember in the New Testament where it talks about the Tower of Siloam that fell upon a number of people and they were killed? They found the base of that tower. We found it. And I pointed that out to you. And right down below that tower, we found another tunnel, another water tunnel that dated from the time of David, about 300 years before Hezekiah constructed the tunnel that he constructed. So some significant archaeological excavations are going on in this area now. But this was one of the real interesting engineering accomplishments of Hezekiah that exists down to this day and that we can visit. Yes?
How high did you say the pool was
I didn't say, and I don't know. The question was how low is the pool from the source of the water. It's not very far. I mean, it was talking about maybe 8 feet in elevation below the source of water. Now, from the Virgin's Pool, or the Pool of Gihon, the tunnel, the water tunnel, is 1,777 feet long. but the water flows by gravity, and it's only about 8 feet or so, I think, lower down. Yes.
You drew that like that. Is that the way it is?
Yes, it's a very serpentine-like course. Very serpentine-like course. We do not know why it is so serpentine. We think maybe that they were following some kind of a natural fault line. At one time, it was suggested that maybe they had gone that way to skirt some of the well-known burial areas. But as yet, we do not know the answer to that question. Yeah, but it seems plausible that they were following some kind of a fault line, because this tunnel that I was telling you about that they just found, I went all of the way back into it, and you got back so far and the thing just stopped because they had hit a rock formation that was so hard they couldn't drill through it.
Is it sandstone?
No, it's not sandstone. I don't know what kind of rock formation you would call it. It's more of a chalk rock type of a formation. It looks hard on the surface, but you can almost scratch it with your fingernail.
Like the big caves and chalk trees?
Similar to those. Similar, and yet it's a little harder. But I imagine that a geologist would tell you that it's essentially the same rock formation. And I don't know what they call that. What do they call that? No, I don't think so. What do they call that soft rock, that chalk type of a rock? Huh? It's not gypsum. I'm sorry, I don't know anything about geology. Yeah, but that Jerusalem stone is a limestone. Mm-hmm. And this may be a form of very soft limestone. But again, I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that question. I'm sure somebody will, but I don't.
I kind of think that's the correct answer. I think I've heard someone say that over there.
That's a soft limestone. It was about the time of the drilling of this tunnel that the ambitious and mighty Assyrian kings were making their conquest in Syria and Israel. And I told you that the northern kingdom fell in 722 B.C. when Sargon captured the city of Samaria. And we'll talk more about the destruction of the northern kingdom when we actually look at the northern kingdom. And I want to tell you more about Sargon because we have found the annals of the reign of Sargon. Yes.
This 1777, is that an accurate measurement?
Roughly.
Wondering, it's very easy then because if that's over consistent, only know what a cubit is, then it'd be just barely under 18 inches back then.
Yeah.
Smaller people.
Uh-huh.
So, at least that we know if that is a cube. Then, you see that that's doing the 18 inches.
All right, that's a good point because it talks about the cubits here, doesn't it? There's so many cubits. There was, or there were two different measurements for the cubit, and even sometimes more than two. It depended upon what cubit you were using. But this is interesting, the thing that you noted here, that if that's true, the cubit would have been about 18 inches. But again, this is a fairly accurate measurement, but don't take it as being exact down to the inch. About this time, Hezekiah had a serious illness befall him. He was the victim of a very painful and serious skin disease. And in this distress, which was not only painful and serious, but would have been fatal. He called upon the prophet Isaiah. Now, what does this tell us? This dates Isaiah for us, doesn't it? We know when Isaiah was ministering. He was ministering during the time of Hezekiah, so that puts him back 700 B.C. And now that dates the book of Isaiah for us. 700 B.C. And Isaiah told him that this illness was going to be fatal. Isaiah was a prophet of God, and he prophesied, you're going to die. But what happened? He repented. That shows you what repentance will do. That's right, boy. He got over against the wall, and he started praying. And he prayed for the forgiveness of his sins, for relief from his sickness, and he was healed. And God sent the prophet Isaiah to tell him that his prayer was heard, and that his life would be extended for another 15 years. A poultice of figs was applied to his body, and he was healed. And now that's interesting, too. And they combined the best that they knew of both worlds. You understand? He wasn't under any condemnation for using the medicine. They slapped that poultice on there and then believed God to do what he was going to do, and he was healed. And some people feel under condemnation for taking medicine. And some people boast openly of the fact that they don't even take aspirin. They would not take an aspirin, they're just going to let their faith work. And I believe in letting your faith work, but I believe that there's also a time to use common sense, and secondly, to use any tools that are available to you to fight the devil on his own ground. Now, I don't mind admitting to you that I have no qualms or no hesitation. If I get a headache, and I only do on very rare occasions, of taking medication for it, or if I have something else, some other kind of infirmity, to take medication. And I'll do it almost instantly. And the reason why is because I am under such a tremendous pressure insofar as my schedule is concerned. I have got to be in such and such a place at such and such a time and functioning in such and such a way, and I haven't got the time to take 3 days out of my schedule or 4 days out of my schedule and fight the devil trying to get the victory over an ingrown toenail or a headache. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. Just the whole point is we've got to use good common sense and look at each individual situation. You can't make your faith operate for everybody else. And you can't expect their faith to operate for you. You've got to let your faith operate for yourself at your level. Now, I do this. I believe this. I have got confidence in God and in the anointing of God, that if I would just take the time and just bow my head and say, I'm going to fight that thing out and I'm going to just let my faith work, that I could do it. But I also know that I got to be at point A at such and such a time to do what God's called me to do. And if I can take the medication and fight the devil without the battle, I've got the victory either way. And it doesn't make any difference to me how he's defeated as long as he's defeated. And the quicker I can defeat him and the easier I can defeat him, the better it's going to be for me and everybody else. So the whole point is that even at the earliest times, you see, we can see these men of great faith who obviously believe in miracles, probably stronger than a lot of us believe in miracles, who understand and know the operation of God, who also use the best that they have available to them at that time of medicinal remedies, and whenever it happens, and they're cured, however they're cured, who gets the credit for it? God does. And he got the credit right here for this healing, and Isaiah came and told him, you're going to be healed. You're going to be healed. They slapped the poultice on, and he was healed. Now, it's an interesting question. I wonder if he'd have been healed if he hadn't put the poultice on. I imagine he would have, don't you? Certainly.
Another interesting question to me there, Roy, is the fact that you're kind of giving to the devil credit for really controlling all of God's natural power, which is God's creation, when you say that he has charge of this medicine and all that thing. I think the revelations that God's given us in the medical field, such as polio vaccines and such things as that, is a revealing of his knowledge, not the devil's.
Well, I can't understand how the devil's going to give you knowledge over something that's going to defeat one of his.
In our last study, we were looking at Hezekiah. And we talked about Hezekiah and the fact that with the accession of Hezekiah to the throne, greater days began to dawn for Judah, because Hezekiah was a man of piety and devotion. He began these numerous religious reforms, destroyed the altars, and reopened the temple. He also was very active in building projects, and we talked about one of his greatest building projects that we're still able to visit and see today, and that is, of course, the tunnel of Hezekiah connecting the pool or the spring of Gihon to the pool of Siloam. And we noted that it was about this time that a sickness fell on Hezekiah, skin disease of some kind or another, but whatever kind it was fatal. And Hezekiah called upon Isaiah the prophet, and the prophet Isaiah told him that the skin disease would be fatal. But Hezekiah, in an act of true humility, bowed before God, prayed for the forgiveness of his sins in true repentance, for relief from his sickness, and Isaiah returns and tells him that God has heard his prayer, answered his prayer, and that his life will be extended for 15 years. Now, we mentioned that all of this is taking place in Judah, while in Israel very dire circumstances are upon the people of the northern kingdom, in the form of Sargon II, the army of Assyria. And we mentioned just briefly in passing that in 721 B.C., the northern kingdom of Israel was taken into Assyrian captivity, having been conquered by Sargon II. And we'll talk more about that in just a moment.
Following the death of Sargon, his son Sennacherib succeeds his father to the throne. And about 700 B.C., Sennacherib sends a message to Hezekiah stressing the utter hopelessness of his position in Jerusalem. And he tells him that he is preparing to attack, that the situation is hopeless, and asks for his immediate, unconditional surrender, and tells him that not even Jehovah, his God, can save him now. Well, he should never have made a statement like that. Because Hezekiah, having had such great success with his first prayer, decides he'll offer up another one. And he goes again before God, makes another prayer, and again the prophet assures him that the haughty Assyrian will not conquer the city. God had spoken. And according to Isaiah's record, the angels of the Lord went forth and smote in the camps of the Assyrians 185,000 men. 185,000 encamped around the city of Jerusalem. And we know essentially where they were camped, too, by the way. They were camped to the north and the west of the city. And when the Assyrians woke up the next morning, they were all dead. And Sennacherib goes home in defeat. Now, it's an interesting thing. Archaeologically, we have the cylinder of Sennacherib as well, in which he chronicles all of his military campaigns. And he tells in great detail about this military campaign and that military campaign. And he tells about the military campaign of Jerusalem, but he doesn't mention what happened.
Well, didn't he go back home and get assassinated?
You know, I wish you hadn't asked me that question. And the question was, did he go back home and get assassinated? And I don't remember whether he was assassinated or whether he died. I'm sorry, I should know that, but I don't. He returns nonetheless to Nineveh in defeat, and Hezekiah dies after an eventful reign of 29 years. And his son Manasseh came to the throne to open a new era, a period of wickedness and idolatry that is going to lead now to the destruction of the southern kingdom as well. But, as I mentioned to you, that is a story that belongs to our next section. And what we want to do, because of the chronology of the period, is to go back now and look at the list of kings of Israel and follow the history of Israel now down to this period, the time of Hezekiah, approximately 700 B.C., or circa thereof, because they're going to be carried away into Assyrian captivity around 721. But let's have a look again at the kings of Israel. Now, did we not look at these in our last class section, the kings of Israel? Let's mention them again just briefly. Jeroboam, Nadab, Baasha, Elah, Zimri, Omri, Ahab, Ahaziah, Jehoram, Jehu, Jehoahaz, Jehoash, Jeroboam, Zechariah, Shallum, Menachem, Pekahiah,
Pekah, and Hoshea. And I mentioned to you that every single one of these kings was a wicked king. There was all kinds of intrigue in the kingdom of Israel, and never did the nation of Israel again, as a nation, ever worship Jehovah as God. And we note, in addition, that there were 9 different ruling dynasties in Israel in just this very short period of time, where in Judah we have one constant dynasty continuing, father to son, father to son. Now let's have a look briefly at these various kings and their rule, and then some of the other significant events that take place during this historical period of time. Jeroboam, the first king of the northern kingdom, was a collector of revenue for the tribe of Ephraim under Solomon, as we've already mentioned. And we noted how that during the time that he was a tax collector, the prophet Ahijah prophesied that one day he would become the ruler of 10 tribes, that the kingdom would be divided and he would rule the 10 tribes to the north. He fled to Egypt for a period of time, and then following the death of Solomon returned, and immediately, in order to effect the break between the two kingdoms, set up a new religion, the golden calves, one at Bethel and one at Dan. And Jeroboam thereby set the standard which Israel followed. And as we've already mentioned, it earned for him the title Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, who made Israel to sin. He reigned for 22 years. He had 2 sons, Abijah and Nadab. Abijah died after a severe illness, as had been predicted by the prophet of God. And as a result, his son, Nadab, succeeded his father to the throne. He had, however, a very brief reign. He went into battle against the Philistines. But during this time, Baasha of Issachar murdered him and all of the other descendants of Jeroboam. And during the 2 years that he reigned, he seemingly accomplished nothing worthy of being reported. He was succeeded to the throne by Baasha, who had murdered Nadab, and Baasha almost immediately went to war with Asa of Judah. Now, we've already noted that war when we were looking at Asa, and you remember how that Asa entered then into an alliance with Ben-Hadad of Syria, and Ben-Hadad attacked Israel on the northern borders, and Baasha was forced to withdraw, and Asa went over and reclaimed a part of the territory, but that was severely condemned by the prophet of God because Asa had not trusted in the Lord. Well, this war with Asa kept Ben-Hadad occupied for most of the 24 years of his reign. It was Baasha who was dissatisfied with the capital city at Shechem. And so Baasha enlarged the little town of Tirzah, just a few miles northward, and he made Tirzah the capital of his kingdom. He died a
natural death and was buried at Tirzah. And his son, Elah, succeeded him to the throne. Elah reigned less than 2 years, for during a drinking party at Tirzah, Zimri, one of the captains of Elah's guard, slew him, assassinated him and all of his family, and he can hardly be recognized as a king since his administration lasted for only 7 days. Omri happened to be the captain of the army, and upon hearing of the death of Elah, he hastened to Tirzah to seize the throne. Zimri, realizing that he had no chance, took refuge in the throne and burned it to the ground with himself in it. At first, Omri had a rival claimant to the throne in the person of Tibni. But he soon defeated Tibni and established himself for a reign which lasted 12 years. Now, although the biblical record of Omri's work is very brief, it is apparent that his achievements were much more impressive and his accomplishments more far-reaching than what we're able to ascertain from the biblical text, because Samaria now becomes the capital of the northern kingdom, and its influence is so great that the whole northern kingdom will become known as Samaria. And this dynasty of Omri is going to last for a considerable period of time, and even later on historically in the secular records from Assyria and Babylon, we will have mentioned Samaria and Omri, the king of Samaria, although, of course, long after his death, just indicating the significance of his reign. Now, his chief achievement was, of course, setting up a new capital city. Tirzah was in ruins, and it was never a very ideal capital city anyway. And so, in looking over the territory, Omri was attracted to a hill ideally situated in the north. It is not a tell in the sense that we've been talking about tells, the large ruin heaps of these ancient cities rising above the level of the plain, but it was a natural hill. And notice its strategic location. It is almost right in the center of the northern kingdom, about halfway between the Mediterranean Sea and the Jordan River to the east. Thank you. Here in the hills of Samaria, it is so strategically located that you can see from the top of the hill all of the territory around, and even on a clear day from very near Samaria, you can look all of the way to the Mediterranean Sea and see the shore and the sands of the Mediterranean Sea. Ideally situated, however, it was nothing but a natural hill, and it was owned by a man by the name of Shemer, or Shemer, we pronounce it, and he purchased this hill from this man by the name of Shemer and called the name of the hill that he had purchased Shomron. Now you see how he just utilized the name. The word Shemer means a watchtower or a fortress. Today in modern Hebrew, a shomer is a guard or a watchman. And so Shomron means the watchtower. The watchtower. And we translate that Shomron into English as Samaria. But the biblical name is Shomron. And a Samaritan was a Shomroni. And today they're still known as Shomronim. Shomroni. So we see the play on the words here as Omri purchased and then fortified this magnificent hill with great walls, magnificent gates, as a protection for the headquarters of his government. And this city was destined to become extremely famous in Israel's history. The reign of Omri is significant because of his relations with foreign powers, even though this is not mentioned in any detail in the biblical account. He was nonetheless known as a powerful and influential ruler by the Assyrian peoples. And their inscriptions and their writings, as I've already mentioned, refer to Israel as the land of Omri. So we can see the influence of the country as a result of the reign of Omri. Omri established trade relations with a number of nations, including Phoenicia and Moab. He reconquered Moab and as a result was able to exact heavy yearly tribute from them, which the writer of 2 Kings enumerates as 100,000 lambs and 100,000 rams with the wool. That's in 2 Kings chapter 3 and verse 4. His relations with Moab are recounted on the famous Moabite stone. And this would verify the impression that Omri was one of the most important rulers of the northern kingdom. Omri died after, as we said, a very brief 12-year but very eventful reign, was buried in Samaria and was succeeded by his son. What was his name? Ahab. We know very little about the early years of Ahab, who came to be one of the most infamous of Israel's king. He married Jezebel, the daughter of Ethbaal, or Ethbaal, who was the king of Sidon. Do we know where Sidon is? It's in Phoenicia, isn't it? Right on up from Tyre and Sidon. We're still hearing about Tyre and Sidon in the news today because these are two of the significant port cities in Lebanon that have been bombed by the Israeli Air Force in the guerrilla warfare between the PLO and also between the Lebanese Christians and the Lebanese Muslims. So Sidon is a little farther on to the north in Phoenicia. And are you aware of the fact that in ancient times the kingdom of Israel extended on up in and included Tyre and Sidon at various periods of time? So Ethbaal was the king of Sidon, and he was an ardent devotee of Baal worship. Of course, so was his daughter Jezebel. And she determined from the very start to destroy Jehovah worship in Israel and to supplant it with militant Baalism. And to this end, she devoted herself most energetically and without scruples. And it seems like that her husband was a typical example of a henpecked husband. He was certainly a weak sister. And she led him around by the nose to their bitter end. Now, it's during this period of time that we have introduced on the scene two of the greatest prophets of the northern kingdom, Elijah and his disciple Elisha. Now, during this period of time, we notice, although we've already said that during the entire history of the northern kingdom, the nation never again as a nation worshiped Jehovah God, haven't we? Yet we see that there were still little strongholds of Jehovah worship in the land. You remember on one occasion, poor old Elijah sitting off in a cave whining and crying, thinking he's the only one. And God said, quit your blubbering. I've still reserved 7,000 that haven't bowed the knee to Baal in Israel. Don't be whining and crying and thinking you're the only one. You just get busy doing what I have anointed you to do, and I'll take care of all the rest of these things. Well, we see that even though the policy, the national policy, was anti-Yahwehism or anti-Jehovah worship, that there were still those multitudes in Israel, especially the prophets of God, who were constantly calling the people back to repentance. Now, have we not noted already that this fact is one of the most outstanding internal evidences of the inspiration of the Scriptures that I believe that there is? You remember we discussed that in our first sessions when we discussed the subject of the inspiration of the Scripture. And we mentioned the fact that one of the outstanding evidences of inspiration is the monotheism of the Scriptures. That is, the nature of the God that is developed in the biblical text. The one God, the only God, the true God, as opposed to the false. And that the thing that makes monotheism, the monotheism of the Hebrews, so unique, so different than the gods of all of the other pagan religions, is that in all of the other pagan religions, where they had created their gods, or they had selected their gods in the method or manner of worship of those gods, they made their God just exactly what they wanted him to be, and their religion just exactly what they wanted it to be, and they lived by it and they practiced it. But they didn't. The Hebrews never did that with Jehovah worship, which indicates they didn't make it, they didn't initiate it, because it wasn't what they wanted and it wasn't what they lived by. But we see the prophets of God, the spiritually oriented, all through these various periods of Hebrew history calling the people back to repentance. Repent, repent. If you repent, God will heal the land. If you repent, God will restore you. And we've already noted this all of the way through, from the very time of the Exodus, through the period of the wilderness wanderings, through the period of the Judges, and right on into the conquest of Canaan. They never lived by it. And yet in the midst of it, we see those special, anointed men of God constantly calling the people back to Jehovah worship. Well, it is these individuals against whom Jezebel vents her wrath, the prophets of God. She knows that in order to annihilate Jehovah worship in the land, she has to stamp out every last little stronghold, and to do that, she has to stamp out, first of all, God's anointed prophets. And so she starts a persecution of the prophets. And many of them were destroyed. And as a matter of fact, all of them would have been destroyed had it not been for Obadiah, the servant of Ahab, who hid 100 of these prophets in caves, and he fed them secretly. The case for Jehovah worship looked hopeless when all of a sudden Eliyahu Hanavi, Elijah the prophet, appears on the scene. Elijah. You remember we were talking about the cup of Elijah this morning. What does the name Eliyahu mean? El is what? Eli is what? My God. Yah, as we've already mentioned to you, is abbreviation for Jehovah, and Hu is the pronoun he. So Eliyahu is my God, he is Jehovah. And so even in his name, you have this supreme declaration of his faith. And I think that even right here, we can begin to understand what kind of a man it is that so reaches out and lays hold on the totality of what God sets before him, that God sends a chariot down from heaven to take Elijah home to glory without ever experiencing death. Eliyahu, my God is Jehovah. Jehovah, he is my God. Well, when we are introduced to Elijah, he appears on the scene as a full-grown man. We know little about his childhood. We see that he was from Gilead across the Jordan, and he's called the Tishbite. Now, we've looked at Jordan before, we've looked at Gilead before, across the Jordan. And so some place here in this area, Elijah the prophet was born, and he's called the Tishbite, which was probably the name of his village or the little town from which he had come, the area from which he had come. He came first into the court of Ahab and announced dramatically the coming of a severe drought as punishment for the sins of Ahab and Jezebel. He says, "As the Lord God of Israel liveth, before whom I stand, there shall not be dew nor rain these years, but according to my word." He said, I'm in control of this situation to such a degree that it's not going to rain and there's not going to be one drop of dew on the ground till I say so. And you talk about taking the authority over the elements. We ever see anybody else taking that kind of authority over the elements? Absolutely. Absolutely. And, you know, I just somehow believe that there are dimensions of operation, dimensions of power and dimensions of authority that we have never even dreamed possible. Somehow or another, we've never really grasped the fact of who we are and what we are. When God says, this is your domain. Now you have the authority over it. You conquer it and subdue it and bring it into your control. Things that are on it, things that are above it, and things that are beneath it. And old Elijah grasped that. He knew that. He said, it's not even going to have one little old drop of dew on one single blade of grass unless I say so. And there's going to be a drought in this land for 7 years because of the way that you have treated God's prophets. And he announces it right to the king. Well, they probably just laughed at this little old country bumpkin. But about a year later, they weren't laughing when everything started to shrivel up and die. Old Jezebel had built a magnificent temple for her gods. She had 450 prophets of Baal and 400 prophets of Ashtart. Now this tells us a little bit of something about the religion, doesn't it? The nature of the religion. Who was Ashtart? The Ashtaroth, the Asherah, the mother goddess. She's known by her Hellenized name as what? Ishtar. And the anglicization of it is what? Easter. The mother goddess, worshipped in cult prostitution, both male and female. And here we have 850 priests and priestesses of the court, backed by the strong influence of the royal family and one little old country bumpkin. And Jezebel probably felt no anxiety at all. But after he had walked into the court, old Elijah just disappeared like a wisp in the wind. He went to the brook Cherith, the location of which is actually uncertain. We do not know exactly where this little brook was, but we know that for a long time he was miraculously supplied with water and food. The biblical text says that he was fed by what? Ravens. Now in your study, have you received any insight into that? By what was he fed? Or maybe we should ask, by whom was he fed? Was he fed by birds or not? Huh? No, the Hebrew wouldn't in this instance. If you looked at it in the Hebrew, it would simply say that he was fed by ravens. And it would probably imply that he was fed by birds.
which he very well might have been. But I thought maybe some of you in your reading might have come across the fact that the nomadic wanderers, such as the Ishmaelites and the Midianites, the caravaneers, you remember the very ones who took Joseph and sold him into slavery, were sometimes called the ravens. Now, you see, it actually makes no difference how he was fed or by whom he was fed. The fact is, the source of his provision was God. Whether it was birds or whether it was a band of caravaneers or individuals that had been sent to feed him. We're not interested in details or technicalities. The fact of the matter is that God miraculously provided for his sustenance in the matter.
Could you explain all those things in the natural? We're getting right into the theology in some of these seminaries we've got.
That's right.
What they spend all their time doing.
Yeah, trying to explain it in the natural. That's right. That's right. And the whole point about it is they manifest their ignorance by not realizing that God can use the natural just as well as he can use the supernatural. He's in complete control over all of the natural. He put it all into control, the forces of nature and everything else. And he can direct the forces of nature any ways he wants to.
Place where there's just a little water on the water was low on the lake, when he was walking there, and they just thought that was he was walking on the water.
Yeah, and then he fell into a hole.
Yeah.
Or Peter fell into a hole.
Peter fell in the hole.
Yeah. The only thing about it is they again manifest their ignorance, because I've been all over the Sea of Galilee and I've never found any kind of sandbar or anything like that all around it from one end of it to the other. But, people go to all kinds of lengths to try to explain away the miracle-working operation and power of God, or his complete control in any one given situation. Now, at length, the little brook dried up, and Elijah was directed to go to Zarephath, a little town somewhere between Tyre and Sidon in Phoenicia, which was the home of whom? The home of Jezebel. So he goes up here, and look, here it is, right here on the map. Between Tyre and Sidon. So he was probably somewhere down in here, as best we can ascertain. And then he's directed by God to go all of the way up here into Phoenicia, between Tyre and Sidon, to the headquarters of Baal worship. And while here, too, very interesting experiences took place according to the biblical record. He found that this area was also suffering from the great drought and famine. And he met a widowed woman and asked her for food. And she told him that she had nothing but just a little meal and oil left, and was even then preparing to cook this and then to lay down and just die. And he said, well, go in there and prepare that cake and bring it to me. You go fix the cake and I'll eat it, we'll both die. She got in there and made it and found out she had just as much oil and meal as she had when she started. And they just ate on it, and ate on it, and ate on it. And he stayed with her for some time. And all of the time that he was there,
inner presence and inner home, the meal never failed, nor did the oil ever run dry. Now, I want to make a comment on that I think will have some practical implication to us today. But before I do, let's pause just a minute and turn the tape over to side number 2. Is today, for some reason or another, a great deal of teaching going around the country that I believe is very, very much in error, that the church is beginning to enter into the tribulation period, and that we need to go out and to buy land and to build more or less Christian enclaves, self-sustaining communities, and start storing up food and provision for these very difficult days that are even now upon us. And it would be really humorous if it wasn't so tragic to open up some of these Christian publications that are supposed to have a measure of stature and read in there about the rapture foods, or the second coming foods, dried foods that Christians are supposed to buy and store up. And these are going to serve as provisions to see them through these difficult times. And I even know of some brothers that if I mentioned their names to you, who did it, you would probably fall out of the pew. Churches where these things have taken place. I happen to know of one of the most widely respected churches in the United States of America. One of the most widely respected pastors. Someone got up in their church not long ago and prophesied that there was going to be a great calamity hit the whole area. God was sending His wrath down upon them, and that God was instructing them to run out and to buy these foods and store them up and have at least a 2-year supply on hand. And everyone was running out buying those foods, storing them up. Some of my close personal friends, and again, if I mentioned to you who they were, you'd probably fall on the floor. Bought hundreds and thousands of dollars worth of these things and stored them in the closet. And I asked the pastor later on, after the time passed when this calamity was supposed to have hit, how could you have believed such a thing? That is inconceivable to me that someone of your knowledge and your stature could have even believed that that was a word from God at the outset. Didn't you test that? Didn't the elders in the congregation test that prophecy? And we've still today got people all over the country running around, storing up food frantically, the Christian community, and worried about food and worried about gasoline, and I don't know why. We can't get it in our head that the same God who had the power to sustain Elijah and this Phoenician widow with one little old handful of meal and one little cup of oil so that they could eat to their heart's content and it had never run out, that had the power to take the 5 loaves and the 2 fishes and feed the 5,000 on the mountain and take up 12 baskets full, hasn't got the power to sustain me in my time of need. I can't understand why that we can't come to the awareness and the assurance down in our spirit that the same God who had the power to turn water into wine can turn water into gasoline, if need be, to get me from point A to point B. And if He hasn't got that power, He can certainly transport me in the Spirit like He did Philip. That's right. Amen. And you see, I just can't understand these things. But do you know who's behind all of it, don't you? Absolutely. For the simple reason it brings people into a bondage of fear. This whole Christian community business is simply a bondage to fear. It's a withdrawal from the Word. We were never commanded to withdraw and go out and form some kind of a little isolated Christian enclave and a Praise the Lord society and a God bless me club. We were commanded to go out into the world and to preach the gospel to every creature and to do so with such power and such authority that the gates of hell themselves wouldn't even be able to stand up against it. And whenever we start doing that and we go out with that kind of power and anointing, we're not going to have to worry about where our next meal's coming from or how we're going to get from point A to point B. God's just going to take care of that, and He can do it miraculously if He needs to.
We've got a number of those prophets of doom that are pretty prominent nationally, too.
Yes, that's the disturbing thing about the whole teaching, is that we've got a lot of these prophets of doom, as Con was pointing out, that are very well known nationally and promulgating this doctrine of fear around the country today. Brethren, the Bible says God didn't give us a spirit of fear. He gave us a spirit of power and authority and discipline and sound mind and self-control and love. And I, frankly, am not concerned whether things get worse than they are now or whether they don't. I'm not concerned about whether gasoline goes to $2 a gallon or whether it doesn't. I'm not concerned how high groceries get. I'm not concerned about whether the whole world collapses down around me, because I'm not standing on the world. I'm standing on the Word of God, and the Bible says that this world and the things of this world are going to pass away, but my Word's not going to pass away. And if you're standing on the Word, then you don't have to worry about these other things, because when it all goes down the tubes, you'll still be standing. Amen. So I want to emphasize that, because I think it's necessary that we have a proper biblical perspective into the events that are going on around us. As we've already mentioned, history has this very peculiar way of repeating itself. We can look back in history and see individuals in the same circumstances, or circumstances similar to those in which we find ourselves, and if we want to be victorious in it, then we need to see what they did in a similar circumstance, and then we do the same thing. If they had the victory, and if it was defeating to them, then we want to do just the exact opposite of whatever it was. Well, this poor widow's son died. Didn't bother old Elijah. He just went in and raised him from the dead.
She thought he was called to it for a while.
Yeah.
Planning on him.
You know what? If she hadn't have been faithful and gone in there and cooked those cakes and those provisions and been willing to share them with Elijah, not only would her son died, but she'd have died too. But because she was faithful, God not only sustained her, but He sustained and restored her family as well. Well, 3 years passed by, and Jehovah commanded Elijah to go now and show himself to Ahab. So, from Phoenicia now, here in the north, he journeys all of the way back down, probably down the coastline here to about Mount Carmel, and then cuts through back over into the territory of Samaria. And he meets Obadiah, the servant of Ahab, who had remained faithful all of this time to Jehovah. Now, just think about that and see if there's not some kind of a lesson there. That it doesn't make any difference where you live or how bad the environment is where you're at or what people are thinking or what people are believing. You've got the option to think and to believe and to act for yourself. Don't be a sheep following blindly after a false shepherd. You be capable of thinking independently and believing and understanding and searching the Word and making decisions and thinking for yourself. Don't just parrot what somebody else says. That's another thing that disturbs me. I hear people going around just parroting what this person says or parroting what that person says. And maybe what that person says is good and it's right and it's working for that person. But they've spent years and years and years getting it down into their spirit and making it work. We come along and just parrot it and it doesn't work for us, and we fall on our face and wonder how we got there, and we think, well, that whole deal's bad news. It just doesn't work. Well, it doesn't work because you're just parroting what somebody else is saying. You're not getting into the Word and getting it down in your spirit and letting the written, the logos of the Word, become the Word of God, the rhema of the Word of God born alive in your heart, where you can actually move out in the operation of the thing. And you start learning to think for yourself and act for yourself. Get into the Word. Realize that the Holy Spirit can speak to you and communicate to you. Let the discernment of the Spirit and the other manifestations of the Spirit begin to work and operate in you. Don't just be a blind man following blindly after the blind. And I really think there's something glorious about that here's old Obadiah, for all of these years, a servant of Ahab, and right there intimately associated and involved with all of the wickedness of the court, and yet he remains God's man. Right on target. Now the ravages of the drought had been so severe that all of Ahab's forces had searched for food for the few cattle that were still living. And Obadiah was commanded by the prophet to report to Ahab and to let Ahab know that he was now ready to talk to him. Obadiah hesitated at first, but Elijah told him it'd be all right. So Obadiah hurried back and got old Ahab and brought Ahab to Elijah. And in a very lively exchange of words, Ahab blamed the prophet for all of the sufferings and the drought. He said, "Oh, you trouble Israel. You troubler of Israel, look at all this trouble and problems that you've caused." And Elijah just stuck his finger right up in his face and said, "You're the one. You're the one that's brought all of this. You want to start making accusations and pointing the finger of accusation at somebody, you better look in the mirror. Because you're the one that's responsible, and I'm going to prove to you that you're the one that was responsible. I'm going to challenge you and your wife and all of the priests and the priestesses of Baal to a contest, and we'll just decide once and for all who's God in this matter." Elijah declared to Ahab that the time had come for a showdown. And it was a very interesting contest that he proposed. He proposed that on Mount Carmel, they have a little contest to determine just exactly which God was the true God in Israel. Now, Mount Carmel, as we see here on the map, is not just a single mountain peak, but it's actually a long mountain that extends back to the southeast about 11 miles along the little brook Kishon here, and notice that the projection of the mountain out into the sea forms the only natural and broken line along Israel's long coastline. It forms the only natural harbor in Israel, right here. So he proposes here on Mount Carmel that a contest take place. Now, old Ahab has two palaces. One at Samaria here, and you see it's just almost right an extension down the Carmel range to Samaria. And then there is another one here at Jezreel, named after Jezebel. And Elijah suggests that here on Mount Carmel, the 450 prophets of Baal and the 400 prophets of Ashtart would assemble on one side, and just Elijah would assemble on the other. And they would each prepare an altar and place a sacrifice upon it, and then they would pray to their God, and the God that answered and consumed the offering by fire would be proven to be the God of Israel. Well, Ahab agreed to the proposition, and all of the people assembled together there on the mount to witness this event. And Elijah insisted that his opponents make their altar first. Well, it was erected, the sacrifice was placed upon it, and they started early in the morning and full of eager anticipation. O Baal, hear us. Through the morning, their prayers went unanswered, and about noon, old Elijah started to taunt them. And he urged them to pray louder, since maybe their God was asleep. Or he might be on a long journey. And he kept aggravating them to such a degree that they were just overcome with religious frenzy and begin to cut themselves and cry unto their God and beg, but there was no answer. And finally, late in the afternoon, Elijah came forth, and he built an altar. He slew the animal, and then he dug a trench all of the way around the altar, and he caused water to be brought in and poured on the trench 3 different times until it not only saturated the offering, saturated the wood, saturated the altar, but it filled the trench up that he had dug around the altar. And then just calmly and confidently, he prayed a prayer to God. Just a very little, unassuming prayer. And just like that, God vindicated himself. Fire descended, consumed the sacrifice, the wood, the altar, and even the water that was in the trench. And of course, the effect was immediate. The people cried out, Jehovah, He is God, Jehovah, He is God. And the 850 prophets were taken to the river Kishon, where they were all slain. And Elijah then invited Ahab to join in observing the feast to commemorate the signal victory of Jehovah over Baal and Ashtart. Now, I'm not sure, but what there might not be a lesson to learn here in the prayer that Elijah prayed. I'm all the time running into situations that remind me, frankly, of the contest of Elijah
with the priests and priestesses of Baal on top of Mount Carmel. The only thing that is missing in some instances is the cutting tool. And I believe if they had have been passed out in advance and the people urged to do so, they'd have wound up using them before it was all over. People are coming to me on many occasions. Would you pray for me to receive the baptism of the Holy Spirit? I've been tarrying and tarrying and tarrying and tarrying and still haven't received. And I said, well, that's what your problem is. Because there's nothing in the Bible that says, repent, be baptized, and tarry for the Holy Spirit. And yet, whenever we pray for someone to be filled with the Holy Spirit, a lot of times, it's just like the contest on Mount Carmel. We're trying to call down the fire from on high. And one will be on one side singing, hang on, brother, hang on, and the other will be on the other side saying, turn loose, turn loose. And the poor guy in the middle doesn't know what to do. And the only thing he has to do is just receive. Just start moving out in the operation of it. Do you know what I believe? This may come as a surprise to some of you. But I believe if we would heed the explicit commission that Christ gave to the church to the proper degree, go into all the world and make disciples of all nations. What's that word disciple mean? It means a student, a learner. You go, that involves your instruction. You go and instruct them, and then what's it tell you to do? Baptize them in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, that if they were properly instructed, when we took them to the water of baptism and they came up out of the water, they'd come out of the water speaking in tongues. There wouldn't be any of this tarrying business. There wouldn't be any of this frantic trying to call the fire down from on high. It's simply recognizing, first of all, who you are, secondly, what your authority is, and thirdly, what is yours as right of inheritance. And then just moving out in the operation of it. And I mean that goes for everything, right across the line. Elijah didn't have to tarry, cut himself, spend all of the time praying. He just said, God, consume that sacrifice. He said, it's not going to rain for 7 years until I open my mouth. Don't you appear, not one little drop of water on that blade of grass. If you do, you're going to be in trouble. When it come time to call the fire down from heaven, all he said was just, God, consume that sacrifice by fire and vindicate yourself and me. And just like that, it was done. He just knew where he was at. He knew where he was. He knew where God was. And he moved out in the operation of it. So I think that even in these little, seemingly insignificant things, you see, there are tremendous lessons here for us. Again, for the simple reason that history has this strange way of repeating itself. Well, the matter wasn't really over, because Jezebel, who for some reason or other was not a witness to this tremendous victory on Mount Carmel, hadn't given up yet. Upon hearing the disastrous news, all 850 of her prophets and prophetesses were slain, she immediately sent word to Elijah that he had better cut out or she was going to nail his hide to the wall.
And so the prophet fled southward until he came all of the way to Beersheba, down here in the Negev. You see, he was way off up here on Mount Carmel, and he went all of the way down in the Negev to the southern part of Judah to Beersheba. Now, we've heard of Beersheba. We've talked about it at length before. You remember it was one of the places where Abraham sojourned. It was there he digged the well and cut the covenant with Abimelech, the king of the area, and therefore the well was known as the Well of the Covenant, or Beersheba. It's figured prominently in history as we've studied it up to this present time, and he flees all of the way down to Beersheba, and utterly exhausted in body and spirit, he fell to the ground and begged that he might die. But he was awakened later by an angel of the Lord who told him that he was to go to Mount Horeb, and lodging in a cave on Mount Horeb, he heard the voice of God say to him, "Elijah, what in the world are you doing here?" And he could only state in his mental and physical exhaustion his deep conviction that he'd failed and everything that he'd done up to that time was in vain. Started to whine and feel just a little bit sorry for himself. And God spoke to him, not in the wind or an earthquake or in fire, but in a still small voice. And this caused Elijah to understand and to get down into his spirit and to kindle anew an awareness of the fact that the cause wasn't lost, that there was many who had not bowed the knee to Baal. There was still work to be done, and he was to see that Hazael was anointed the king of Syria. Jehu of Ramoth Gilead must be commissioned to destroy the family of Ahab and Elijah, and Elisha must be prepared to succeed Elijah as a prophet in Israel. So Elijah, restored with the word of the Lord, proceeded to undertake these appointed tasks. Now, in the meantime, old Ahab was having trouble as king because Ben-Hadad of Syria, we've already mentioned him before, with a large army of 32 kings, now invaded Israel. And approaching Samaria, he sent an insulting message to Ahab, demanding Ahab's submission. Ahab refused to submit, and he was informed by a prophet that he had called upon that he was going to be victorious in battle. But you remember that Jehoshaphat of Israel, or of Judah, had entered into an alliance with Ahab in this whole battle, and Jehoshaphat wasn't so sure about that whole deal. They heard all of the prophets Ahab had, and every one of them said, "Yeah, don't you worry about it, you're going to be victorious." And Jehoshaphat just kept saying, "Well, isn't there another prophet? Isn't there someone else we can get an opinion for? How about the prophet of God?" And finally, Ahab admitted that there was one, but he said, "I can't stand the guy." He said, "He's always prophesying something bad." And that's the way it goes, isn't it? Sometimes we always want to hear what's good. We just want to listen to what we want to hear. We don't want to hear sometimes what God has to say. Yeah. You know, I sometimes believe that one criterion for determining whether a prophecy is a true prophecy from God or not is whether it smarts or it doesn't. If it tickles the ear and makes you feel good, you better look at that thing pretty close. Because the nature of prophecy was that usually it was correctional in nature. God had something to say to the people, you better get your act together or I'm going to pull the rug out from under you. And you're going to find yourself laying on the floor wondering how you got there. Well, they called on this prophet of God, and sure enough, he said, I don't care what these other guys have said. They may be the real spiritual leaders of the day, and everybody's going around following after them, and all kinds of signs and wonders and miracles are following them in their ministry, but the whole bunch of them are wrong. Ahab said, see, I told you. He just makes me feel so bad every time he comes on the scene. Throw him in the jug and don't feed him anything but bread and water till I get out. Till I come back. I wonder whatever happened to that poor fella, don't you? Because Ahab never came back. You remember the story? They went off into battle, and the biblical text tells us that an archer just happened to draw his bow, and without even aiming, shot an arrow and struck old Ahab, and he had disguised himself. God's in control of these things right from the very beginning. Well, before we close our discussion of Ahab, let's look at another incident that took place during his rule. Another interesting story. While Ahab was still reigning in the capital city of Samaria, let's have a look at it again. He built a very beautiful little summer palace over here at Jezreel. I mentioned to you just a minute ago, he named it after his wife, Jezebel. It was right on the edge of a beautiful valley that extended to the west all of the way to the Mediterranean Sea and to the east all of the way to the Jordan. Oh, what a magnificent, commanding view. Right up on top of a little high hill, right at the foot of Mount Gilboa. Did you ever hear of Mount Gilboa? And looking right down in the valley, there was a very beautiful vineyard that was owned by a man by the name of Naboth. And this little valley is known variously today as the Valley of Megiddo, the Valley of Armageddon, the Plain of Esdraelon, or the Valley of Jezreel, after the city of Jezreel. All of these terms are synonymous. If you ever see Esdraelon or Jezreel or Megiddo or Armageddon, it's all the same. And Ahab wanted very much to add this beautiful little piece of property to his estate. But Naboth refused to sell it. It was his ancestral property, and old Ahab went home and threw himself down on the bed and sulked. And Jezebel came in and said, honey, what's the matter? Ahab said, Naboth won't sell me his vineyard.
She said, don't worry. I'll take care of that whole situation. You'll get that vineyard, honey. And she just went out and trumped up a false charge against Naboth of blasphemy against God, the penalty for which was death. And she had him killed. In triumph, she told Ahab that the vineyard was now his, when suddenly old Elijah appeared on the scene and ruined all of his plans, spoiled the whole day, and announced, thus saith Jehovah, in the place where the dogs lick the blood of Naboth shall dogs lick thy blood, even thine. And he turned away and disappeared. And this prophecy was literally fulfilled, because after old Ahab had been wounded, fell down in his chariot, they took his chariot back to Jezreel and washed it out, and the dogs came and licked the blood. Ahaziah now became king in Israel. He was the son of Ahab, and he openly supported idolatry. When he became seriously ill, and he sent to Baal-zebub. Have you ever heard of that before? Baal-zebub? Beelzebub. Beelzebub means the Lord of the Flies. And he sent to the Lord of the Flies, Beelzebub, at Ekron. Now, where was Ekron? Have we heard of Ekron before? The Philistines, Ekron. You remember the Philistines had a 5-cityed Pentapolis. All of the way down here to the south, along the coast, there was Ekron, Ashdod, Ashkelon, Gaza, and Gath. The 5-cityed Philistine Pentapolis. They sent down to Baal-zebub, who was apparently the king of Ekron, for counsel, to learn whether he should recover or not. Now, what's he doing? He's going right to the devil. Because Baal-zebub, you see, is a representative here of the devil. He's going to the devil. He's looking to what we would call today a fortune teller, an astrologer, to find out whether he's going to recover. And Elijah openly denounced this preference for astrology. And upon hearing this, the king made 2 attempts to kill the prophet, but in each instance God spared his life. And later Elijah went to the king and denounced him for his sin, and told him that he should not recover from the illness caused by his fall. And shortly afterward, Ahaziah died, having made but little contribution to his country. And the biblical text concludes by saying, and he did evil in the sight of the Lord, and walked in the way of his father Ahab, who made Israel to sin. Well, because of our time, we're going to stop there and take about a 5-10 minute break, and then we will continue. When we left off at our break, we were discussing Ahaziah, the son of Ahab. We said that he died as a result of an illness caused from an accident and died after a rather uneventful reign. He had followed in the footsteps of his father, and his brother Jehoram succeeded him as king of Israel. He reigned for 12 years before he and all the descendants of Ahab and Jezebel were slain by Jehu, and thus Jehoram was the last king in the line of Ahab. Now his reign is important to us chiefly because it is during the time of his reign that we have the latter part of the work of Elijah, and where we are introduced to his successor, Elisha. You will recall that one of the tasks that God assigned to Elijah while at Mount Horeb was to find Elisha as his successor. Elisha lived in the valley of the Jordan, and he was the son of a moderately wealthy man. Elijah found him at his work and gave him the invitation to follow him, and he readily accepted. He was the helper and the student of Elijah, and later his successor, and he served for many years as a prophet of God in Israel. When it became apparent to Elijah that his career was at an end, he made an attempt to get Elisha to stay behind as he went to Bethel and then on to Jericho. But Elisha insisted that he accompany Elijah, and so the two of them went down to the Jordan, while 50 other prophets stayed behind. Now, what does this tell you? Does this tell you anything? 50 prophets accompanied them. Well, I think I've mentioned to you previously, if I have not, and I want to mention it to you now. Remember when the children of Israel crossed over the Jordan? They crossed over by miracle, just like they had crossed over the Red Sea. The waters parted. They walked over on dry ground. And they set up a monument over on the west side of the Jordan and called the place Gilgal. You remember? And we discussed at that time the meaning of the word Gilgal, that it didn't mean that they'd piled these stones one up on top of the other, but they'd laid them out apparently in a circle, because Gilgal means a circle. And Gilgal apparently becomes a religious center, just like Shechem, and just like Bethel, and just like Gibeon, and just like Beersheba, and just like Jerusalem. But it is to be more associated with a peripatetic school of prophets than it is with any other single event. Apparently, there is, as we will note, a school of prophets here in this area, in and around Jericho. And it's peripatetic because they go back and forth from one place to the other. It means it's mobile. They're a wandering band of prophets that may be in this area studying, in this area studying, and they're here in this wilderness area. And it's interesting to read about these prophets. We note that they're very charismatic figures. That there are times when they go into strange, ecstatic utterances. And if you look at them and examine them very closely, you have hints, indications of parallels of the manifestations of the Spirit of God in these men, as the manifestations of the Spirit of God ought to be manifest in every believer today. And I want to mention that to you for the simple reason that as we look at the prophets, we think, well, there was just one here, and there was one here, and there was one over there, and one someplace else. But the fact is that we have this whole band, the whole school of prophets. Remember, Obadiah hid 100 in the caves and fed them. And so think how many multitudes of these prophets that there were that we never hear one thing about. We know nothing about them. Yes, do you have a question?
Yes, what I was wondering about, I believe the Scripture designates either sons, 50 sons of the prophet. And in the Hebrew, does this really mean literally sons, or are these two of prophets? Have you ever gone back?
No, it's a question that I'm sorry I don't have the answer to. I'd have to look and check. And if you'll remind me, I will look and check and see how it designates it in the Hebrew. But we know that there is a large school of them, whether they are sons of prophets or whether they're just in this school. There is a large school of prophets, and they're watching to see what goes on. Elijah and Elisha come down to the waters of the Jericho, and as they reach the river, Elijah takes his mantle and just strikes the water, and boom, like that, the waters part, and he just crosses over on dry ground. I imagine Elisha is very impressed. And when they get over on the other side, Elisha knows that something's happening. That Elijah is leaving the scene, and he's going to be moving out into Elijah's ministry. And he says, let a double portion of the Spirit be upon me. And as they're talking, this chariot of fire and the horses of fire appeared, separated them, and Elijah was taken by a whirlwind up into heaven. Now, I hope this doesn't come as a disappointment to you to learn that Elijah wasn't taken out of the world by a spaceship from outer space. As a matter of fact, I hope it doesn't come as a disappointment to you to learn that a lot of the things that have been said by certain individuals relative to unidentified unidentified flying objects and extraterrestrial beings is just a lot of baloney. There's absolutely no evidence to support some of these statements, and I'm referring to statements such as those mentioned in a book called Chariot of the Gods by Daniken, from which a motion picture was made by the same company that produced Noah's Ark. And both of them fall in the same category. The Chariot of the Gods and In Search of Noah's Ark. And I hope that doesn't come as a disappointment to you either. The same company is preparing now to make another motion picture on psychic phenomena, which ought to tell you something about the motivation of the company itself. But the fact of the matter is that this is a divine manifestation of deity as God comes to carry his prophet home to glory, just as he had done Enoch. Maybe as he had done others. We don't know. But the mantle then of Elijah fell upon Elisha. And he was perhaps not quite as dramatic a character as Elijah. Certainly had more gentleness in his makeup, a quieter, calmer individual, and yet fully as effective. Teaching the other prophets, much of his ministry was given to teaching of these prophets and working in these prophetical schools at Bethel and Gilgal and Jericho, and much of his work was done by miracles, most of which were miracles of mercy, which might indicate to us that his basic charisma was that of mercy. All of these miracles are recorded in 2 Kings chapters 2 through 6. One of the interesting events that takes place in the life of Elisha is following the taking up of Elijah into glory. Elisha returns back to Jericho and then heals the waters at Jericho that had become bitter. You remember? And today, you can visit Jericho and you can see the water, the spring, bubbling right out of the ground. It's still known to this day as Elisha's fountain, and the healing stuck because the water's still good to drink. And I'll tell you, I wouldn't drink anything or eat anything in any of the Arab countries anywhere that hadn't been either boiled or cooked, but I have drank out of that fountain. The water is pure and fresh even to this day. But following this, he returns back to Bethel. And an interesting thing happens at Bethel. All of the little kids come running out into the street and say, "Go up, thou bald head, go up." And he turns around and curses them. And 2 bears come out of the woods and gobble 42 of them up. Now, isn't that a peculiar story? Interesting, isn't it? Question?
Well, I was wondering about the same thing when you noted the mercies that he had there, that the tenderness that when he cursed, in this way, I presume
I imagine he knew exactly.
Well, I don't know, but it has been so much easier for him to pray, Lord, give me a full head of hair.
Yeah, sure would have. Been a lot easier for him to have prayed, Lord, give me a full head of hair. They'd have probably said, you crazy, wise man, go up. But let's analyze that for just a moment. Here we see the picture. The mantle of Elijah was on him. What had happened to Elijah? He'd just gone up. And not only that, but there were over 50 people who had witnessed his departure. You remember? These 50 prophets stayed behind to see what was going on. They were probably seated up there well within view where they could see just exactly what was happening and taking place when the whirlwind came and separated Elisha and Elijah and took Elijah up into heaven in glory. And I imagine that the results of that were so dramatic that just like that, the news spread. God come and took Elijah up to glory. God came and took him up to glory. He had called down fire from heaven on one occasion, and now this fire came and took him up to glory. And now, Elisha walks into the city of Bethel. And what do we know about Bethel at this time? It was one of the two centers in Israel of the worship of the golden calf. You remember? And it was so corrupt and so filled with idolatry that it is known later on historically as Beth-aven, the house of idols. And now the children of these pagan peoples run out into the street and say to this man of God, well, if God be God, if you think Jehovah's God, and let's see you go up into heaven. You see the... Yeah, let's see you go up. Oh, that's a bunch of nonsense. All of these stories about old Elijah. Why, if that's true, let's see you go up into heaven. And he just turns around and curses. These cursed sons of cursed sons. And the bears come out of the woods to vindicate this man of God and eat 42 of the children of these pagan peoples. You ought to be careful.
Was the scripture, touch not mine anointed, have anything to do with it?
Exactly. That's just what I was going to say. When your hand went up, you ought to be careful before you reach out and start touching God's anointed or cursing God's anointed. Yeah, sure, absolutely. What proceeds out of your mouth. And we pronounce a lot of curses off on individuals too. And maybe it would be worthwhile for us to try to correct another error that I see going on around the country today is people coming together and say we've got to pray against this thing. We're going to pray against this doctrine, or we're going to pray against this individual, or we're going to pray against this, or we're going to pray against that. Don't you be found praying against anything except the devil. Because by the words that go out of your mouth, you can pronounce curses. You've got the power to bless or to curse.
And there's a lot of times that by the words that we speak and the things that go forth out of our mouth, we're actually literally pronouncing curses off on brothers and sisters. We better be careful about what proceeds out of our mouth, and don't you be praying against anything. If you're going to do any praying, you pray for. You get the point? And what is happening here, you see, is again a spiritual battle that's taking place. Just a short time before, it had been between Elijah and the prophets and prophetesses of Baal on Mount Carmel. Now it's between Elijah and the followers of the golden calf at Bethel. And again, God is vindicated. If God be God, let's see you go up into heaven. If all of that really happened, let's see you do it, you bald-headed old so-and-so. And just like that, the bears come out of the woods and eat up 42. Now you may say, well, those are awful drastic measures to take against innocent little old children. Remember that the sins of the fathers are visited on the children to the fourth generation. And the sin wouldn't be so bad if it didn't affect anybody except the person who committed it. But the fact of the matter is that sin, whenever you commit it, affects everybody around you. And the sins of the fathers are going to be visited on the children even to the fourth generation. Well, what happened to poor old Jehoram? Jehoram reigned for 12 years, and then there was another war against Israel that was launched by Syria, and in a battle at Ramoth Gilead. And see how prominent this place figures into the history of the country. Ramoth Gilead, over here on the other side of the Jordan. Jehoram is wounded in battle, and he was carried to his summer home at Jezreel to recuperate. Jezreel. Carried to his summer home here to recuperate, and his cousin Ahaziah, the king of Judah, came up to visit him. Now, we've already noted this briefly when we were discussing the kings of Judah. In the meantime, Elisha sent a messenger from among his prophets to anoint Jehu at Ramoth Gilead as king of Israel, and commission him to go at once to Jezreel and to slay Jeroboam and all of the other descendants of Ahab and Jezebel. Now, Jehu was a captain in Jehoram's army at the time that he was anointed at Ramoth Gilead. And without delay, he mounted his chariot, and with his soldiers drove across the Jordan toward Jezreel. Watchmen from the tower spotted him at a distance, and Jehoram probably was the original Barney Oldfield. The biblical text says he rode furiously. Jehoram, accompanied by his cousin Ahaziah, king of Judah,
went out to meet him, and without delay he shot an arrow into the heart of Jehoram, and he died on the estate of Naboth. Ahaziah fled in terror and was able to get only as far as Megiddo, when he too was killed. And in a short order, Jehu had slain the kings of both Israel and Judah. Riding back into Jezreel, he ordered the eunuchs to throw Jezebel from the windows of the court down into the street, which they did. And of course, as a result, she died, and they just left her and rode away. And then they decided, well, she was, after all, the wife of a king, so maybe we ought to provide for her a decent burial. And they went back to try to find her, and all they could find was her skull and her feet and the palms of their hands, because the dogs had eaten her up. And thus it was, the Bible says, that the prophecy of Elijah was fulfilled: in the portion of Jezreel shall the dogs eat the flesh of Jezebel. However, Jehu wasn't over yet. In rapid order, 70 of the sons of Ahab were slain in Samaria, in the same place where the brothers of Ahaziah were slain. And a little later, all of the priests and followers of Baal were ordered to assemble, you remember, in the temple at Samaria for worship. Jehu sent out orders: we're going to have a big holy convocation. We want all of you to come to the big meeting. And he got them all in, locked the doors, and then sent his men in and ordered them all to be slain down to the last man. So in short order, Jehu had wiped out not only the house of Ahab and Jezebel, which had been responsible for so much wickedness, but he also destroyed Baal worship in the land. The new king of Israel proved to be a ruthless destroyer, but as a king, he proved to be a disappointment. He not only showed no concern for Jehovah worship, but can you imagine this? He actually gave his support to the worship of the golden calves at Bethel and Dan that had been set up by Jeroboam. And it's almost inconceivable that such a man, as we're introduced to here in these early verses, could have proved to be such a disappointment in the latter part of his reign. During the latter part of his reign, he lost most of his holdings in eastern Palestine to the Syrian king Hazael, and we have found one of the most magnificent of the archaeological inscriptions of all times to this date, and it has on it, can you believe, a picture of Jehu. We actually have on a prism that's called the Black Obelisk. The Black Obelisk that was found in the excavation of the palace at Nineveh by Layard. A magnificent black basaltic prism. We have a picture of Jehu, the king of Israel, bowing down before King Shalmaneser III of Assyria and paying tribute. And on this prism and these pictures of Jehu stand out in full bas relief magnificent state of preservation. It tells us that Jehu paid a tribute to the Assyrian king, and it tells about the tribute that Shalmaneser paid. And it shows him bowing down. It shows the type of clothes that he wore. He had a little kind of a skull cap on his head, similar to the kippah that the Jews wear today. He had a full, very curly beard. His hair was in curls that extended down to his shoulders. He had kind of a little skirt on with the loin cloth or the girdle around it, and he had pointed-toed shoes that turned up at the toe in Hittite fashion. So not only do we have a picture of King Jehu, but we know a lot about the clothing styles of royalty of that day as well as the others, because he's accompanied by his Hebrew servants as they're bearing this tribute to pay to King Shalmaneser. The writer of the biblical text says, summarizing the reign of Jehu, but Jehu took no heed to walk in the law of Jehovah, the God of Israel, with all his heart. He departed not from the sins of Jeroboam, wherewith he made Israel to sin. And after a reign of 28 years, he died and was buried in Samaria. And his son, Jehoahaz, succeeded him on the throne. Now, Hazael, and we want to pay attention now because we're going to be coming very, very quickly to the end of the northern kingdom of Israel, and a lot of intrigue is going to be taking place here in these latter years. Hazael, the king of Syria, who successfully contended against Jehu, came again against the northern kingdom of Israel, massacred many of the people, and he compelled Jehoahaz to cut his army down to 50 horsemen, 10 chariots, and 10,000 infantry. There's nothing good that is recorded in his reign, and he dies after a reign of 17 years and is succeeded by his son Joash, or Jehoash. Joash followed again in the practice of his fathers, failing to heed the admonition of the prophets of God. And when Elisha was stricken with illness in his old age, Joash called on Elijah, and he wept at the prospect of the prophet's death. Elijah, or rather Elisha, told the king to open the window facing the east and to shoot his arrow in that direction. He shot 3 arrows and was told by the dying prophet that in not shooting a larger number, he was going to be limited in his victories to 3. And then Elisha comes to the end of his days. Joash did gain 3 victories over Syria, recovered some of the cities formerly taken by them, and after a 16-year reign, he too died and was buried at Samaria. Following the death of Joash, Jeroboam the second comes to the throne in Israel. And we mentioned when we were looking at the kings of Israel that during the time of Jeroboam the second, Israel experiences a brief period of material splendor and prosperity. He was a king who accomplished much for his kingdom. He came to the throne at a very auspicious time, a time when other powers were in a weakened condition, and thus he had an ideal opportunity to enlarge his borders, but it was going to be a condition that would last for only a short period of time. It was an age of riches without religion, of money without morals, and it is during this period of time that we have the ministry of Amos and Hosea. And so as we are following our chronological overview, you need to make a special note of the time frame into which these various prophets appear, because we're going to have time only to mention them briefly. And you want to read their work and their writing thoroughly, because what they have to say reflects upon the moral condition, the spiritual condition of the kingdom at that particular period of time. And it is during the reign of Jeroboam the second that we have the prophets Amos and Hosea bitterly denouncing the sins of the period. He reigned for 41 years and is succeeded by his son Zechariah, who occupied the throne for only 6 months. And with Zechariah, we enter into an era of anarchy and bloodshed when the dagger was the symbol of the immediate future. In the last 50 years of the kingdom of Israel, there were 5 different ruling families on the throne, most of them coming through revolt and assassination. Zechariah is assassinated by Shallum, who reigned for only 1 month before he was disposed by Menahem. And after 10 years as king, Menahem died, leaving the throne to his son Pekahiah. Pekah was a captain in Pekahiah's guard, and he slew Pekahiah after a brief reign of only 2 years. Hoshea, the last king, gained the throne at the end of the 20-year reign of Pekah, and Hoshea was king when the Assyrian army laid siege to Samaria and finally conquered it in 721, 722 B.C. During these last 50 years, there was a great empire that was rising like a black cloud in the east. Assyria had at this time a number of very able and aggressive kings, and these kings, understanding the weakness of Syria and Israel and Judah, began to plan the conquest of Western Asia so that they would be in an advantageous position against their real goal, which was Egypt. But they realized that in order to get to Egypt, they had to go through Syria and Israel and Judah. And they came very near realizing their dreams of conquest. Only Jerusalem, and that by miraculous intervention, was able to escape a conquest by them. Let's look briefly at the series of events in Assyria that led up to the defeat of the northern kingdom of Judah. A man by the name of Tiglath-Pileser III. Very haughty sounding name, isn't it? Tiglath-Pileser. He's mentioned in the biblical text as Pulu. Pulu. Came to the throne of Assyria in 745 BC, and his first war was against Babylon. He was successful and enlarged his kingdom in the southeast, and in 743 he marched against Syria. In 740 he conquered Arphad in northern Syria, and then turned toward Armenia, back to Syria, and in 2 Kings chapter 15 and verse 19, we're told that Israel was forced to pay Tiglath-Pileser an enormous tribute, the equivalent of $1.5 million. And by 740 BC, Tiglath-Pileser was now the master of Syria and had Israel weakened and disunited by anarchy. And so now he returns to Nineveh for 3 years. During this time, Pekah of Israel attempts to form a coalition with Rezin of Damascus, or Syria, against Assyria. And evidently these two counted on Ahaz of Judah to join them, but he refused to do so. So these two then besieged Jerusalem to force Ahaz to join them, but they were unsuccessful. And in the meantime, Tiglath-Pileser was marching down the Mediterranean coast to settle with these rebels. Well, let's stop here before we go on and turn the tape over to side number 2. Ahaz, in a panic, threw himself upon the mercy of Tiglath-Pileser, who made heavy demands upon him, which essentially reduced Judah to slavery. But nevertheless, it secured the freedom of the southern kingdom. And Tiglath-Pileser continued southward on down the coast to Philistia, all of the way down to Ashkelon and Gaza, where he captured these two cities, and then going around Judah, skirting down to the southern end of Judah, he came to terms with an Arab tribe in the south of the Dead Sea. It may have been the Edomites, some other nomadic bands of people, and then he sent his army through the plain of Esdraelon, or the valley of Jezreel, or the valley of Armageddon, and he cut off all of the northern part of Israel. So, having thus crippled Philistia and Israel, he now marched against Damascus, here in Syria, conquered Damascus, and carried a large number of the population of Syria into captivity and put Rezin, the king of Syria, to death. Now he died in 727 B.C. and was succeeded by Shalmaneser V. We know very little about him except his dealings with Israel. The death of Tiglath-Pileser caused Hoshea, the last king of Israel, to entertain hope of throwing off the heavy Assyrian yoke imposed by Tiglath-Pileser. And he attempted to form an alliance with Egypt against Assyria and began his new policy toward Assyria by withholding from them the heavy tribute that they had been paying. So Shalmaneser hurried to Samaria in 725 B.C. to quell this rebellion. He took Hoshea prisoner, and what became of him we don't know. But he laid siege to the city of Samaria in 725 B.C., and for nearly 3 years the city withstood the rigors of the siege. In 722, while Samaria was still unconquered, Shalmaneser died, and he was succeeded by Sargon II. And shortly after his succession to the throne, Samaria fell, and the northern kingdom came to an end. His armies had won their victory at Samaria, and Sargon was forced to march quickly homeward to quell rebellion in other parts of his empire. The Elamites, led by Merodach-Baladan, captured Babylon, and Sargon was never able to regain this important territory. About the same time, revolt broke out in Syria. Arphad and Damascus attempted to break his hold upon them, and Sargon met and defeated them in a decisive battle at the Battle of Karkar in 720 B.C. And he died in 705 B.C. in a battle with some of the desert tribes off down in what was probably Assyria. Now, notice what's happening on the world scene. Many of these events are not recorded for us in the biblical text. In the biblical text, we only get little glimpses of them. Assyria comes into power, devastates Syria, Israel, Philistia, extends her influence on down to the very borders of Egypt. But while all of this is happening, she is being physically taxed by the wages of war. And while she is expending all of her energies in conquest, the little kingdom of Babylon is rising to power. Now this Merodach-Baladan that we've mentioned, that we've just noted, we'll see again a little later on in our study. But now Babylon is beginning to rise into power as a major world power with which to contend. We have found the cylinder of Sargon that I have mentioned to you earlier, that chronicles the conquest of the city of Samaria. The biblical record of the fall of Samaria is very brief. But we will note in 2 Kings chapter 17, verses 5 and 6, the account that's given to us in the biblical text. The king of Assyria came up throughout all the land and went up to Samaria and besieged it 3 years. And in the 9th year of Hoshea, the king of Assyria took Samaria and carried Israel away into Assyria and placed them in Halat on the Habor, the river of Gozan, and in the city of the Medes. However, the cylinder of Sargon gives us a specific record of this significant event. And this is a magnificent little prism written in very fine cuneiform characters in which we have the chronicles of the reign of Sargon II. And he tells us a number of very significant things that we would not know did we not have this archaeological record available to us. We're told that in the beginning of my reign, in my first year, which was in December of 722 BC, I besieged Samaria. I captured Samaria. 27,290 persons of its inhabitants I took captive. He tells us exactly how many he took captive. 27,290 he took captive. 50 chariots for my royal equipment I chose. I made it greater than it had been before. Did you catch that? He made it greater than it had been before. How did he do that? In 2 ways. Through his building projects, and secondly, he repopulated the land with conquered peoples from other countries. Now that's significant for us to note that, because this is laying the groundwork now, the foundation for certain events that are going to take place historically on out into the future that we're going to be needing to understand. And here's where it all starts. This is what happened. He said, I made it greater than it had been before. People of the lands I had conquered, I settled there, and I appointed my governor over them. Tribute, taxes I imposed upon them as upon Assyrians. Now we're told in the cylinder of Sargon that he repeopled or repopulated the country by peoples or with peoples from other conquered nations. And these nations are mentioned in the cylinder of Sargon. Babylon, Kuthath, Ava, Haniat, and many of these places are way down into Saudi Arabia. And he mentions that he had captured countries and nations and peoples in far-off lands that no one had ever seen before. And he brings all of these peoples into Samaria, and he repopulates them in the land, resettles them there, and he imposes taxes and tributes on them as Assyrians. And an interesting thing happened. These 27,290 that are carried away captive into Assyria intermarry with the Assyrians, and they disappear from the scene. Those of Israel that are left behind in the land intermarry with these foreigners from these other far-off lands, and the result is now we've got on our hands a mongrelized race of people, a group of half-blooded Jews that are going to be known now from this point on as the Samaritans, the hated half-blooded Jews of the time of Ezra and Nehemiah and on down to the time of Jesus, and even to this very day. Nablus is the center of the Samaritan religion today. There's about 500 Samaritans still in the world, most of whom live very near Nablus. They still offer sacrifices on Mount Gerizim annually. At the Passover, they have their own Pentateuch, very similar to the Masoretic text. And here we have the beginnings now of this group of people, the remnants of the northern kingdom of Israel, that are going to figure prominently historically for us a little later on in our study. Now, have you ever heard of the 10 lost tribes of Israel? You ever heard anybody mention the 10 lost tribes of Israel? It's all a myth. It's all a myth. Figment of somebody's overactive imagination. There's not any such thing as the 10 lost tribes of Israel. We know what happened to them. We know where they went. We know what happened. 27,290 of them were carried off into Assyria, and they intermarried, and they disappeared from the scene. Those that are left behind intermarry with these pagan peoples that repopulate the land. We have this mongrelized race of people on our hands. The Samaritans.
Quite a good myth, though, is the Anglican views, of England.
Oh, yes. Yes, there's all kinds of crazy, I mean absolutely absurd things being taught and promulgated today about the Jews. Anti-Semitic publications and literature of all kinds, most of it emanating in California. And I imagine some of you have either heard of or read of some of these articles telling about how that all of the Jews are actually descendants of the Russians, the Khazars. And they have all of these facts that are so grotesque, they're completely out of any kind of historical context. They're just absurd. And I believe that they're formulated and promulgated by the devil himself, for the simple reason he hates God's chosen people, the Jews. But just keep one thing in mind whenever you read any of these publications or anything like this, or you read any kind of exaggerated statements or hateful statements or anti-Semitic statements about the Jews, just remember that regardless of what the Jew is or what he isn't, or what Israel is or Israel isn't, God says those who bless Israel are going to be blessed, And those who curse Israel are going to be cursed. And that's the bottom line in the whole matter. And so you better know what side of the fence you'd better be on in this whole situation. Well,
the Druze people that you kind of introduced us to that day, are they following a category?
No. Gary asked about the Druze, and you probably, some of you have never even heard of the Druze. This is a group of people who reside in Israel today, up on the Golan, in what was at one time a part of Syria. Remember, Gary, they claim to be descendants of Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, who were Midianites, who lived down in the Sinai, you remember. So they're not a part of these people here at all. What happens to Israel, the northern kingdom? What did they say at the very beginning? We don't want any part in the inheritance of Jesse. Nothing to do with the Messianic covenant or the promise. They severed themselves from it, and that's what happened to them. They just disappeared from the scene. Yes, sir.
Part of the Samaritans that had actually adherence to the Samaritan census was still doing the sacrifices. Aren't they still in the marriage and everything that there's been a designated race now?
That's correct.
And they're down to about 600.
Yes, it's about 500. The last time I had the figures on it, I think it was 463. Yes, and mental, physical deformities of all kinds. As a matter of fact, a few years ago, when I was still teaching at the university, one of my colleagues at the university is one of the foremost linguists in the world today. And he is authority in child language, a native Israeli. And he wanted me, when I went to Israel, to go to Nablus and take some pictures of the Samaritan kids, because most of them have severe either physical or mental deformities. And it was a very interesting incident that occurred. I got a group of the children that were all playing in the street and told them all to line up, that I wanted to take some pictures of them. Well, of course, as you know probably, Nablus is one of the real Arab strongholds in the country, so most of these little children were Arab children. But there were a few of the Samaritan children playing around, and of course they were the ones I wanted, but they were just hanging back and a little reluctant to come and to get into the picture, and I didn't really understand why. I thought, well, maybe they don't want their picture taken, or maybe there's something against the taking of the picture, because the Orthodox Jews won't let you take their picture. You see, the Bible says you'll not make unto yourself any graven image, and they don't want to be one. And when they see you start to take their picture, they'll hold their hat up in front of their face, or they'll turn their back or something until they want to get their passport, and then all things are relative. But I lined all these kids up and then started calling to these Samaritan children, and they were some of them red-headed and freckle-faced and cross-eyed, and their body was not in the proper physical proportion, and you could tell that there were mental deficiencies that were there. And of course these were the ones that he wanted, and I was going to get in and take their picture close. And I called to them and told them to come on and get into the picture, and one of them saddled up, and one of the other little kids just turned around and just hit him right up the side of the head and just rolled him out in the street. And he turned to me and he said, "Well, you don't want him," said, "he's a Samaritan." And so you see, even to this day, why there's that discrimination. And it's interesting that these were Arabs that were cuffing him and not Jews. But you remember, in Jesus' day, these Samaritans were so hated that the Jew would go all of the way around Samaria to keep from coming in contact with any of them. If they were journeying from north to south, they'd go from the north either down the coastal plain and then around, or down the Jordan Valley and around, to keep from going through the territory of Samaria, because they considered these people to be dogs, and that's what they're known as, Samaritan dogs, because they actually mongrelized the race. They forsook Yahwehism, they forsook Jehovah as God, and so they've been hated and despised from that time down till this. Yes.
That's why when Jesus was at the well with that Samaritan woman that asked Jesus, why would Jesus take a drink for her?
Yes, yes, because she knew that that was not the common practice for a Jew to even speak to a Samaritan. So the woman at the well says, "Why do you even ask me, a Samaritan, to drink, being a Jew?" Yes.
Does that mean that the Jews of today are not descended from any of these 10 tribes?
No. Now that is a pertinent question, but it's a complex one. You see, whenever we look at a situation, we tend to have tunnel vision and look at it from just one little narrow perspective. Elijah was doing that, wasn't he? When he was in the cave, whining. God said, "Don't you worry about this situation. I've got it well in hand and fully under control. There are at least 7,000 out here that haven't bowed the knee to Baal." But the nation as a whole, the direction of the nation, the precedent that had been set by the king, was one of paganism and idolatry. So we can say on one hand that the whole nation, the 10 tribes, simply disappear from the scene as they intermarry. But the fact of the matter is that there were probably numerous individuals that had not bowed the knee to Baal. What about this 7,000? You know what I believe? I believe God sustained them all the way through this situation. Probably the ravages of war didn't even affect them. Do you know there is one tiny settlement in Israel today, in the north, in Galilee, at Pekin, way up here in the north. It's not going to be on the map here anywhere. Way up in here, in the mountains of Galilee, an isolated community, have their synagogue there that they trace all of the way back past the time of Nebuchadnezzar to the time of the existence of the northern kingdom, and the tradition of the people is that they were never, ever affected by the ravages of the war.
Are they Jews?
Yes, they're Jews.
They're in Lebanon now, they're not.
No.
That's not Lebanon.
No, it's in Israel. It's in northern Galilee, but it's still in Israel, Pekin. And it's interesting because they have traditions that have just been unbroken for all of these generations, you see. So I'm saying that although by and large the nation as a whole simply disappears from the scene, yet God has reserved unto himself that portion in Israel of those who did not bow the knee to Baal. Where they're at, we don't know. Only God knows. But it's not a part of the myth, you see, of the 10 lost tribes of Israel.
Yes.
Well, I'm wondering about, they say that there's between 12 and 15 million Jews in the world right now. And with the conglomerate that they've come in contact with the various races, every race under the sun has intermarried or bred with them to whatever tradition this may be. And still, how do they retain their identity except through religion?
Well, that's an interesting question. And again, the answer to the question is much more complex. The whole thing is so absolutely complex that the rabbinate today can't even decide on some of these questions as to who is a Jew. Because, as you've said, throughout the centuries, the Jews have been the brunt, or had to bear the brunt, of not only wars but pogroms that were directed against them, persecution. The women were raped and bore children from the conquering armies. And in Judaism, because of that reason, it has always been that the lineage is determined by the mother and not by the father. Now, in Islam, or among the Arabs, it's just the opposite. If your father was an Arab, you're an Arab. If your mother was a non-Arab, then it doesn't make any difference. If your daddy was an Arab, you're an Arab. But if your mother was an Arab and your daddy was a non-Arab, then you're not an Arab. But in Judaism, it's just the opposite. If your mother was a Jew, then you're a Jew. Doesn't make any difference who your daddy was. And that's the way they determine it today. But the question, who is a Jew, is answered today in this way. He is a Jew who says he is a Jew and who acts like a Jew and who observes the Jewish religion. And that's the only way that it can be settled or determined, because of all of the vicissitudes of the passing centuries of time. Yes.
I was speaking to Bill Levitt. He said the thing that he knows so much, he goes out into any type of society, and they always ask him, well, what are you, a Messianic Jew, etc., etc.? He said, well, I tell you what. He said, they used to call us Christians.
Who's that?
Bill Levitt.
Oh. Yeah, I know him. Uh-huh.
Boy, how about there seems to be kind of two classes of Jews from our appearance. There's a real dark
Yes.
Jews, and then the light, even.
All right, Con mentioned, now this is an aside, but while we're here we'll discuss it. All of these things we're talking about, and the people on the tape will, or who are listening to the tape, will have to forgive me because I've told you not to ask questions before anyway. But we do make concessions from time to time. Khan has pointed out that when you're in Israel, you see what appears to be two different classes of Jews. One of them are dark skin and they have dark eyes, and the other have light skin and are light complected and may have blue eyes, and they don't look like the others. What you do have is, in fact, two different groups of Jews. One group are the descendants of those who were dispersed to the north and to the east, and they're known as Oriental Jews, or Sephardim, the Sephardic Jews. The word Sepharad is the Hebrew word for Spain. A lot of them went over into Spain, too.
But the second group, they're known as the Ashkenazim, or Ashkenaz is the Hebrew word for Germany. They're the European Jews, the Jews that went to Europe. And so you do have a difference in skin color, in appearance, and everything from the Jews. And even in the pronunciation, you have two different pronunciations of Hebrew. You have the Ashkenazi pronunciation and you have the Sephardic pronunciation. But the accepted pronunciation for modern Hebrew is the Sephardic, as opposed to the Ashkenazi. But all of this has resulted from the environment to which they were dispersed in centuries past. So this whole problem of who is a Jew and what is a Jew is very complex, but getting back to our original question, it has to do with these so-called 10 tribes to the north. What happened to them? Are any remnants of these 10 tribes still alive today as Jews? And I think the answer to that question is yes, because the Bible says that in the last days Ephraim, or Israel, and Judah are going to be united together again, back in the land as one, as God reaches out and extends forth his hand the second time and brings his people back home, and with a united force, they're going to swoop down upon the Arab nations and defeat them in battle. And of course we know that happened in 1967. A fulfillment of that prophecy recorded for us in the 11th chapter of the book of Isaiah. So it's a very complex problem, a very complex question, but we see essentially for our purposes now in the historical development what happens in the dispersal of the peoples into Assyria, 721 BC again, and for all practical purpose, the 10 northern tribes and the northern kingdom of Israel disappears historically from the scene. Now, this takes us in our study back to Judah, doesn't it? We left off in Judah with whom? Hezekiah. We have already noticed what happened after Sargon II. His son Sennacherib succeeded him to the throne, and he turns his attentions towards Jerusalem, and we see what happened. Hezekiah was spared. The army of Sennacherib destroyed 185,000. Sennacherib returns back home in defeat, and we know now the answer to the question that was asked earlier. Wasn't he killed by his own sons when he returned? And the answer to that question is yes, because during the break someone looked it up and brought it to me, and we found it in the biblical text. And what is that passage so we can give it to everybody? It's 2 Kings.
2 Corinthians.
No, it can't be 2 Corinthians. 2 Chronicles. 2 Chronicles,
32.
chapter 32, verse 21. And tells you that when Sennacherib returned home, his two sons killed him, maybe because they were mad over losing 185,000 of their soldiers in the conquest of Jerusalem. Well, now following the death of Hezekiah, Hezekiah's son Manasseh succeeds his father to the throne. He's only 12 years old when he begins to reign, and he immediately turns away from the religion of his father. Why? We don't know. It may be that he had fallen under the influence of pagan-minded advisors in the court, but At any rate, he turned immediately away from the religious practices of his father and went completely over to idolatry. He set up in Jerusalem and other places the shrines of Baal, Ashtart, Moloch, and the other heathen gods, and he even practiced child sacrifice as was required in the worship of Moloch. Do you remember Moloch? The pagan Canaanite god. He was depicted as just being a giant head with a gaping mouth, and they would build a fire on the inside and then throw their children into the fire. And it was called passing their children through the fire. And you remember this practice was done in Jerusalem where? In the valley of Hinnom. Hinnom. And when this pagan practice was stamped out in the land, this place where the child sacrifices and the worship of Molech and these other pagan gods had taken place was turned into a garbage heap, a trash heap, a dump. And they threw the bodies of the dead who were too poor to be buried and all of the garbage in the trash. And because of the stench, there was a continuous fire burning there to keep down the stench and the disease. And Jesus then, during his ministry, refers to the place of the abode of the wicked as being like Gehinnom, like the valley of Hinnom. And we transliterate that over in Greek as Gehenna. So we see here Manasseh instituting the worship of Molech in the land. Wizards, familiar spirits, enchantments, and other superstitious practices were also instituted. And to make these practices universal, he persecuted the prophets and the leaders of Jehovah worship. He refused to hear the admonition of the faithful, the warning of the prophets. And his new program of worship went to such disgraceful extremes and brought about a condition such as had never been seen in Judah before or after his day. We read in 2 Kings chapter 21, verse 16, Manasseh shed innocent blood very much till he had filled Jerusalem from one end to the other, besides his sins wherewith he made Judah to sin. Well, because of our time, let's stop here, and we will continue in our study tomorrow at 7:30 to look at the rest of the reign of Manasseh and then follow the southern kingdom on from Manasseh down to the time of its captivity by Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon in 586 B.C. So we'll see you tomorrow at 7:30.
We left off in our last lesson now with Manasseh, the son of Hezekiah. We're going to pick up with Manasseh and follow Judah now through the remainder of her history as a nation, and then on into the period of the exile, the captivity, and then we'll note something of the prophet of this period, and then talk about Babylon, what kind of a country it was, some of the significant things that happened to the Jews when they were in Babylon, and then the period of the return, the re-establishment in the land, the restoration and rebuilding of the temple. And will take us down to the close of the Old Testament canon, about 400 B.C. Who was Manasseh? He was the son, as we've already mentioned, of Hezekiah, and he was 12 years old when he came to the throne. For some reason or other, perhaps because he had fallen under the influence of pagan-minded advisors in the court, he turned away from the religious practices of his father, and he set up shrines to Ashtar, Molech, as we have already noted in our last study. And he even practiced child sacrifice, wizards, familiar spirits, enchantment, and other superstitious practices were also instituted. He persecuted the prophets and the leaders of Jehovah worship and refused to hear the admonition of the faithful prophets of Jehovah. About the time of the death of Hezekiah, Sennacherib dies, and his son Esarhaddon comes to the throne. Now, Sennacherib dies in 681 B.C. And Esarhaddon began a long period of conquest. Evidently, Manasseh continued to pay a tribute to Esarhaddon as his father had done. And upon the death of Esarhaddon in 668 B.C., his son, the very well-known Ashurbanipal, came to the throne in 668 B.C. in Assyria. And in one campaign, Ashurbanipal came against Egypt and on down into Judah, and although Judah was allowed to keep her independent, many captives were carried away into Babylon, and one of them was Manasseh. Manasseh the king, carried away as a captive into Babylon. Now, this is in 668 B.C., approximately. However, for some reason or other, Manasseh was allowed to return. And
interestingly enough, he seems to have been given authority over Samaria as well as over Judah. Probably with the understanding, of course, that he would remain loyal to the Assyrians and serve somehow as a block to the rebellious Egyptian kingdom. Upon his return to Jerusalem, Manasseh began immediately to undo all of the evil practices that he had done at the beginning of his reign. He attempted to initiate a religious reform and became very energetic and sincere in advocating Jehovah worship. He made a very determined effort, but discovered that it was impossible to turn back the tide, and after 55 years on the throne, he died and left his kingdom to his son Ammon. Ammon, does that name have some kind of a strange ring about it to you? Ammon. Does it sound Hebrew? No. Ammon. Ammon happened to be the name of one of the principal Egyptian deities. Egyptian god. Ammon. Have you heard of Ammon-Re? One of the principal Egyptian deities. Ammon. And in this we note the influence, you see, of the Egyptian religion, the Babylonian religion. We can see these in the names of the individuals. And we've talked about the influence of these pagan religions before upon the peoples in the land. You remember way back when we were discussing the subject of Babylonianism, and how this vile religious practice spread just like an octopus spreads its tentacles from one end of the known world to the other. And because of the immediate proximity of these countries, one to the other, they often, as we've already noted, adopted the religious practices of the peoples in the land where they were sojourning, or in the immediate proximity to their own country. And we notice the influence, even to this late date, of the Egyptian religions on the kingdom of Judah and the peoples of the land. His policy was exactly that of his father Manasseh. He went to work to undo the reforms, the later reforms of his aged father, and he went to such excess in his enthusiastic advocacy of idolatry, his behavior so disgraceful, that his own servants slew him after a very brief 2-year reign. And he was succeeded by his son Josiah, who came to the throne when he was only 8 years old. And Josiah was certainly one of the best, if not the best, of all of Judah's kings. He was a man loved and honored because of his character and achievements. He came to the throne when he was only 8 years old, having been trained by God-fearing friends. And his loyalty to Jehovah was well known and demonstrated by his efforts to clear out idolatry and to strengthen the worship of Jehovah. And one of the most important enterprises during the reign of Josiah was the repairing or the restoration of the temple, which had been neglected for such a long period of time. Money was collected for the undertaking, and workmen were employed, and Hilkiah the priest was in charge of the work. And in clearing out the temple, they found a roll or a book, which was called, or is called in the biblical text, as the Book of the Law. Now, there's some question in the mind of scholars as to just exactly what the contents of the book were, whether it contained all of the book of the law, namely Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, or whether it was just, as some have suggested, the book of Deuteronomy that was actually a later compilation of the earlier laws that had been given. And this is a theory that is popular, or was popular for some time, among the documentary hypothesis. And so they assigned to this particular document the designation of D, and said that it dated from 621, which is the time of the reform of Josiah. We've talked about the documentary hypothesis, have we not? The very complicated source theory. We haven't talked about that in this class. Well, I guess that it was in Science and the Bible that we dealt with that, and I didn't mention that to you. I thought maybe when we had discussed the subject of inspiration, we had mentioned the subject of the documentary hypothesis. Let me just go into it very briefly. In 1751, a Frenchman who was a physician, he wasn't a Bible scholar, he was a physician. Now that doesn't mean he wasn't a Bible scholar and a physician, but his background and training was as a physician, by the name of Jean Hester, was reading the biblical text in the Hebrew, and he noted that there were two names for God used in the Hebrew, as we have already noticed: Elohim and Yahweh. And he proposed that these two names had come from two different sources. So we have a Elohim source and a Jehovah source. And this started the critical theory. Now you remember I was telling you in one of our earlier studies, either yesterday or the day before, about the rise of this incoming tide of rationalism in the 16th and 17th centuries, and this is a corresponding development to it, and how that the biblical text did not escape all of this critical scrutiny and examination. And so this is at that period of time when everything was being analyzed critically, and the theory then began to develop from this proposition of Astruc that the names for God indicated two different sources in the biblical text. Well, without going into a lot of detail, the theory developed over the years until a man by the name of Graf, a German scholar, proposed a theory that was later stabilized by a man by the name of Wellhausen, that was known as the Graf-Wellhausen theory. It later becomes known as the documentary hypothesis, and the whole method of critical analysis is called higher biblical criticism. And the theory was basically this, that there were four principal sources from which the biblical text was compiled. There was the J source, or the Jehovah source, that dated from 850 BC. There was the Elohim source that dated from 750 BC. There was the Deuteronomy source that dated from the time of the reform of Josiah, 621 BC, and then the priestly source was all of the documents and the materials that were post-exilic, that is, approximately 500 BC and following. And they said that it was from one of these four principal sources that all of the biblical text was compiled. J, E, D, or P. Jehovah, Elohim, Deuteronomy, or priestly, and that none of them dated any earlier than 850 BC. Now what does that do? Immediately eliminates any possibility for Mosaical authorship. It eliminates the possibility for divine inspiration of the text in the sense in which we think of it. And so basically this critical theory was proposed by liberal theologians belonging to the German school. And it became the principal method for biblical criticism, and unfortunately I must inform you that it still remains in many Bible colleges and theological seminaries down to this very day, simply because the scholarship in the classroom has not kept up with the scholarship and the research in the field. Now, this theory was based upon the premise that the biblical text was assembled by Ezra and the men of the great synagogue about 400 BC, and that it remained in a relatively stable form, relatively unchanged, from that time down to this day, so that we could go to that text that was designated as the Masoretic text, or the traditional text, and by the usage of divine names, as we have already seen, by the parallel and or duplicate accounts, by the diction and style, we could then divide the biblical text up in this patchwork of J, E, P, or D. And they went to great lengths to determine the sources, not only of books or of chapters or of verses, but even of words. And there was one Bible that was published that was color-coded for each of the various different sources. And there may be just one word in the whole
paragraph that happened to belong to J, and then all of the rest of it was E, or P and D. And this theory remained the principal theory of biblical criticism, biblical exegesis, until we found the Dead Sea Scrolls. And when we found the Dead Sea Scrolls, we found that there wasn't just one principal text or one Masoretic text. There were many texts that were contemporary, one with the other. It was just like that we would find 5 different versions of the biblical text such as we have today, like the American Standard and the King James and the Living Bible and the New English Bible and the Revised Standard Version. And they all contain basically the same information, but they use different words, different styles, different means to communicate the same ideas. And that's just exactly what happened to the Dead Sea Scrolls. And when we found them, then this whole critical theory just came tumbling down, because it had been built on the basic premise that the Bible had continued in a relatively unaltered form from the time of its final editing with Ezra down to the present time. We found that wasn't true. So because the theory was an error, the whole premise, because the premise was an error, the whole theory was an error, and all of Bible scholars who are very actively involved in the field today no longer accept the documentary hypothesis. It is passé. But there are those, and maybe those, old textbooks or other writings or works that you might be reading that will state relative to the reform of Josiah that what they found was the book of Deuteronomy. So that's the reason why I wanted to mention it to you. But it is apparent that whatever they found, and as far as I'm concerned, I feel that it was probably the complete Pentateuch, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, or the Torah, as it is known in Hebrew, which means the law. And that's what they said. They found the book of the law. That when this document was discovered and the contents were read, the king was so moved that he immediately instituted a religious reform to carry out the requirements that were stated in the book, assisted by the prophet Jeremiah. And now we are introduced to this great prophet of God for the first time. Josiah set in motion plans for a nationwide reformation. The first step was the utter destruction of all forms of pagan worship in the land, and this program was most thorough. Even the priests who ministered at the pagan altars were slain, and after he had cleaned out all idolatry, they proceeded immediately to replace it with a comprehensive program of real worship. The nation was called upon to observe the Passover. It was done with elaborate sacrifices and great ceremony, and outwardly, at least, the Reformation was complete. But unfortunately, there were too many of the subjects of the king who were still sympathetic with the idolatry of his father and his grandfather for the reform to have really fully accomplished its
intended purpose. He did his best, but the sins of Manasseh could not be easily erased. Manasseh himself had not been able to erase them. Let's talk for just a moment about the prophet Jeremiah. Jeremiah came from the little village of Anatot, which was just a short distance from Jerusalem, and his ministry covered a period of approximately 50 years. He began his work about the time of Josiah's Reformation and continued on throughout the final years of the southern kingdom. During this very critical period in the history of the southern kingdom, he was the one steady and reliable religious influence on the people. During the reign of Josiah, considerable political events of international importance are taking place. Assyria, after more than a century of cruel domination, was fast coming to an end of her control in Southwest Asia. We've already noted that, the beginning of the end, in our last class session. Egypt, ambitious for a larger place in world affairs, unwisely lined up with Assyria. Babylonia was on the threshold of a period of ambitious expansion with the Medes, or Media, backing her up. Now, supported by the Medes, she made ready for the attack on Nineveh, the capital of Assyria. In 616 B.C., an Egyptian army had gone to Syria, up here to the north on our map, to assist Assyria, who was way over here to the east, in her struggle against the advances of Babylon and Media. In 612, and this is an important date for us, 612 B.C., Nineveh, the capital city of the Assyrians, fell, and Pharaoh Necho, Necho, Pharaoh Necho, felt that he must get additional help to Assyria before his ally was completely defeated. However, in order to get help to Syria, he had to go through where? Palestine. Had to go through Palestine, and for some reason or other, Josiah refused to give him permission to go. Now, there are several possible reasons why he would refuse, but at any rate, he was determined to block the passage of Egypt's army, and he moved to the most strategic spot in the country to attempt to stop Pharaoh Necho. And where do you think that would have been? Megiddo. At Megiddo. A very excellent spot to try to stop any northward advancement that was coming up along the coastal plain, because there is a very small path here at Megiddo that allows passage from the coastal plain through this mountain range, actually an extension of the Carmel range, you see, back to the south and to the east, allowing them then to enter into the plain of Megiddo, or the valley of Megiddo, and then hit the Jordan Valley and go on up into Syria. So this was the strategic spot in the country, the ideal and logical place for Josiah to attempt to block the passage of Necho's army. But unfortunately, in this encounter, he was shot and killed, and the body of Josiah was brought back to Jerusalem for burial, and there was universal sorrow at the untimely death of this good king. In the meantime, the shift of power in the east was about complete. And without relating all of the details, it will satisfy our purposes here merely to say that Assyria was finally conquered and that Babylonia was to be the dominant world power in the east for about 100 years. Upon the death of Josiah, Shallum, his youngest son, was put on the throne by popular demand. And Shallum's name was changed to Jehoahaz. Pharaoh Necho of Egypt commanded the young king to appear before him, and he put him in chains and sent him to Egypt as a prisoner, probably because he suspected him of being disloyal. Then Necho placed Eliakim, the oldest brother of Jehoahaz, on the throne and changed his name to Jehoiakim. Now, you have the spelling of all of these kings, don't you, in your textbook on page 303, so I'll not put them on the board. But unfortunately, Jehoiakim was nothing but a puppet under Pharaoh Necho. When Necho lost his gamble for power because of the victories of Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, Jehoiakim now came under control of Nebuchadnezzar. For a while, there was relative peace in Judah, but a bit later, a group in Jehoiakim's court who favored Egypt grew stronger and evidently forced the king to ally himself with them, so that he deliberately failed to pay the customary tribute to King Nebuchadnezzar, and Nebuchadnezzar could not allow this defiance to go unnoticed. So about 606 BC, and we're beginning now to note the beginning of the end. This is one important date for us. 606 BC, Nebuchadnezzar came up against the city of Jerusalem, laid siege to Jerusalem, and we are told that he carried away Jehoiakim in fetters to Babylon in 2 Chronicles chapter 36 and verse 6, if you're following along in the biblical text. 2 Chronicles 36 and verse 6. And with him he also carried away into Babylon a number of the princes of Judah, including Daniel, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. The next king of Judah was Coniah, Coniah, whose name was changed to Jehoiachin. He was the son of Jehoiakim and was only 18 years old at the time. He soon proved disloyal to Nebuchadnezzar, and again the Babylonian army came to Jerusalem. Seeing his case was hopeless, he and his family surrendered and were taken along with 10,000 others to Babylonia. And among these captives taken in 597 B.C. was the prophet Ezekiel. The Babylonians probably also carried with them as much treasure as they could loot from the city of Jerusalem, and Jehoiachin was a prisoner in Babylon for some 30 years. The Babylonians then placed Mattaniah, who took the name of Zedekiah, in charge of the depleted little kingdom. He was only 21 years old, and he faced the task of trying to govern a group of poor people who had been left without any leaders or the best of the crop. They had all been carried away into captivity, and he had no one upon whom he could lean except Jeremiah the prophet. And so it was natural for him to, when Tyre and Sidon and Ammon and Edom and Moab invited him to join them in a coalition against Babylonia, it was natural that he would align himself with them in an attempt to shake off these Babylonian fetters. However, Nebuchadnezzar hears of Zedekiah's decision, and perhaps because of this or for some other reason, he sends for Zedekiah, and Zedekiah goes all the way to Babylon, where he tells the king that he will be loyal, and he is allowed to return to his post in Jerusalem, but his loyalty is short-lived, because in 588 B.C., a new pharaoh by the name of Hophra-Apphres, H-O-P-H-R-A, Hophra-Apphres, A-P-R-I-E-S, came to rule in Egypt. He was very ambitious and soon began plans for conquest in Babylon, because, again, he would have to go through the kingdom of Judah in order to reach Babylon. It was natural that he would invite the king of Judah to join him in such an undertaking. There were many in Zedekiah's kingdom who were favorable to such an alliance, and they put such pressure on the king that he bent to their wishes, in spite of the very clear warnings of the prophet Jeremiah. It was Nebuchadnezzar's turn now to come up once and for all and settle the matters, and he came swiftly and with vengeance. They besieged Jerusalem to such a degree that the city was utterly destroyed. As far as Nebuchadnezzar was concerned, he had had all that he was going to take. The city must not rise again to trouble him. It was sacked, and the temple of Jehovah was destroyed. The day was the 9th day of the Jewish month of Av in 586 BC. Second Kings chapter 25 and verse 9, he burned the house of Jehovah and the king's house and all the houses of Jerusalem. And this one proud city was utterly destroyed, stripped of all of its treasures, and without walls for protection, was left in complete ruin, and for more than a century it was to remain in desolation. Zedekiah and his family attempted to escape. They hurried down to Jericho, but here at Jericho they were overtaken, and Zedekiah was taken on up into Syria to Riblah on the Orontes River. This is the Orontes to the north of Israel. And here his sons were slain, and he was forced to look on. And then with this picture of horror fresh in his mind, he was blinded with hot coals and carried in chains captive into Babylon. When the work of destruction was completed, the best of the remaining people were carried away as captives, and this was the third and the last group of exiles. So you see, we've had 3 waves of deportation, the first in 606, the second in 597, and the third in 586. And after Nebuchadnezzar is through with Jerusalem, there's only a tiny band of hopeless Jews left in the kingdom of Judah. They're discouraged and leaderless. To control them, Nebuchadnezzar placed a man by the name of Gedaliah, Gedaliah, as governor. His headquarters were at Mizpeh, just a little bit to the north of Jerusalem. We've heard of Mizpeh before, have we not? During the ministry of whom? Do you remember? Mizpeh? Samuel. And it was from Mizpeh that Gedaliah tried to serve as a steadying influence to the remnant of poor, discouraged people left behind. Let's pause just a moment and turn the tape over to side number 2. Jeremiah, the prophet, remained in Judah to do what he could to encourage the desolate remnant. And he boldly predicted that one day they would be allowed to return to their homeland. And such a hope, of course, would seem so impossible and preposterous that few, if any, believed it. Turn with me to Jeremiah chapter 25, because this is a significant prophecy. We want to have a note at it at this time. Jeremiah chapter 25. And let's look at verse 11 and 12. This whole land shall be a waste and an astonishment, and these nations shall serve the king of Babylon 70 years. Then, after 70 years are completed, I will punish the king of Babylon and that nation, the land of the Chaldeans, says the Lord, for their iniquity, and I will make the land of the Chaldeans a perpetual waste. What does Daniel say? Or excuse me, Jeremiah. What does Jeremiah say? Says that after, now notice how specific he is in specifying the return. He doesn't say someday you're going to return. He says in 70 years you're going to return. So he specifies specifically the length of the return, just exactly how long it's going to be. However, insurrection breaks out among those left in Judah. Gedaliah was murdered by a man by the name of Ishmael, a member of the royal family, and a civil war resulted among the little band left behind. And fearing the wrath of Nebuchadnezzar, the leaders in the land fled to Egypt. And they took Jeremiah with them. And so in this unhappy manner, the once glorious kingdom of Israel came to an end. And when I say the once glorious kingdom of Israel, I'm talking about the United Kingdom. Israel to the north, 721 BC, and now Judah to the south, 586 BC. And we can see that the nation was broken up into four now distinctly different groups. Israel had been carried away in 721 BC into Assyria. Judah carried away 606, 597, 586 into Babylon. One little small band yet left behind in Judah, and then another band that had fled to Egypt. Now keep that in mind, because it's going to be important for us. The little band in Egypt is going to do something that will have untold consequences in setting the stage for an event that is going to take place a few centuries yet on out into the future. Now, we know quite a little bit archaeologically about the group of Jews that fled to Egypt. We have done a considerable amount of archaeological excavations in the area, found one Jewish community in particular that is known as the Jewish community of Yev, or Yeb. Or you'll also see it in your study as Elephantine. Just spell elephant and put I-N-E on it. Elephantine. And here in the archaeological excavations at Elephantine in Egypt, we found a number of documents that are known as the Elephantine papyri. Papyrus manuscripts, and some of them were documents of correspondence, listen to this because it's interesting, between the Jewish community in Egypt and the Samaritans in Israel. And some of these documents were written after the return from exile on the part of the Jew, and the community in Egypt sides more with the Samaritan community than they do with the Jewish community. They have their own temple that's been excavated. It was oriented, turned on its axis, so that it was lined up directly facing toward Jerusalem. And these documents have served to tell us much about the Jewish community in Egypt after the destruction of the temple in 586 BC. And apparently these Jews fared well while they were in Egypt. They were well received and apparently prospered. And they were allowed to build their own cities and to follow their own religious practices and to transfer their lifestyle right on into Egypt without any disturbance. However, in spite of the fact that they had constructed this temple at Elephantine, as I've already mentioned it to you, all of them were not worshipers of Jehovah. There were those who also settled near the Nile River, repudiated Jehovah worship altogether, and became idolaters. But the Jews continued to live in Egypt even after those from Babylon returned to Jerusalem. And at the time of the conquest of Alexander the Great, there were a great number of Jewish communities in Egypt, one of which was at Cairo, and a remnant of that community still remains, the community of the Jews. And I have been in the Jewish synagogue in Cairo. Just recently, Premier Begin visited in Cairo and visited in the Jewish synagogue. Did you happen to notice that in the newspapers, see an account of that? Heliopolis is just a suburb of Cairo today, so Cairo is located approximately here in the Delta area on our map. And then there was another Jewish community, a large one, over at Alexandria. Alexandria, named after whom? Alexander the Great. And at the time of Alexander the Great's conquest of Egypt, 333, 332 B.C. and afterwards, there were many, many Jews living in Egypt. And their lifestyle now became dominated by Hellenism and the Greek culture of the Hellenistic Empire of Alexander the Great. Now, do any of you have any idea what that great event was that I mentioned to you just a moment ago? The writing in Egypt by the Jews of the translation of the Old Testament from Hebrew into Greek. The translation known as the Septuagint, or that is sometimes called just the 70, after the 70 learned Jews that labored in the translation of this document, making the language of Greek the prevailing language of the world at that time, making a text of the Old Testament available to the Jews who, living in Egypt, might not have been able to have read it in Hebrew at that time. But not only did it do that for the Jews, it provided the whole Gentile-speaking world with a copy of the biblical text in a language in which they could now read, that would prepare the way for the coming of the Messiah. So these Jews in Egypt made for us a very significant contribution at a later time historically. How about those in Babylonia? We've already noted that there were 3 different deportations into Babylonia, and the total number of these cannot be determined with any degree of accuracy, but probably there were more than 50,000 that were carried away. And they represented the leading people from every walk of life. But what about the world, the new world that was going to be theirs? Babylon. What was it like as compared to Palestine, for example, their country where they had lived? Well, compared to the poor little old hilly rocky country of Palestine, the big, rich, and prosperous country of Babylonia was like Gan Eden, or the Garden of Eden, a paradise. Here the Jews found an advanced culture, big business, and materialistic splendor. It was one of the chief cities of the world. It was the center of a vast empire that included all of Mesopotamia and the countries beyond, as well as Syria and Palestine. It was on the banks of the Euphrates River, and the ancient writers describe it as a city surrounded by 4 walls, each 15 miles in length. So the city was 15 square miles. 24 streets ran north and south, and the same number east and west, and in this way each street terminated at a gate in the wall. There were 100 of these gates, and it is said that in the center of each square was a garden. The city contained many elaborate and expensive buildings, such as palaces and temples. And you remember that Nebuchadnezzar, in order to relieve the homesickness of his wife, for her native hills, had constructed at tremendous expense one of the 7 wonders of the world, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. These were immense terraces that were placed on top of each other until they reached the height of the city wall. Nebuchadnezzar was an able king. He not only erected famous buildings, but developed agriculture and trade enterprise to bring great wealth and material prosperity to his kingdom. They had a system of canals that irrigated the lands and furnished water to ensure rich harvest. And here, in this wealthy, cultured, and prosperous kingdom, the poor little backward captive Jews that had been largely shepherds were going to make their home. And this new world forced upon them the necessity of adjusting to new situations. It's here that they were confronted with opportunities for the first time of attaining individual wealth and material prosperity. And I think there's little doubt that many of them soon became so engrossed in these pursuits and in the material prosperity and splendor of Babylon that they lost all interest in returning to Palestine. They far preferred to live in this new land where they could enjoy the fruit of their labor. And it is here that they developed their particular genius for merchandising. They were placed on a rich plain on the river Chebar, or Chebar, Chebar, which connected Babylon and Nippur. Apparently, they enjoyed freedom here in the new land, even though they appear to have been segregated, perhaps by choice. You see, Babylon now becomes the crucible in which the religion of the Jews is going to be purified in the refining fire of captivity. And maybe, sensing what had happened to the northern kingdom in assimilation, they chose to remain segregated. But segregated they were nonetheless. They did not intermarry. They managed their own affairs. They had their own government. And in religious matters also they appeared to have considerable freedom. We might ask, in view of all of the advantages that they enjoyed in their new home, if there were any punishments in this period of exile. How did the Jews feel about it? Well, perhaps those who were not spiritually oriented thought they had found a bird nest on the ground. But again, as I mentioned to you, Babylon becomes the refining fire of which the gold of Judaism is purified and refined. And we can tell from such passages of Scripture such as Psalms 87 that there are a great number of those that yearn for their homeland. We read, by the rivers of Babylon there we sat down, yea, we wept when we remembered Zion. Upon the willows in the midst thereof we hanged up our harps. For there they that led us captive required of us songs, and they that wasted us required of us mirth, saying, Sing us one of the songs of Zion. How shall we sing Jehovah's song in a foreign land? If I forget thee, O Jerusalem, let my right hand forget her skill. Let my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth, if I remember thee not, if I prefer not Jerusalem above my chief joy. Remember, O Jehovah, against the children of Edom the day of Jerusalem, who said, Raise it, even to the foundations thereof. O daughter of Babylon, that are to be destroyed, happy shall he be that rewardeth thee as thou hast served us. Happy shall he be that taketh and dasheth thy little ones against the rock. The disgrace of the captivity was their loss of freedom, the destruction of their government, being a people without a country, subjects of another power, a strange people in a strange land. Now, people who have once tasted of the privileges of an independent and free nation, even though it might be a small one, can never be happy in captivity again. And now we've already noted that Jeremiah advised the people that they would ultimately return to Judah. And we note again in Jeremiah chapter 29 and verse 10, For thus says the Lord, when 70 years are completed for Babylon, I will visit you and keep my good promise to you, causing you to return to this place. Well, before we go on, we might just note the fulfillment of this prophecy of Jeremiah, since we happen to be here at this place. Jeremiah said that the captivity was going to take place for how long? 70 years. And when did the captivity begin? Well, you see, it just depends on when you want to start it, doesn't it? 606 or 586? In 538 B.C., as we're going to note later on, I want to just mention this to you at this time. A man by the name of Cyrus issues a decree allowing the Jews to return back home. Now, one interesting question we're going to ask ourselves is, how is it that a Median king or a Persian king would allow a group of captives to return, but not only allow them to return, finance the whole operation? We'll talk about that a little later on. They set out in 537 and arrived in 536. And 536 from 606 is 70. They immediately started work rebuilding the temple. They left off for a little while, and through the urgings of the prophets Haggai and Zechariah, it was finally completed and dedicated in 516. And 516 from 586 is 70. So the dog's tail's just as long from one end as it is the other. It doesn't make any difference which date you want to take, whether you take 606 or whether you take 586. Whenever God speaks, it's going to be just that way. And he said they're going to be in captivity for 70 years, and whether you figure it from 606 or from 586, in both instances it comes out exactly 70 years as God spoke through the prophet Jeremiah. Now, it is during this period of time that we have the works of the prophets Ezekiel and Jeremiah and Daniel. We've already talked a little bit about Jeremiah and his ministry. We've mentioned that he went voluntarily down into Egypt, and there's a tradition that he died a martyr's death in Egypt. But let's note just for a moment, not just the prophets Ezekiel and Daniel, but let's note the prophets as a whole now, because we have first been introduced to them in the 9th century with the prophet Joel, and then Amos, and 8th century prophet Isaiah. And let's have a look for just a moment at the work of the prophet. Who was a prophet? What was a prophet? I think that there is, in our minds, a considerable amount of confusion on that subject. What is a prophet? What does the word prophet mean? What is the Hebrew word prophet? We tend, in our minds, when we start talking about prophet, to think of one who foretells the future, don't we? We basically think of a prophet as one who foretells. But that is not the case at all. There are actually 3 Hebrew words that are translated in the text as prophet. The first of these is the Hebrew term ro'eh. Ro'eh. And ro'eh in Hebrew means to see. To see. So a ro'eh is a seer. It's one who sees things. Who have we noted in our study that would fall into that category? Now think before you answer. Think. A seer. Samuel. Samuel, prime example in the biblical text of a seer. Don't you remember? He's called a seer. When Saul and his friend set out to try to find these donkeys that are strayed, they say, let's go see if Samuel the seer can't tell us where these donkeys are. Samuel is known as a ro'eh. There's another Hebrew word that is used, and this is the word choseh. Choseh. Now, a choseh is one who sees a chazon. And a chazon is a vision. Vision. So a choseh means visionary. A visionary. Now, who's the prime example of a visionary in the biblical text? We haven't paid a lot of attention to him yet, but we've mentioned his name. Thanks. Oh, think. Ezekiel saw the wheel way up in the middle of the air. You have this vision of Ezekiel. Ezekiel is a visionary, a Jose, one who sees the chazon. But the principal word that is used is the word Navi. Navi. Navi is the word that is translated prophet. But it does not mean one who foretells. It means one who foretells. Simply one who speaks for God, speaks forth the word of God, from God to his people. And there is not necessarily implied in the word Navi the idea of futuristic events. It may have to do with just a present day situation. However, as such is the case in many instances when one speaks forth an admonition from God, it has futuristic implications, that if you don't do this, thus and such is going to happen to you. And so it's from the very nature of the prophecy itself that we have come up with the erroneous conclusion that prophecy means to foretell. Prophecy does not mean to foretell. It means to announce or to foretell. They're known in the biblical text by other terms as well, as watchmen, or men of God, or messengers of Jehovah, or interpreters, or men of the Spirit. And there are several distinguishing marks by which we can recognize the prophet. He was influenced and motivated by his call to speak. He was conscious of God's authority, and on this basis he spoke courageously and uncompromisingly. Thus saith the Lord, or the word of God came unto me. He was a man of the Spirit that spent much of his time in communion with God, often in solitary and lonely places. He was often a rugged individualist who would attract attention. He followed no prescribed order and was independent of ritual and popular custom. He was faithful and often a fierce denouncer of evil practices of the individual and the nation. Many of the prophets reveal in their discourses the future of the nation and the kingdom of God, although, as I've already mentioned to you, the idea of future is not intrinsic within the meaning of the word prophet itself. These were all men who considered themselves to be called of God to declare the message that they had received. Sometimes this call came in an audible voice, and other times it came in a vision. But in each instance, the men were convinced that the message was from God, and they had been selected and commanded to give forth the message of God to the people of their time.
We don't have time to look at all of the prophets in detail, nor look at the writings of the prophets other than as they fit in with the historical development of the study that we have been giving ourselves to, but let's just look at the chronological order of the prophets so that we can place each one of them in their proper time frame. And then as our study progresses, if we feel that it would enlighten us as to the historical development of the period, we'll have a look at the individual prophet and his ministry during that particular period of time. Of course, when we start talking about prophets, Moses was a prophet, wasn't he? So we have a category of prophets that we'd probably designate as early prophets. Moses being around 1400, 1450. Then Samuel was a prophet in the 11th century BC. So Samuel and Moses would be considered as early prophets. Then we have the 9th century prophets. The 9th century prophets, Elijah, about 870, Elisha, about 850, Joel, about 840, and Jonah, about 800. Then the 8th century prophets, we have the prophet Amos in 760, who's prophesying against the northern kingdom of Israel, against Ahab and all of the abuses of the northern kingdom. Hosea, 750, and Isaiah, about 740 to 698. And then Micah, 735. It is during this particular period of time that we have the crisis in the northern kingdom, the invasion and wars of the Assyrians against the northern kingdom of Israel. In the 7th century, we have the prophet Zephaniah, 625 BC, and Jeremiah, 625 to 585, Nahum, 625, and Habakkuk in 610. And of course, this is the time of the Babylonian crisis to the south. The 6th century, or the prophets of the exile, are Daniel, 590, Ezekiel, 590, and Obadiah, 585. Then the latter prophets are Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi from 520 to 435. Before we go any further, let's just stop here and take a little break now. And whenever you hear the bell, come running back. We left off at our break with the prophets and the various periods of the prophets. And I might just mention to you, for purposes of correction, during the break, someone called to my attention that your textbook that you have mentions Moses as being a prophet of approximately 1350, does it not? Or 1300, and I said 1450. Well, my textbook that I have is the third edition, and I don't know what edition yours is, but mine was published in 1949. When was it printed? 79. Well, see, mine was printed 30 years ago. Mine is printed in 49. Yours, when was yours printed? Yours is the fifth printing. Well, you see what happened between then and now. A lot of archaeologists have redefined the period and the work of Moses. And I mentioned to you when we were looking at it that the problem of the chronology of the Exodus and the conquest was one of the biggest problems with which we are confronted in Bible study. And not only that, but we've never solved that problem down to this day. But a majority of the archaeologists who are currently working in the field prefer a mid-13th century date for the conquest of Canaan, which would put Moses back into the first part of the 13th, the latter part of the 14th century B.C., instead of in the 15th century, as I mentioned. But the fact is that there's a difference of opinion. And Dr. Hester, when he first wrote the book, went by the early date, and now he's changed it to the late date. So it doesn't make any difference. Either date is correct because we don't know. It's about a nickel of one and 5 cents of the other. But we have generally been holding to the older dating rather than the newer dating in our study. And not for any particular reason other than we just have. Now, I think that it might be profitable for us, before we go on, just to take a look very briefly at the prophets themselves and just a little thumbnail sketch about their work. We've already noticed Moses, of course, and Samuel, the two of the earliest prophets. Joel is probably the next earliest prophet in terms of chronology. His work following in or on the heels of the work of Samuel in the 9th century. The book of Joel is just a brief little book of 3 chapters and only has a total of 71 verses. The word Yoel in Hebrew means Jehovah is God. And again, it's the abbreviation of Yahweh and El. Yoel is Jehovah is God. We know very little about the man Joel. He was probably a native of Jerusalem,
as indicated by his familiarity with the temple and the temple services. His message was called forth by a national calamity. There had been a devastating plague of locusts which had left the land stripped of food, and this was followed by a famine resulting in poverty and misery, and these calamities created a situation that called for the Word of God. And Joel came forth to speak for God in this dark hour. The message of the book of Joel is, the day of the Lord is at hand. And it's in the book of Joel that we have this term coming to the forefront, perhaps stronger and more forcefully than it does at any other time or in any other place in the biblical text. The day of the Lord. And what is meant by the day of the Lord? Well, the fact of the matter is, there are several things that are meant by the day of the Lord, and this gives us an indication into the nature of prophecy. What did we say about prophecy? That the word prophet in Hebrew, or navi, does not necessarily mean to foretell. It means to foretell. But the nature of prophecy is that it may have a one-fold, a two-fold, a threefold, or even a fourfold fulfillment of prophecy. The day of the Lord in Joel was, first of all, the plague of locusts, wasn't it? Secondly, we note, as we continue our study, that he's talking about something that's going to take place on into the future, an invading army that's going to come and bring wrath and the vengeance of God upon the people, the day of the Lord. But then we're told by the Apostle Peter in the 2nd chapter of the book of Acts that what was happening there on the day of Pentecost in Jerusalem in 30 A.D. was also a fulfillment of the prophecy of Joel relative to the day of the Lord in Joel chapter 2. That in the last days I will pour out my Spirit upon all flesh. And Bible scholars are generally of the opinion that that prophecy is again in the process of being fulfilled, as in the last days God is again pouring out His Spirit, breaking down the denominational barriers and bringing us together in a oneness and a unity in the Spirit. So here we see at least a fourfold fulfillment of this prophecy, and again it indicates to us something of the nature of prophecy. The book of Jonah contains perhaps one of the most familiar stories in the Old Testament. Jonah was from the city of Gath-Hepher. Gath-Hepher. He lived in a little village just on the outskirts of the present city of Nazareth. And if you'll notice here on this map, I wasn't sure that it would list it, but it does show the city of Gath-Hepher. Here you see. And notice on this map, which is Judah after the fall of Israel, it does not show the city of Nazareth. But Gath-Hepher was located approximately where the city of Nazareth is today, just right on the outskirts. He was the son of Amittai, as stated in 2 Kings chapter 14, verse 25, and he lived in Israel and ministered during the reign of Jeroboam the second. Now that's about 800 B.C. He was commanded by God to go to Nineveh, the capital of Assyria, and to preach to the city, urging the people to repent. And of course we know that he was an unwilling prophet, and instead of doing what God told him to do, he went off down here at Joppa on the seacoast and set sail from Joppa to or towards Spain. Well, of course, we know the story. A storm arose, and he was thrown overboard and was swallowed by what?
Big sea.
A large fish, not a whale. I want to emphasize that. Nowhere in the biblical text does it say that he was swallowed by a whale. He was swallowed by a great fish. And we know that there is a type of shark that even in recent times, when I mean recent times, I'm talking about within the last 200 and 300 years, there have been records documented of individuals who have been swallowed by this type of shark and then later on regurgitated alive. There's an air chamber, and when they're swallowed, they're thrown up into that air chamber where they can survive for a considerable period of time and then would later on be spit out. And there are some records of such occurrences that have taken place in even relatively recent times. So I wanted to mention that to you to allay any kind of skepticism that you might have about the authenticity of the story. And of course, this had a very dramatic effect upon Jonah, and he did what God told him to do. Went to Nineveh, preached through the city of Nineveh, calling upon the people to repent, and the king called upon his people to fast and humble themselves before Jonah's God, and their cries for mercy were heard, and God spared the city, and it made Jonah mad. And he went out and pouted under a little old vine because God hadn't annihilated the Ninevites. Yeah. But God finally got him all straightened out. Amos was the first and probably the best known of the prophets of the 8th century. An uncompromising prophet of righteousness. He lived in the reign of Jeroboam II, about 760 B.C. And you will recall from our previous studies that this was a time of great national prosperity, during which time the northern kingdom reached a level of material prosperity approaching that of the kingdom of Solomon. And in the midst of this material prosperity, moral corruption, and spiritual decay, Amos came forth with his message to urge the people to repent. And in his condemnation of their wickedness, he mentions almost every sin conceivable: immorality, drunkenness, theft, greed, injustice, disregard to the poor, defrauding the helpless, neglect of spiritual duties, forsaking Jehovah. Outwardly, they were going through all of the motions of religion, but inwardly they were selfish and cruel, wicked, and worldly minded. Amos came from the little village of Tekoa, about 12 miles to the south of Jerusalem. Here you see the city of Jerusalem, and here you see Tekoa, right on the edge of the Judean wilderness. And you can still see the city of Tekoa today. If you journey from Jerusalem around Bethlehem and then out to Herodian, where Herod the Great was buried. And you can climb up to the top of Herodian and just look right over on Tekoa, where Amos the prophet was born, a shepherd and a keeper of sycamore trees. The book of Amos is one of fine literary quality. Just how and when it was produced, we do not know, but it seems reasonable to assume that Amos put these addresses in order upon his return from his mission. The 9 chapters of the book fall naturally into 3 sections. Chapters 1 and 2 recount the judgments of God against the surrounding nations for their wickedness. Chapters 3 through 6, we have 3 messages against the sins of Israel. And chapter 7 through 9 gives 5 visions of the prophet. The visions of the locust, fire, plumb line, basket of summer fruit, and the desolate sanctuary. The book has several distinct values. It is an authentic picture of the internal conditions in Israel in one of its most important periods. It also has value as an illustration of the message of the prophet and the manner in which he worked. We have in our archaeological excavations in Samaria, the capital city of the northern empire and the city against which Amos prophesied, we have found in our excavations artifacts that would confirm the authenticity of the details of Amos relative to the conditions of that historical period of time. You remember from your reading of Amos, and hopefully you have read all of these prophetical books, Amos cries out against the wickedness of the people who are laying on their ivory beds and sitting on their ivory couches. And in the archaeological excavations at Samaria, we found hundreds of ivories of all kinds, magnificent ivories that had been inlays in furniture, in beds, on chests, and all other kinds of furnishings of the household, so that the opulence of the city of Samaria during the time of Amos was very great indeed. And of course, these archaeological finds from that very occupation level, from the time of Ahab, confirmed the writing of Amos relative to the condition of that period, because he, of all of the prophets, specifically mentions the ivory beds and the ivory couches. Hosea is a contemporary of Amos, although he probably did his principal work about 10 years after Amos. He also lived under Jeroboam II of Israel and under Uzziah, Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah of Judah. The conditions in general were the same as in the time of Amos. The internal situation was growing steadily more threatening, with Assyrian doom coming nearer. We know little of the background of Hosea. He was a native of the northern kingdom, and it's here that he did all of his work. The first chapters of his book tell the tragic story of his marriage to a woman by the name of Gomer. Chapter 1, verse 2, Jehovah said to Hosea, "Go and take a wife of whoredom and the children of whoredom." God tells him to go and marry a prostitute. And the question is, how can this be explained? Did God put his approval on immorality? Well, of course, there are three interpretations, at least, of his marriage, all of which have advocates. Some claim that this is literal history, that Hosea married an adulterous woman. Others hold that it's an allegory, that it's just a story invented to illustrate the idea of God's love for his people. And the third view is that Hosea actually married Gomer, who at that time was a clean woman, but who later on became an impure woman. The story is that Gomer bore to Hosea 3 children: Jezreel, which means vengeance; Lo Ami, which means not my people; and Lo Ruhamah, which means unpitied. Later his wife became guilty of unfaithfulness, prostitution, and of course, as we read Hosea, we see the anguish of the soul experienced by this sensitive and devoted man of God. And in due time, God commanded Hosea to go out into the city and redeem her, or buy her back and forgive her, and to restore her, and to love her freely. And this he did. And I think that the entire experience comes to be sort of a living analogy of God's relationship, not just to Israel, but to all of his people. That despite the fact that Hosea's wife, whom he had loved with deepest devotion, and she, despite this, had deserted him and turned from him to sinfulness, and must be brought back by redeeming love, so God had loved Israel, who had forsaken him for other gods, but who was ready and willing to bring them back and to restore them if they'd turn their heart back to him. Isaiah probably belongs at the head of the list of all of the prophets, because it's in him that prophecy reaches its highest perfection. He's come to be the
standard by which all others are measured, in the length of his service, the critical issues that he faced, the content of his message, the effectiveness of his work, the quality of his written message. He exceeds all of the other prophets. His ministry extended from 750 to 698 BC, and he was from an aristocratic family, the son of Amos, who is said to have been the brother of King Amaziah. His ministry covered the reigns of Uzziah, Jotham, Ahaz, Hezekiah, and Manasseh, and we're told in chapter 6 that he received his call in the year that Uzziah died. And for some 50 years he lived and served in Jerusalem. He was married and had 2 sons that were given symbolic names, Sha'ar Yashuv, which means a remnant shall return, and Maher Shalal Hashbaz, which means the spoil speeds and the prey hastens. The prophet lived in the critical days of the Assyrian domination. Within the first 25 years of his ministry, the Assyrians captured Samaria, and the northern kingdom came to an end. And 21 years later, the same pagan foes stood at the gates of Jerusalem and would have captured the southern kingdom had it not been for the miraculous intervention of God and for the repentance of Hezekiah, you remember, to whom Isaiah appeared and told him that God had lengthened his life. The book of Isaiah probably stands at the head of all of the other of the prophetical books, purely from a standpoint of literature. Certainly, it's the noblest in prophetic literature in the Old Testament. The book falls into 2 general sections. The first section, the promises and rebukes for Israel and Judah, chapters 1 through 12, prophecies against foreign nations, chapters 13 through 23, prophecies of general judgment, 24 through 35, and then a historical section dealing with the Assyrian invasion, chapters 36 through 39, and then the second part, messages of comfort for the exiles, chapter 40 through 48, the servant of Jehovah, 49 through 55, and the future glory of God's people, 56 through 66. We have in our possession 2 copies of the book of Isaiah that date from 150 BC in the Dead Sea Scrolls. I've mentioned to you on several occasions the Dead Sea Scrolls, and in the initial scroll discovery, there were 7 different scrolls that were complete or relatively complete that are in our possession to this day. And 2 of these, fortunately for us, happen to be scrolls of the book of Isaiah. One of them containing all 66 chapters in a magnificent state of preservation, designated as Isaiah Qumran 1. The second containing just the last 30 chapters, designated as Isaiah Qumran 2. And neither of the 2 scrolls agreed insofar as diction and style, the usage of the divine names, etc. was concerned.
I should be clearer in my explanation. The two scrolls were not the same text. One agreed more closely with the Masoretic text, and another one was not like the Masoretic text, although they essentially say the same thing. You understand? It's like we found two different versions of Isaiah. We found the King James and we found the Living Bible version of the book of Isaiah as an illustration. So that although the content is the same, the diction and style and all of these other things that we were talking about relative to the documentary hypothesis were not the same, and it was this, you see, this initial discovery that led to the beginning of the end for this critical theory known as higher biblical criticism. And we have on display to this day in Israel the magnificent Isaiah scroll, Isaiah Qumran 1, all 66 chapters of the book of Isaiah in an excellent state of preservation. And it gives us a copy of the book of Isaiah that is only about 550 years removed from the original manuscript of Isaiah, the original text of Isaiah, the autographed copy. And the point that I want to make is that although there are some variations in diction and in style and etc., that the basic content of the book is identical, or for all practical purposes identical, to the Isaiah that we have today. In other words, it has remained constant for a period exceeding 2,000 years. And if it has remained constant for 2,000 years this way, we can assume another period of constancy for 500 years back to the time of Isaiah. Do you get the point? This is the same way in which we determine dates when we're using laboratory methods of dating today. For example, if we take a C14 date or a carbon-14 date, and we also take a piece of wood that through tree ring dating, known as dendrochronology, we're able to determine was 2,500 years old. And we apply C14 dating to that tree ring and come out with 2,500 years. And we see that it was constant for 2,500 years. We will assume that it will remain constant or relatively constant for another 2,500 years, taking us back to 5,000. Are you following? Do you get the point? So, if we have a text that has remained constant for 2,000 years, using the same line of reasoning, we could assume a constancy for another 2,000 years backwards, but we don't have to do that. We only have to go back about 550, 560 more years, and we're back to the original autographed copy to the time of Isaiah. So this speaks to us again, you see, of the preservation and the transmission of the biblical text in such a way as to speak to us also concerning the genuineness and authenticity of the biblical text. All right, let's have a look now at Micah. Me which means in Hebrew, who is like unto Jehovah. Micah was a contemporary of Isaiah and lived under the same conditions, faced the same problems. He did his work in the city, that is, Isaiah did, while Micah seems to have worked with the people out in the country. He came from the little village of Moreshet on the borders between Judah and Philistia, about 25 miles to the south of Jerusalem. And his home was on the main highway between Jerusalem and Egypt. Moreshet, located down in this area here, and probably, yes, it is, Moreshet Gat. Here you see in the border between Judah and Philistia. And it was from here in the south country that Micah was born. We know very little about him, his family, or his home life. Speaking of his mission, he declares, I'm full of power by the Spirit of Jehovah. Does that say anything to you? You remember what I told you about these prophets earlier in our study? They had a conscious awareness of the Spirit of God, the anointing of God upon them. We see in their actions this static, charismatic dimension, similar to what we're going to note in the, Jesus and the disciples and in the followers of Christ in the first century. The Spirit of Jehovah. In his book of just 7 chapters, we have 3 natural divisions. Number 1 is the doom of Jerusalem and Samaria, chapters 1 and 2. The second division, the transgression of the religious leaders, chapters 3 through 5. And the third division is Jehovah's controversy with his people. Some of the statements of Jehovah, or of Micah, rather, are quite familiar because they are frequently quoted. One of the most quoted, perhaps, passages of Scripture in the Old Testament is to be found in the book of Micah, chapter 5 and verse 2. But thou, Bethlehem Ephrathah, which art little to be among the 1,000 of Judah, out of thee shall come 1/4 unto me, that is to be ruler in Israel, whose going forth are from old, from everlasting. And it was this prophecy, you remember, that the messengers or the counselors of Herod searched out to give him an answer to the question, where is he that is to be born King of the Jews? And they came back and told him from Micah 5 and 2 that he was to be born in Bethlehem of Judah. The 7th century prophet Zephaniah is the first, and he, like Isaiah, was of aristocratic lineage. Some scholars hold that he was related to Josiah, who was king at that time, and if so, then his background would enable him to speak effectively on the sins of this time. And as we've already discussed and seen he lived at a crucial time in the international affairs. For Syria is beginning to decline in power, and Babylon to become the dominant influence. We recall that during the ministry of Zephaniah, the chief event that took place was the finding of the book of the law during the reign of Josiah. And it's likely that the finding of this book had a deep effect upon Zephaniah, and that the young prophet then led out in the religious reform that took place in the land at that time. His book is a short one, has only 3 chapters with a total of 53 verses. And it's made up largely of dark pictures, but expresses the conviction that there's always hope and even joy for those who fully trust in Jehovah. Now, we've already noted Jeremiah, whose name means exalted of Jehovah, and his ministry of 40 years usually is dated from 625 to 585. We've already noted that he was the chief figure of his time, the latter days of Judah. And the book of Jeremiah is a long one of some 52 chapters, made up of biography, history, prophecy. And it's difficult to understand since the events and chapters do not appear in proper chronological order. The first chapter gives an account of the call of the prophet. Chapter 2 through 35 contain his prophecies relating to Jerusalem and Judah. Chapters 36 through 45 are made up of biographical accounts. And in chapters 46 through 51, there are several brief prophecies concerning foreign nations. And chapter 52 is an historical appendage dealing with Zedekiah. Let's take a moment and turn to side 2 before we go on and look at the prophet Nahum. Nahum belonged to the same period as Zephaniah and Jeremiah, probably around 625 BC. The word Nahum in Hebrew means compassion. And some students believe that his home was here on the shore of the Sea of Galilee, a little village called Kfar Nahum during the time of Jesus, or Capernaum. We call it Capernaum. In Hebrew, Kfar Nahum. And many believe that Capernaum was the home of Nahum, or Nahum the prophet. His hatred for the Assyrians can be detected in almost every sentence of his book. A holy and just God could not let this people live. And his righteous indignation flashes like lightning across the pages of his book. Nineveh mocked God, and Nineveh will die. Habakkuk lived in the 7th century before Christ, about 610 to 600 BC, and we know little about him. It's assumed that he lived and worked in Jerusalem or in the immediate proximity. He could see the passing of Assyria and the coming of Babylonia to the place of supremacy in the world. And his spirit was deeply troubled by these momentous events. How could God permit so much suffering and death? How could he punish his own people, even though they had sinned by a nation that was even more wicked? He was sincere in raising these questions, and he really wanted an answer, and he went directly to God to get the answer. The book has just 3 chapters consisting of 3 general divisions. Chapter 1:1 through 2:4 is a dialogue between Jehovah and the prophet. The second, chapter 2, verse 5 through verse 20, is a series of woes against the Babylonians. And the third, chapter 3, verse 1 through 19, is a beautiful poem or anthem of praise. Daniel and Ezekiel both belong to the 6th century, as does Obadiah. And we want to look at them along with the later prophets, Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi, in their proper chronological context. And so let us go now in our study back to Babylon, to the period of captivity to the Jews in Babylon, and let us now begin to pick up our historical thread again and deal with these prophets later as we come to the proper chronological time for them. We come to this point in the historical development of our study to perhaps one of the greatest statesmen of this period of history. And he's not a Jew. As a matter of fact, he is a conqueror of the Jews. A man by the name of Cyrus. Cyrus of Medo-Persia. Now, when I say that he's a conqueror of the Jews, that does not mean that he himself actually conquered the Jews, but he conquered the Babylonians who had conquered the Jews, and when he comes to the throne, the Jews are under his control. He has the power to do with them what he will. And his entrance upon the scene as the world ruler in 538 B.C. opens up a new era for us in the history of God's dealing with his people. He appears historically on the scene as a man in his 30s. In 559 B.C., in the province of Anshan in Media, he was of royal blood, and within 10 brief years, he was the undisputed king of all of Media. His kingdom soon came to include Persia, the northern part of the Mesopotamian Valley, Armenia, and even Asia Minor. And within 20 years, he was king of all of the territory from the Indus River in the east to the Aegean Sea. In his expansion westward, however, he had bypassed ancient Babylon. And now, with his western boundaries established, he returned in 539 B.C. to lay siege to the city of Babylon. Now, we would think, naturally, that such a magnificent city that commanded such a tremendous position on the world scene, such a dominant world empire would put up a vigorous defense against the invader Cyrus, but this is not the case. The fact of the matter is that the city surrendered without having even fired a shot. They simply went out and opened the gates and invited Cyrus in. Now, an interesting question. Why would the people of the city of Babylon do such a thing as this? Two reasons are given. Probably neither one of them or both together are really adequate to answer all of the questions. There may be, just by some amazing coincidence, something of much more dramatic proportion going on here than what appears to be on the surface. Nonetheless, the people had been abused by their kings and were ready to submit to any other power that would give them some kind of a hope of improvement. And it's likely that the reputation of Cyrus, who was already a world figure, you see, as he had expanded his kingdom clear to the Aegean Sea, had preceded him. But be that as it may, the city surrendered in 538 B.C. without Cyrus having to ever fire a shot. The new ruler was an unusual man in many ways. Unusual in that he appears to be friendly and considerate of his subjects. Friends and enemies alike seem to have been captivated by his personality. And one of the first things that Cyrus does is to bestow such favor on the Jews that he tells all of them that want to go home that they're free to return. And not only that, but he actually finances the operation. The generous nature of the proclamation is given to us in some detail in the book of Ezra. In Ezra chapter 1, verses 2 through 4, we read, "Thus saith Cyrus, king of Persia, all the kingdoms of the earth hath Jehovah the God of heaven given me. And he hath charged me to build him a house in Jerusalem, which is in Judah. Whosoever there is among you of all his people, his God be with him. Let him go up to Jerusalem, which is in Judah, and build the house of Jehovah, the God of Israel. He is the God which is in Jerusalem. And whosoever is left in any place where he sojourneth, let the men of his place help him with silver and gold and with goods and with beasts, besides the free will offering." He's going to take up a love offering for the Jews, for the house of God, which is in Jerusalem. The tone of this proclamation would naturally lead us to assume that Cyrus was a believer in Jehovah God. And to ask ourselves the question, why would Cyrus do such a thing as to allow these Jews to go back home to Jerusalem? A number of things need to be noted in this regard. First of all, during their 70-year stay, they had learned the art of merchandising. They had been given such a free hand in the land that they had been elevated to positions of authority throughout the whole country. They had wealth, they had position, and they had power. And we remember the power of at least one of the Jews in particular, who was an advisor to the king, the man Daniel, the prophet Daniel. Let's look at him for a moment. The name Daniel means God is my judge. And you remember he was among those first taken into Babylon in 606 B.C. And because of his stand for Jehovah God, and because in all of his experiences he never compromised his convictions nor wavered in his loyalty to Jehovah God, he was elevated to a position of special service to Nebuchadnezzar. And he lived throughout the entire period of the exile and died in Babylon. But in the latter years of his life, a very interesting event took place, corresponding exactly with the conquest of Babylon by Cyrus. It's an interesting story that we've already alluded to in our last session, so we'll not go into it a great deal in detail. You remember a man by the name of Belshazzar. The biblical text tells us in the book of Daniel was reigning as king in the land. And he threw a big party for all of the princes and nobles of the land, an orgy. And in the middle of the festivities, just a hand, nothing more than a hand, came out and started to write on the wall, "Mine, mine, tikel ufarsin." And I imagine it was quite disconcerting. At least it broke up the party. No one could read it. They sent for Daniel. He came in, said, "Thou art weighed in the balances and found wanting. And this very night, your kingdom is going to be taken from you." And it was, as we've noted, without firing a shot. Now, when Cyrus marches into the city, who is the dominant figure on the national scene? Daniel. God is my judge. And what's the first thing old Cyrus does? He said, Daniel, you, any of your other folks that want to go home, just feel to pack up your bags and leave. And if you need any money, just ask me, and I'll be glad to finance the project. Why would he do something like that? And any of you have any ideas? Well, when old Daniel was in the land, you remember what I told you just a moment ago? Never one time on any occasion did he ever waver from his unswerving loyalty to Jehovah God. What did he do? How did he spend all of his time? Praying, and what else? Studying. What was he studying? Studying the Word, wasn't he? What word there was written? What word was written? Oh, the whole Pentateuch. He had all of the Pentateuch. He also had the writings of many prophets. What prophets would he have had access to his writings at that historical period of time? Undoubtedly Isaiah. Undoubtedly Isaiah. Without a doubt Isaiah. Because Isaiah was written 700 B.C. We're talking about 538. We're talking about 150 years later. Certainly he had Isaiah. And when old Cyrus came into the city, Daniel just went before Cyrus, unrolled the scroll, and said, "Welcome. We've been waiting on you. Been waiting for you. Knew you were going to come." Turn to Isaiah chapter 45. Isaiah chapter 44, the last verse, and then on into 45. Who says of Cyrus, he is my shepherd, and he shall perform all my pleasure and fulfill all my purpose, even saying of Jerusalem, she shall again be built, and of the temple your foundation shall again be laid. Thus says the Lord to his anointed, to Cyrus, whose right hand I have held to subdue nations before him. I will unarm and ungird the loins of kings to open doors before him, and that gates should not be shut. What had happened? They'd just gone out and opened the door and said, "Come in, we're glad to see you." Verse 4, "For Jacob my servant's sake, and Israel my chosen, I've called you by your name, I have surnamed you, though you have not known me." And I don't know about you, but I believe if I was old Cyrus and reading that old shriveled up parchment scroll that was 150 years old, and read there about my name and all of these things that had just happened, and that God had appointed me to do that, and his right hand was upon me, that would have had some kind of an impression upon me. Don't you think so? That's right. His shirt tail probably didn't hit his backside until he had that decree signed and said, "All of you want to go home and build that temple, just feel free to go, and if you need any money, just ask me, and I'll be glad to finance the project." Daniel, of course, accomplished many other things. And his book, which is apocalyptic in nature, has a great deal in it for us. that can be understood by all who studiously read it. The book contains two very obvious sections: his personal experiences, chapters 1 through 6, and then the visions of the kingdom in chapters 7 through 12. Ezekiel, of course, was also one of the great prophets of this period. And his name, Yehezkiel, means God will strengthen. He was taken in captivity in 597. And during the time he was in captivity, he lived by the river Kibar, which was a large canal running from the Euphrates above Babylon in a southeasterly course through Nippur to the Tigris River. And he was probably well acquainted with Daniel. It's also possible that he knew Jeremiah back in Jerusalem. And some even think that as a young man he was a student of Jeremiah. Ezekiel was different than the other prophets. He did not so much predict or forecast, but rather he was a visionary. He had vision of these things. So Ezekiel is our principal example of a Jose, a visionary. And in his book there are many symbols and visions and parables and allegories. His book is a significant literary and religious volume, divided into his call, chapters 1 through 3, the destruction of Jerusalem, chapters 4 through 24, and the prediction against foreign countries, chapters 25 through 32, and his predictions concerning the restoration, chapters 33 through 48, and these chapters are especially significant to us at this time. And they should be read in view of the significant contemporary events that are going on in Israel today. Obadiah means servant of Jehovah. We know nothing about the author except he was probably a native of Judah. He lived at the same time as Ezekiel and Jeremiah and was hence an eyewitness of the destruction of Jerusalem by Nebuchadnezzar. His book is principally a curse against the Edomites for their unbrotherly behavior. And he says, Edom will be destroyed. She was in 582 BC, shortly after the destruction of the temple. We have no way of knowing how many Jews were in Babylon at the time of the issuing of the decree of Cyrus in 538. But I think it's safe for us to assume that the number was considerably larger than the number that had been taken there from Judah. Whatever the total number may have been at the time, we know that only a few of them decided to return. Many had become firmly established in profitable business ventures. They had strong friendships. And of course, many of them could remember how hard it was grubbing a living out all those rocks in Palestine, too. And how much better it was for them in Babylon than what it had been in Judah. So only a small number returned, that is, comparatively speaking. Only those who are strongly motivated religiously. Zerubbabel, a prince of the house of David, was the leader of the first group that left in 537. He had with him Joshua the priest and Sheshbazzar, who had charge of the sacred vessels of the temple that Nebuchadnezzar had taken from Jerusalem at the time of its capture. In his company were 42,360 Jews who took 7,337 slaves, about 4,000 of the priestly family, about 7,500 animals, horses, asses, camels. And to bring this immense company of some 50,000 people with their possessions on this long journey of 800 miles was a big undertaking. And we know that for it to be accomplished, there had to be many details prepared and planned along the way. And we know that Cyrus provided assistance for them all along the way, even sending runners with decrees before them to announce their coming and to insist upon assistance from the other countries along the way. Now, the journey takes almost a year. They set out in 537 and do not arrive until 536. But let us note again that the motive for this undertaking was principally a religious one. They wanted to restore the ancient temple in Jerusalem. It was a discouraging situation that the people faced when they arrived back home in the land. The city had been in rubble and in ruins for almost 100 years. They had been out of the land for 70. And only those that were well over 50 years old could remember anything at all about the former glory of the city. But what they faced now was different, and it would require not only careful planning, but real courage to start all over again in the midst of the debris and ruin of the former city. The first thing they did was to make their way to the site of the temple, and after repairing the altar, offer sacrifices. They were determined to rebuild the temple, though it would have to be very different from the glorious one that Solomon had constructed. And as I said again, the principal motive for their return seems to have been the rebuilding of the temple and the reinstitution of Jehovah worship in the land. According to Ezra chapter 3 and verse 7, they secured masons, carpenters, and other workmen for this enterprise. They also secured workmen from Phoenicia to cut and transport to Joppa the cedar wood from Lebanon. And in the second year after their return, they laid the foundations of this new structure with great ceremony and genuine rejoicing. Shortly after the laying of the foundation, however, the builders faced a real crisis. The mixed population of Judah, these half-blooded remnants of the northern kingdom, and those who were living in the southern kingdom, who had infiltrated down into the land, came to offer their services, and they brought gifts. And their offer was promptly and firmly rejected. The Jews say to these half-blooded mongrels who had forsaken their inheritance in Jesse and in the promise of the house of David, they said, "Ye have nothing to do with us in the building a house unto our God, but we ourselves together will build unto Jehovah the God of Israel, as King Cyrus, the king of Persia, has commanded us." In Ezra chapter 4 and verse 3 we read these words. And if this refusal seems to be somewhat unfriendly, just remember that these who offered their assistance were these half-blooded Jews who had forsaken Jehovah worship and who had also refused the inheritance of the family of David. Naturally, these neighbors reacted to their refusal and became immediately their enemies and sought to hinder their work. And we read again in Ezra chapter 4, verses 4 and 5, "Then the people of the land weakened the hands of the people of Judah and troubled them in building and hired counselors against them to frustrate their purpose all the days of Cyrus, the king of Persia, even until the reign of Darius, king of Persia." And in the face of these frustrations, the work on the building of the temple was stopped for some 14 years until there appears on the scene two prophets of God, Haggai and Zechariah, to rebuke the people for ceasing the work on the temple and to spur the people on to a renewed effort and activity that ultimately leads to the rebuilding, the dedication of the temple in 516 BC amidst great ceremony and rejoicing. Now, it is at this time, historically, in the historical development of our story, that we are introduced to the book of Esther. And so it is to the book of Esther that we want to go in our study. However, we're going to reserve that for our class session tomorrow. And between now and tomorrow, do read the book of Esther. And then I want to ask you, if you will, to start reading in your textbook in the latter chapter of the text, chapter 15. It is in my textbook, the interbiblical period. And we're going to deal with tomorrow the latter part of the canonical text and the work of the prophets Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi, and then the close of the Old Testament canon. And we want to go into the interbiblical period and discuss this period of time. So if you'll read that, that's chapter 15, the last chapter. You'll have a background for what we're going to talk about in our last session tomorrow. All right?
last study, we left off with the Jews back in Jerusalem. They had rebuilt the temple, and it was rededicated in 516 BC. As we noted, it lacked much of the grandeur and glory of the Solomonic temple, but the general plan and size were approximately the same as Solomon, the chief difference being in terms of quality. They had none of the costly, ornate furnishings and refinements of the former temple. And it would be for this reason that later on, historically, out in the future, a man by the name of Herod would come along and refurbish the temple in order to win favor of the Jews, and this would be the project that would result in Herod's name being attached to the temple, so that the temple during the time of Jesus is known as the Herodian temple as opposed to the Temple of Solomon, although the Herodian temple was simply a refurbishing of the temple that had been built after the return from the captivity, and we call that temple the Temple of Zerubbabel, after the name of the leader of the first wave of returnees back into the land. Now, as we noted in our last session, just about the time we closed, there was that period of time when, because of the frustrations by the neighbors to the north, who reacted adversely to the Jews' refusal to allow them to assist in the rebuilding, they left off for a period of time in the rebuilding of the temple. And it was in the face of these frustrations, when the work on the temple had stopped, that a prophet by the name of Haggai came to the people to rebuke them for ceasing their work on the temple. And we want to, at this time, look briefly now at the work and the life of this prophet, whose name is Haggai. He was born in Babylon and was in the company of Zerubbabel, which returned to Jerusalem under the decree of Cyrus. So he is to be dated at approximately 520 BC. His chief objective was to encourage the people in the building project in spite of all of these difficulties, in spite of the condition. He urges them, and his message is God's house must not be neglected. God's house must be built. The book consists of only 2 chapters, and it's made up of 4 brief oracles or discourses, each definitely dated. These came between August and the last of December in the year 520 BC. In the first chapter, Haggai makes his appeal and then tells of the preparations for rebuilding. In the second chapter, he describes the glories and blessings of the new temple and its services, and then closes with a message of hope to Zerubbabel to the effect that he would be spared in the destruction that would come to the surrounding nations.
Contemporary with Haggai was a man by the name of Zechariah, whose name means God remembers. He was probably a much younger man than Haggai, but he ministered alongside of this older prophet, giving his strength and energies to the same objective. His book is consists of 14 chapters made up of 3 distinct sections. The first chapter, 1 through 6, is a series of visions intended to encourage the people to rebuild the temple. The second, chapters 8 through 9, is an appeal to practical activity. And the third, chapters 10 through 14, is a disclosure of destiny. That is, it is a revealing of the future of Israel. There is a problem connected with the authorship of this last section. Some are of the opinion that this section was written much later and perhaps by another author, but be that as it may, the value and the purpose of these last 6 chapters is not affected regardless of authorship. And again, unless we have some more specific information and more of a reason for doing so, it's best to look at the document as a separate entity, one complete work, rather than to divide it up. It was during the time of Haggai and Zechariah that the temple was finally, as we've already mentioned, concluded and dedicated in 516 with great rejoicing. It was a marvelous accomplishment which would have a stabilizing effect on the lives of the people, and this temple would serve now as a center around which they could build for the future, and it would exist until 70 A.D., when, again, on the 9th day of the Jewish month of Av, this temple would be destroyed by Titus and the armies of Rome. But that is a story that belongs to another section we'll discuss later on in our study. To this historical period of time now belongs the story of Esther, the book of Esther. We're not told in the document who wrote the book. So we're not going to concern ourselves here as to when the book was written or by whom it was written. There is another little peculiar fact about the book that might be of some interest to you as well, and that is that it is the only book in the Bible that does not contain the name God or the word God. God is not mentioned in the book of Esther. And there are some who think that it was for that reason that the book of Esther was not included in the collection of manuscripts in the possession of the individuals in the Dead Sea community of Qumran who wrote or had into their possession the documents that we now call the Dead Sea Scrolls. In the Dead Sea Scrolls, as you're probably aware, we found fragments or portions of every single canonical book in the Old Testament with the exception of Esther. And Esther was not found, nor has she not been found to this day in any of the many scroll discoveries that have been made since the initial scroll discovery. And there has always been a question as to why Esther was not included, for the simple reason that we're able historically to document and to authenticate the basic historicity of the document. So why wasn't it included in the collection of manuscripts in possession of the Qumran community? And one answer has been suggested that it was not included because it does not contain the name God. And this was a very religious, ultra-Orthodox religious sect of the Jews, and therefore, since the document did not mention the name of God, it was not included in the text that they had at their disposal. I'm not so sure that that is a good answer or a satisfactory answer. I think there's one other possibility, and that is that we did not find any evidence of the book of Esther, not because it did not exist, not because they did not have it, not because they did not espouse its genuineness and authenticity and its basic historicity, but simply because the rats had eaten it up, or it had deteriorated to such a degree that we didn't find any fragments of it. Many of the documents that we did find were in such a poor state of preservation that we have only little tiny pieces or little tiny fragments that can be pieced together, but enough information, enough words and sentences for us to determine from what biblical document that particular fragment came. But there's a possibility that there was a scroll of Esther. But we do not have it because it had been destroyed by some means, either by the individuals who found the scrolls initially, and some of them were destroyed, by the way, or that it had been destroyed as a result of the climactic conditions or the burrowing animals that had eaten and had mutilated many of the other scrolls. So the fact that it does not appear in the Dead Sea Scrolls does not say anything at all about its basic historicity. We do know that the events that are recorded in this book are basically accurate historically. They took place in the reign of Ahasuerus, or Xerxes, X-E-R-X-E-S, Xerxes, of Persia, about 483 B.C. And the story opens in Susa, or Shushan, the capital of this vast empire. Since the time of Cyrus, Persia had continued to expand as a world empire. Darius, in 521, had enlarged his holdings as far east as India, on to Europe, from the Caucasus Mountains in the north to Egypt in the south. And the government was well organized and was a flourishing world empire and remained such for 2 centuries. Darius died in 485, and he was succeeded by a man by the name of Atossa, who took the name Xerxes. Darius had been defeated by the Greeks, so Xerxes made elaborate preparations to punish the Greeks. And this war against Greece is not only a famous one, familiar to students of history, but it was most important in its indications of what should later happen historically in Greece. The armies of Persia, hitherto invincible, were disastrously defeated and all but annihilated about 479 BC. And for a long time afterwards, Persian rulers were content to stay away from Greece. Now, why is that important for us? Every single one of these bits and pieces of historical information that we're going to be looking at now, because by and large, what we're going to be looking at from here on to the beginning of the 1st century and the birth of Jesus Christ is going to be setting a stage. It's going to be a key to our understanding of the world events that are going to transpire as we continue in our study. What is the next great empire that's going to appear on the world scene? Greece, the mighty Hellenistic empire of Alexander the Great. And you see the fact that the Persians were defeated at Thermopylae and Salamis, and the fact that they stay away from Greece now is going to allow the Hellenistic empire to grow, to expand, to build, to strengthen, and to prepare themselves for world conquest. Xerxes lived his last years in dissipation and was finally assassinated by his servants in 464 BC. And Artaxerxes the first, the son of Xerxes, was the next king of Persia, who ruled for a period of 40 years, from 464 to 424. This was a comparatively uneventful reign. At his death, Darius Nothus came to the throne to rule for 19 years, 424 to 405 BC, and the setting for the story of Esther is at Susa, or Shushan, in the province of Elam. We have found, by the way, the archaeological site of Susa, or Shushan. It has been rather extensively excavated, if we can call several seasons of excavation on a huge mound the size of ancient Susa as extensive. We might, since I've raised the question and mentioned the fact, just offer you a little further explanation on the subject relative to our archaeological excavations. Many of these archaeological sites are immense in size. Now, in Israel, there is only one that even approaches the dimensions of some of these ancient sites in
Mesopotamia, and that is the Canaanite city of Hazor, or Hatzor, one of the three cities that Solomon fortified, you remember. He fortified Gezer, Megiddo, and Hazor. It covers a surface area of approximately 200 acres and rises as much as 80 feet above the level of the plain. And yet, when we were discussing the size of the city of Babylon, we said that there were 4 walls that surrounded the city that each were 15 miles long. And I think I made the statement to the effect that it was 15 square miles. It wasn't 15 square miles. It had 4 walls that were 15 miles long. So it would be how many square miles? 225 square miles. So that's a pretty sizable city. Now, the question is, when you're looking at an archaeological site that size, how do you excavate a city of that size? And the answer to the question is very slowly. Actually, what we do is go in and just excavate in certain areas. We'll decide that we want to excavate in this area, and we may go in and mark out an area that will be 100 meters square. And then we'll divide that off into grid sections, we call them, of 10 meters by 10 meters with a 1 meter wall of dirt called a balk in between the square. And then we excavate there, and we excavate down, removing a stratigraphic layer and an occupation level at a time. And we may excavate in another area or in another one. But we're talking about a work of months and years. And of course, we're talking about an impossible task of excavating a city of any size thoroughly. You can only excavate them partially. But many of these cities have been excavated using our terminology as archaeologists extensively, although if we were to look at it, most of us couldn't tell that you'd made much more than just a few little holes in the ground. So this is the reason why that I want to clarify that statement when I said it had been excavated extensively. But it had a considerable amount of archaeological activity at the site in years past. Living at Susa at the time was a Jew by the name of Mordecai. And Mordecai had no children of his own, but he had adopted his cousin, Hester, who was a beautiful young woman. And you remember the story of the book of Esther. It opens in the palace with King Ahasuerus throwing a party for the nobles of the land, and he invites his wife, Vashti, to come and to entertain and to dance for the nobles, and she refuses to do so, perhaps feeling like she's going to make a public spectacle of herself before a bunch of drunks. And she refuses, and as a result is disposed. And we have now what's probably the world's first recorded beauty contest, as King Ahasuerus decides he'll just select a new queen, and in order to do it, he'll have a contest and pick out the most beautiful in the land. Well, of course, Esther won the favor of the king from all of the other maidens, and she becomes queen. Now, this naturally gives Mordecai a prominence in the land, and he proved his alertness in discovering a plot by the king's eunuchs to assassinate the king. And he exposed these conspirators. They were promptly executed, and a record of this service
was written in the Chronicles of the king, but it went unnoticed by the king. Now, the villain in our story is a man by the name of Haman, who, with his strong ambition, soon came into royal favor and was promoted to a high position. And in this position, he received obeisance from everyone except Mordecai. And as he'd go through the street, everybody had bowed down unto him and make homage unto him, except this old Jew Mordecai, who was so contrary that he wouldn't even give him the time of day. And this just infuriated Haman. And discovering that Mordecai was a Jew, he cooked up a plot to have all of the Jews in the land assassinated. He went to King Ahasuerus and he said, you know, we're going to have to do something about all of these Jews. They've come into the country. They've multiplied to such a degree. They've gained control over the country to such a degree that they own all of the newspapers. They own all of the banks. They own all of the television networks and the radio, and they're behind all of the news media in the land, and they've got all of the money, and they've just got control of everything in the whole government, and if we don't do something about it, they're just going to take over. Does it sound familiar?
Didn't say anything about a big automobile country.
And he said, you know, they pose a threat to us politically. They could just come in and take this whole country over, because they're in enough positions of political power and influence, but even more than that, they got all of the money and all of the wealth of the land. Now the king is disturbed, and he wonders what can be done to alleviate the situation. And Haman says, you know what we could do? We could just annihilate every one of them, confiscate all of their possessions, and that would enrich the treasury of the king. And Ahasuerus thought that that sounded like a good idea, and he consented to the annihilation of every Jew in the land. Now, isn't that strange on the surface? It would be if it was 1925 or 1930. But from 1939 on down to 1945, it's not so improbable, is it? Just going to annihilate all of the Jews. Well, Mordecai learned of the decree, which was now fully authorized, and in great distress he counseled with Hester and suggested to her that the only hope for his people was through her intercession. And the plea to Hester, Mordecai uses one of the most quoted passages of Scripture in the biblical text. He questions, who knoweth whether thou art not come to the kingdom for such a time as this? And her reply is
So I will go in unto the king, which is not according to the law, and if I perish, I perish. Well, all of the Jews, at the suggestion of Esther, agree to immediately go into a period of fasting and prayer, which they do for 3 days. And then she presented herself before the king. She was received and asked what he could do for her, and she said, well, nothing really, except I'd just like for us to have a little picnic together and maybe just invite one other person, Haman. The king agrees, but Haman, with the decree in his hand, is carrying out activities designed to annihilate all of the Jews, Mordecai included. And he has constructed a scaffold 75 feet high on which to hang Mordecai. However, it's a funny thing, isn't it? Whenever people start to fast and pray, how God will just begin to move and to intercede into a situation to change the whole course of human events. And right in the middle of all of this prayer and fasting, the king had trouble sleeping. And he requested that the Chronicles, the newspaper, be brought in, and somebody read to him out of the newspaper the Chronicle of the Kings. And lo and behold, the very chronicle that they read to him related to the plot on the part of his eunuchs to have him assassinated, and Mordecai's intervention, and how Mordecai had intervened and the king's life had been spared. Early the next morning, Haman came to the court at the request of the king, and he was going to ask the king for permission to hang old Mordecai high. When he appeared before the king and before he could make his request known, the king asked him, what do you think ought to be done to the man that the king desires to honor? And Haman, thinking, of course, that that was him, said, oh, that guy should be clothed in royal garments, crowned by the king, and escorted through the streets of the city by one of the king's noblemen. And the king said, you know, that's a good idea. I'm going to do that. And he called for Mordecai. And not only that, he commanded Haman to see that these orders were carried out. Can you imagine his consternation? And at the picnic, Hester exposed Haman for what he was, the wicked plot to destroy all of the Jews, and in anger, Ahasuerus ordered that Haman be instantly hanged on his own gallows. However, that wasn't the end of the problem. The problem was that the king had already issued a decree that on such and such a day, at such and such a time, all of the Jews in the land were going to be annihilated. And once a decree had been issued by a king of the Medes and the Persians, it could never be rescinded. Now, this was to protect the kings that had preceded the king, and those that would succeed him. And no king would ever rescind a decree that had been issued by another king. But there was a way out. He could issue another decree, which he did, allowing the Jews to arm themselves and to defend themselves. And do you know what happened? On the day selected for their annihilation, 75,000 Persians died. 75,000. And this day has been celebrated now since that time down to this day by a special feast or festival that is called Purim. Purim. Do you ever wonder why it's called Purim? What's Purim mean? Why didn't they call it something else? What does Purim mean? Anybody know? Exactly. It means a lot, or actually lots. How did they decide the time of day and the day when all of the Jews were going to be annihilated? How did Haman do that? By the casting of the lot. And the term lot in Persian is pur. Pur, and the plural is Purim. So Purim means the lot. Now, what was the lot, by the way? It was dice. And we've found in our archaeological excavations dice of ivory just exactly like the dice that are used today in Monopoly. I wouldn't mention any other games, but it's legitimate to use dice in Monopoly, isn't it?
They do have other games.
They do have other games, yes, in which they use them, but I don't know of any. But we have found archaeologically these dice. Also, sometimes just little pottery fragments called a shard or a sherd, pottery sherd, would be used. It was just a broken piece of a pottery vessel. And do you remember the historical events that transpired at Masada, Herod's fortress on the Dead Sea, where almost 1,000 Jews committed suicide rather than be taken by the Romans in 73 following the destruction of the temple? Well, this account is chronicled for us in the writings of Josephus. And he tells us that the Jews selected out from among themselves 10 men to slay all of the rest. And they did this by the drawing of lots. And in our archaeological excavation, we found all 10 of these lots in one pile. And they were just little pottery fragments that had an initial, or that it had the first name, or had the name of the individual on that lot. And one of these lots, by the way, that we found at Masada, happened to have on it the name of the commander of the zealot garrison himself, Eleazar ben Yair. And the name ben Yair was on the lot. We found all 10 of those in our archaeological excavations. So there were several types of lots, but principally the casting of the die is what is meant when we talk about the casting of lots. And the term, again, is pur, and the plural, purim. And Purim is still celebrated by the Jews each year about the middle of March, and it's the only non-religious festival of the Jews. Let's pause for just a minute now and turn the tape over to side number 2. It is during this historical period of time, around 400 B.C. now, that we also have the appearance on the scene of Ezra and Nehemiah. Ezra was a descendant of the high priest Sariah and was both a priest and a scribe. We assume that he came back to Jerusalem either with or shortly after Zerubbabel. And his chief objective in returning to Jerusalem, according to his own words in Ezra chapter 7 and verse 10, was to teach in Israel the statutes and the ordinances of the law. He was primarily concerned in seeing that the law of Moses was taught and observed, and the Persian king gave him a substantial financial help, as well as full authority for the undertaking of his work, as we see from verse 26 of this same chapter. Whosoever will not do the law of thy God and the law of the king, let judgment be executed upon him with all diligence, whether it be unto death, or to banishment, or to confiscation of goods, or to imprisonment. In Jerusalem, Ezra saw that his worst fears had been realized. In the years since Zerubbabel, the people had grown negligent of the law of Moses. They had slipped into a state of religious lethargy. They had violated the law against marriage with idolaters, to the extent that many of the most prominent families were involved. And in great humiliation, Ezra rent his clothes and wept, and this sincere and zealous prophet offered fervent prayer unto God, confessing the sins of the people, pleading for the forgiveness of their sins. And his prayer caused many of the people to confess their sins and to put away their foreign wives. The book of Ezra closes with a rather long list of those who had agreed to put away their foreign wives. But his work actually went much further than his domestic reform. He was deeply concerned in instituting proper services of worship, which involved the whole work of the priests and the ritual used in the temple, of seeing that the people were taught the laws of Moses, and he would get the people together and then read to them the law slowly and distinctly from early in the morning until the afternoon. And he had helpers that stood upon a pulpit of wood above the people and read unto them the book of the law. And we read about that in Nehemiah chapter 8 and verse 8. And in addition to his oral instruction, Ezra is also credited with arranging and codifying the law of Moses and the assembling of the canonical text of the Old Testament into its established form.
It was during this time that we have the rise to prominence of the Jewish institution that is known as the synagogue. The synagogue. Now, we use this term synagogue, although it is a Greek term. And the Hebrew term for synagogue is Bet Knesset. Bet Knesset. It actually means the house of the assembly. And the Greek word synagoge is simply a translation of this word into the Greek, Bet Knesset. So, today, in Hebrew, the synagogue is called Bet Knesset. Synagogue is a term that is used by the Gentiles to translate the Hebrew Bet Knesset. But it means basically the house of the assembly. Now, let's talk about the Bet Knesset for a while, because you see, this was an institution of the period after the exile. We don't read about the synagogue before the exile, do we? But when the temple was destroyed in 586 and the people were dispersed, now they are without this religious institution, this physical structure. And in the land of exile, because their religion had always been the stabilizing force that had held them together, we have the rise of the institution of the house of the assembly, where the spiritually oriented assembled themselves together at a regular time, usually on Erev Shabbat, or the Sabbath evening, the time of the Sabbath, and where they came together to study and to pray. The synagogue is basically an institution for study and learning. It knows nothing of the evangelistic fervor or zeal, or shall we say, the mission of the Christian church. The synagogue was an institution designed for the spiritual unity, the intellectual growth and development of the individual. And it's an interesting thing, but in Judaism, the nature of their religion is much different than that of Gentile Christianity in at least one very fundamental aspect. And that is that there is nothing in Judaism that says that a Jew, in order to be a good Jew, ever has to go a single day of his life to the synagogue. Now, in Christendom, if you don't go to Bible school
and the morning worship service, and the evening worship service, and the midweek service, and the calling program on Thursday. In some denominations, you're an anathema. Or at least you're well on your way to backsliding. But in Judaism, one never had to go to synagogue a single day in their life in order to be a good Jew, because his religion was what he was. His religion centered around his relationship with God and not around his relationship with a physical structure. Do you see the point, the difference? Now, if he was properly spiritually oriented, his relationship was such that the whole of his religious life and activity centered around God and His Word and the communication and revelation of God as it continued to unfold for him. The Mishnah, the Talmud, we're talking about later periods historically, but the studying of God's communication of Himself to His people became the most important activity in his life. And so that his whole life, every day from the time he got up, every week, throughout all of the year, the whole of his religious life and activity centers around God, his relationship with God. To this day, the synagogue is simply a convenience for the Jew, not a necessity. Every morning, every afternoon, every evening, the religiously oriented Jew rises. He takes out the phylacteries that he was commanded by God to bind against his heart, to bind on his forehead, and he wraps them around his arm, and he puts them on his head, and he takes the prayer shawl, and he sweeps it around his shoulders and places it on his head, and then he enswathes himself with this prayer shawl that symbolizes the covering, sheltering, continual protection of God upon him as one of God's children. And we're talking about a daily, personal, conscious relationship with a deity, and not membership in an institution or a denomination. The synagogue now becomes, for the Jew, of the return, the center of their religious life and activity. Of course, the temple in Jerusalem is rebuilt. But now the synagogue, the Bet Knesset, the place where the fellowship of the faithful assemble themselves together for study and learning, becomes the central institution, the focal point of Jewish religious fervor and religious activity, and of course much more so then after the destruction of the temple. But by the time of Jesus, in the first century, it's estimated that there were over 480 synagogues in the city of Jerusalem alone.
The reason being, obviously, that there had to be one within walking distance of every religious Jew, because a religious Jew could only walk approximately a quarter of a mile on the Sabbath. You remember? So there had to be one within walking distance of every Jew. And by the time of Jesus, it's estimated there were 480 synagogues in the city of Jerusalem alone. Now, why is that piece of information important to us? Because we're told that following the day of Pentecost, when the 3,000 accepted Jesus as their Messiah and were baptized in the ritual immersion bath in His name, where did they meet? In the temple, and from house to house, in the synagogues. And I simply want to emphasize to you that there were plenty of them in Jerusalem for all of them to meet in and still have room left over. We know also historically that by AD 50, 20 years after the establishment of the church, when the Jerusalem Council convened, recorded for us in the 15th chapter of the book of Acts, that there were over 50,000 Jewish believers in the city of Jerusalem. And where are they meeting? From house to house and in the synagogues. I want to just in this emphasize the importance now that the synagogue is going to have in the community life of the Jew from this historical point onward. We have excavated quite a number of ancient synagogues in the land of Israel, and just this last trip we had the opportunity, those that accompanied me to Israel, to visit a synagogue that had just recently been excavated, a magnificent little synagogue up on top of the Golan at a place called Kitzrim. And it was a beautiful little synagogue that's just recently been excavated, and of course we've found many throughout the country. Archaeologists believe, by the way, that up on top of the Golan they're going to find many, many, many synagogues, as they believe that following the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem, that the Golan becomes the center of Jewish religious activity. And this synagogue that was found there just recently is an indication of the truth of that assumption. Well, the third group of exiles to return from Babylon to the old homeland was under the general direction of a layman that we've already mentioned several times thus far, a man by the name of Nehemiah. And apparently he came from a well-to-do family of Jews living in Susa, the capital of the Persian kingdom. He rose to the high position of cupbearer to Artaxerxes, and this was a very influential position that was also highly lucrative. What was the cupbearer of the king? We know him by another name, wine taster. The cupbearer was the one who tasted the wine to see if it was poison, or ate the food to see if it was poison. With all of the political intrigue going on at this time, you never knew when someone was out to get you. And we've already seen how many kings have been assassinated in Israel or Judah or in Assyria. And so this position was not only an important position, but it was an influential position, and because of the risks or the dangers involved, it was also very lucrative. And once we recognize the existence of the position, it helps us understand a passage of Scripture that has been perplexing to many in the New Testament, in Mark chapter 16, that reads, "These signs will follow them that believe. In my name they'll do thus and such and thus and such, and if they drink anything deadly, it'll not hurt them." And we wonder, why was that included in that passage? If they drank anything deadly, does that mean we go out and drink strychnine to show the power of God that's in us, that we've got the authority over poisons? Not at all. But you see, many of the early believers were converted and accepted Jesus Christ as the Messiah from a position of servitude or slavery. And you know, the New Testament has a lot to say about slaves and the relationship between the slave and the master and the slave. Now, many of the slaves that we know in the New Testament or in this particular historical period of time were slaves by choice. They chose to be slaves. That was their profession, so to speak. Just like one would choose to be a lawyer or a dentist, they chose to be a slave because of the security, obviously, that the position afforded them. But nonetheless, one of the chief functions of the slave in the household of his master was what? Food taster, wine taster. And then that helps us understand this passage of Scripture in Mark chapter 16, verse 17 and following, when it says, if you drink anything deadly, it's not going to hurt you. It says to the believer who is in that kind of a position that you've got that kind of authority. You drink anything deadly, it's not going to hurt you. It doesn't say what's going to happen to the master. But do you know what I believe? I believe if that believer said that it was all right for the master and the master drank it, it would be all right. That's right. That God was going to honor the word that proceeded out of his mouth. But it was an influential position, and Nehemiah, because of his position, was doubtless a man of high reputation and favor with the king. Now, we also know that he was a man of genuine piety as well as unquestioned loyalty to his people. He had a brother by the name of Hanani. Hanan in Hebrew is grace or favor. It means my favor. And Hanani had been to Jerusalem, and he returned back home to Susa, and he brought the distressing news that the condition in Jerusalem was critical. The city was defenseless, the walls had never been prepared, and the people were at the mercy of their enemies around them. And this news distressed Nehemiah to such a degree that he went before the king, related to him his great distress, and expressed a desire to go to Jerusalem and to assist his people in their time of need. The king not only graciously extended to Nehemiah this leave of absence, but he also provided the necessary legal documents to assure him of a position of authority once he arrived in Palestine to undertake some of the projects that he had planned. He provided him with an escort and apparently certain funds to enable him to undertake these projects. And thus it was that Nehemiah made the first of his long journeys of approximately 1,000 miles from Susa to Jerusalem. And upon reaching the city, Nehemiah found it in even worse condition than what he'd anticipated. The people were demoralized, the enemies were plaguing them, and his first step was to gather information, size up the situation, and then he, acting as governor of the city, organized the people for the gigantic undertaking of rebuilding the walls of the city. Now, as we look at this project, we should remember that although there were great breaches in the walls, this doesn't mean that they were just laying down completely flat and they had to start from the ground up. There were sections of walls that were standing, gaping holes in them, of course, parts of them in a bad state of repair, but yet, in spite of that fact, the undertaking was a tremendous one. And the undertaking, the rebuilding, the strengthening, the fortification of the walls of the city did something else as well. It aroused the suspicions now of the neighbors, the Ammonites and the Arabians and the Samaritans and the Philistines. And so under the direction of Sanballat, the Horonite, Geshem, the Arabian, and Tobiah the Ammonite, determined efforts were made to stop the work of rebuilding and to defeat this project. But Nehemiah was equal to all of their threats and efforts, and arming the workmen and stationing guards at crucial points. The wall was guarded night and day, and by an almost superhuman effort was repaired in the remarkably short space of time of only 52 days. This accomplishment would give to the people a new sense of security, as well as enhance their chances now of survival in these hostile surroundings. Now, where were Nehemiah's walls? What city did he fortify? And let's just note, again briefly, on our little map, where the city of Jerusalem was located in ancient times. We remember the little finger-like projection extending to the south from the Temple Mount, known as the City of David. We said this was the Salem of Melchizedek. This was the Jebus of the Jebusites. This was Ir David of David. It was the city of Jerusalem of the time of the kings of the divided kingdom. And it was here in this area also that Nehemiah fortified and strengthened the walls. And we have found remnants of those walls, sections of those walls, and as a matter of fact, a portion of those walls goes right through part of the buildings that exist today on Mount Zion at the campus of the Institute of Holy Land Studies in Jerusalem. And you can go through some of the buildings and just reach out and put your hands on the walls that were part of the walls of the city of Jerusalem, fortified by Nehemiah. Now, Nehemiah also served the people in another capacity. As we've already mentioned, his piety. He assisted the people in social and religious reform. His brother, Hanani, was made governor of the city, and the government was recognized and reorganized. And feeling that his task had been accomplished, Nehemiah returned back to Susa. But he learned that there were other difficulties and abuses back in Jerusalem, and he made his second trip, and he found that Tobiah the Ammonite had secured through the high priest a special room for himself in the temple, and Nehemiah acted at once to have him expelled. He found a goodly number had intermarried. He attacked this thorny problem of mixed marriages with courage and force, and he says, I contended with them and cursed them, and smote certain of them, and plucked off their hair, and made them swear by God, saying, Ye shall not give your daughters unto their sons, nor take their daughters for your sons or for yourselves. This is Nehemiah chapter 13 and verse 25. Now, if this seems extreme, we ought to remember what had happened to the Jews of the northern kingdom, or that is, the Israelites, when they intermarried with all of these pagans, and this decree not to be unequally yoked together with an unbeliever or to take foreign wives was to ensure the perpetuity of the religion as well as the purity of the religion. The difference between Jews as the children of God and alien, foreign, pagan peoples must not be obliterated. And so Nehemiah was an instrument in this religious reform. But he also led out in a crusade on behalf of the poor. And he instituted certain welfare programs, we would call them, to see that the poor were sufficiently cared for and supplied. And it's thought that he returned the second time to Susa about 413 B.C. The works of Ezra and Nehemiah are so closely related that scholars often consider their contribution as one. Whether we look at their contribution or their work as a common enterprise, or whether we consider each one of them separately, we find there is a common agreement that Nehemiah was really one of the outstanding spiritual leaders, one of the outstanding men of the Old Testament. A man of wealth, high rank, unquestioned character, he devoted himself without reservation to a discouraging and apparently hopeless undertaking in the interests of the religious, social, and economic welfare of his people. With almost superhuman energy, in the face of determined and clever opposition, he led the people in rebuilding and in moral, social, and religious reform. Now, it is at this time, during the work of Ezra and Nehemiah, that we are introduced to the last of the prophets of the Old Testament, a man by the name of Malachi. The last of the prophets, Malachi, whose name means my messenger or my angel. Malach is an angel or a messenger. Actually, the word angelos simply means a messenger. So my messenger lived and labored in the restored community of Jerusalem, approximately 435 B.C.
Many changes had taken place in the land since the return and the rebuilding, the rededication of the temple. As we've already noted from Ezra and Nehemiah, worship had degenerated, social abuses were widespread, home and family life were decaying, and it's in the midst of these spiritual conditions that Malachi comes to speak forth the Word of God. His book is composed of only 4 chapters, but contains severe denunciation of the social evils, strong rebukes for the hypocrisy of the priests, as well as prophecies of deliverance of better days ahead. It's divided into 3 sections. Number 1, Jehovah's love for Israel, chapter 1, verse 1 through verse 5. And then Israel's failure to love Jehovah as proved by their polluted offering, the sins of the priests and their heathen marriages, chapter 1, verse 6 through 2 through 16. And then finally, God's coming to judge his people, 2:17 through 4:6. One of the best known and most widely quoted passages of Scripture in Malachi is chapter 3 and verse 10. Bring ye all the tithes into the storehouse, that there may be food in my house, and prove me now herewith, saith the Lord of hosts, if I will not open you the windows of heaven and pour you out a blessing, that there shall not be room enough to receive it.
Quite a promise.
Quite a promise. We now come to the end of the Old Testament record. It's about 400 B.C. The Jews are at home in Jerusalem, though they're still the subjects of the king of Persia. They're but a small group with but few resources and without anything comparable to the splendor and the wealth of the old kingdom in the days of David and Solomon. But they are not to be extinguished. Their glorious spiritual mission is yet to be realized. And dark as it might appear, there were some faithful and devout souls who cherished those promises that had been made to them by their forefathers, and who by faith looked for the realization of these expectations. Now, it's going to be 400 years on out in the future before these expectations come to fruition. In fulfillment of the prophecies of all of the great men of God, such as Micah, who had prophesied that it would be in Bethlehem where the King of the Jews would be born, that of Isaiah, who said that his name would be Marvelous, Wonderful, Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. And these 400 years are known as the silent years, or oftentimes called the intertestamental period. And to this section we will devote ourselves in the last half of our study this evening. But first of all, let's stop and take about a 5 to 10 minute break.
Since this will be our last session in our study, I would like to give you just a few words of instruction if you are taking this course for credit. I want, first of all, to give you my address, my mailing address, where you can mail me your materials for my grading. Of course, the name, Roy Blizzard, address, Post Office Box 1502, Austin, Texas 78767. Those of you who are taking this for credit will need to send to me two things. Number one, a notebook of your class notes indicating in the class notes the date of the particular session, and what I will do from that is, of course, note how many times you were in the lectures in attendance. I'm not so much interested in what you put down, and they do not have to be typed. And secondly, a notebook with your answers to the research questions in the outline of study. I want to emphasize again that these should be the briefest possible answers. They do not need to be lengthy. If one word can answer the question, then that's the best answer to give. They do not need to be typed. They also can be just in longhand, and you can have those in a spiral notebook or in any kind of form that you so desire. You mail those to me, I will look them over, and then I will send you a letter certifying that you have finished the requirements for 3 hours of college credit in the historical and chronological survey of the Old Testament, and then you can either mail or take that letter to the school in which you are enrolled or the college where you wish to get the credit, or you can get the credit immediately upon my certification from Midwest Christian College in Oklahoma City. And you can either mail or take that to Midwest Christian College. If you mail it, you can mail it to Dr. Stanley Letcher, Letcher, President, Midwest Christian College, Oklahoma City, and upon paying the tuition, which is only $20 per hour. So since it's 3 semesters hours, it would be only $60. And usually a course is $45 per semester hour. You can get credit from another institution that I have arrangements with, but you have to pay them $45 a semester hour. This is $20 per semester hour, and they've made special concessions for those taking this particular course. And then you will get the credit, and it is transferable then to any other institution. So I would recommend that that would be the easiest way for you to get the credit is through Midwest Christian College because of the price, because of the convenience. And I will give you approximately 2 months to go ahead and get those materials finished and in to me, because some of you asked for additional time to finish your research questions. And that will be the maximum amount of time, and it should be mailed to me, and then I'll mail all of it back to you along with the certification that you finished the course. Now, if anyone is taking the course through correspondence, and we will be sending these materials out now to individuals who will not have the opportunity to attend a class session, but will listen to the tapes and do the work and send in the research questions, then those who are taking it correspondence should send it to the same address. I am not sure that you might have any questions about the credit, so before we go on, I'm going to see if there are any questions on just this subject. Is this clear? And there are no questions on how to obtain your credit or any further requirements necessary. All right, then let's continue with our look at the intertestamental period, or the interbiblical period, or as it is sometimes called, the silent years. We've already mentioned that the Old Testament canon was closed about 400 years before the birth of Christ. And the period between the canonization of the Old Testament and the close of the canon and the beginning of what we call the New Testament is a period of much importance for us in our biblical study, and yet we have no biblical information available to us about that period. And so it is to extra-biblical sources that we must go to learn of the social, economic, and political conditions of that particular period of time. And I want to state that I believe it is difficult for us to understand the life of Jesus and many of the events that we see transpiring in the New Testament without some acquaintance with the history of these 400 years. This 400-year period includes the history of Persia, Greece, a brief period of Hebrew independence, and the rise of the Roman Empire. And since the Bible itself contains none of the history of these four principal periods, our chief sources for these are, of course, the secular histories of these various countries, the writings of Josephus, and I would like to recommend to all of you for further study the complete works of Josephus. And he will give you additional material and information about the subjects that we have covered thus far in our study, as well as the history of the Jews through this 400-year period and on into the 1st century of the present era, as well as certain of the apocryphal writings. Now, there are 14 books of Jewish writings that belong to this general period from 400 BC down to the 1st century of the present era. And these books are known as the apocryphal documents, A-P-O-C-R-Y-P-H-A-L, apocryphal. It's a word that means secret or hidden. And we call them apocryphal because the authorship of these documents is unknown in most instances. And we do not know who wrote it or much about the origin of the document itself. And even though they are not included in the canonical text, they do have great value for us in understanding the history of the Jews during this particular period of time. And because of their value, I want to recommend to you as supplementary reading, and again to further enlighten you as to the history of this 400-year period, the 14 apocryphal documents. Now, if you happen to have the Roman Catholic authorized Bible, you will find these 14 apocryphal books in that Bible. If you do not, you can go to any Bible bookstore and you can buy just the Apocrypha, or the apocryphal writings, in one little volume. And they contain a wealth of information about the history, the social life, and the political life of this particular period of time. These books are 1st Esdras, 2nd Esdras, Tobit, Judith, Hester. Now, obviously, it's not the same Esther. The Wisdom of Solomon, Ecclesiasticus, or, as the book is also known, Ben Sirah, S-I-R-A, or sometimes you'll see it S-I-R-A-C-H. Baruch, B-A-R-U-C-H, the Song of the Three Holy Children, Susanna, the Destruction of Bel and the Dragon, the Prayer of Manasseh, and 1st and 2nd Maccabees. Now, 1st and 2nd Maccabees are very valuable from a historical point of view. And I highly recommend you reading these documents to enlighten you as to the period of Hebrew independence. Ben Sirah, or Ecclesiasticus, as I've already mentioned to you previously, is very like the book of Proverbs, written approximately 132 BC, and written originally in Hebrew, although for hundreds of years we had only a Greek translation until our archaeological excavations at Masada, and then we found a Hebrew text of Ben Sirah in the excavations there. And it is from these general sources that we're able to learn important facts about the Jewish people during this intertestamental period. Now, this period is made up again of 4 distinct divisions that I want us to note. Number 1 is the Persian, because the Persians are, of course, the dominant political force on the historical scene when the Old Testament comes to a close, during the time again of Esther, Ezra, Nehemiah, circa 400 BC. They remain the dominant political force from 538 down to the time of the Hellenistic Empire of Alexander the Great, the Greek Empire, around 333 BC. Following the death of Alexander the Great, as we're going to see, his kingdom is divided. There's no strong political stabilizing force, and there's all kind of intrigue that we will mention that leads to a very brief period of Hebrew independence from 167 down to about 63 BC. And this period is also known as the Maccabean period, after the Maccabees, a family that we will discuss in a moment. And then it was in 63 BC that we have the beginning of the Roman period that's going to take us on through the first 3 centuries and on into this present era. So these are the 4 periods now to which we want to devote these last few minutes of time. When the Old Testament closed about 400 BC, the Jews are still the subject of Persia. Those few Jews, about 50,000, have been allowed to return. So we have Jews back in Judah, back in the land, although they're under the control of Persia. And I want to make a point here because it's very important, again, for our understanding of many things that we're going to read in the biblical text. And let me just emphasize some of these things, because I think that it's more important that we grasp some of these things than it is to maybe just learn some of the dry historical facts and the dates. From the time that the Jews are carried away into Babylonian captivity, starting in 606 BC and ending in 586 BC, Babylon becomes the center of Jewish religious activity for 1,500 years. Babylon, not Jerusalem. Never again does Jerusalem become the center of Jewish religious activity until 1948. Babylon. Babylon is the center of Jewish religious activity. Babylon is the center of Jewish religious activity in the 1st century, when in the fullness of time one is born in Bethlehem of Judea who is to become the King of the Jews. Why is it important for us to understand this fact? For the simple reason that fact facilitates our understanding as to the identity of the three wise men who came looking for this newborn king. And what have we been told about the wise men? Who were the wise men? Well, we read all kinds of strange commentaries that they were Persian astrologers, stargazers, or they were magi. And the whole idea is ridiculous. Why, I ask you, would three Persian astrologers, and by the way, astrology is expressly forbidden in the biblical text. The penalty for practicing astrology was death. Set out over 600 miles of burning desert sand to pay homage to a baby king that didn't have a kingdom. It doesn't make sense. But you see, the problem is we do not understand that Babylon in the 1st century is the center of Jewish religious activity. It's there we've had the development of the synagogue. It's there we've had the rise of the various sects of the Jews, the Pharisees, the Sadducees, the religious teachings such as the Mishnah. Many of them have their origin among the sages of the Jews who are known as the Chachamim. Chachamim. Chacham means wise man. And this is another very interesting piece of information. Knowledge of these facts and looking at these texts in the English, and then instead of translating them back into the Greek, which in many instances means nothing to us, but going all of the way back to the Greek and translating it into the Hebrew, we have ascertained with a certainty that the Gospels were originally communicated in Hebrew and not Greek. Now, this is something we didn't know for a long time, but scholarship has established that beyond any shadow of a doubt, that our Gospels that we have now only in the Greek are based upon much earlier Hebrew originals. Not Greek, not Aramaic, Hebrew. And we're able to ascertain that by going back into the text and looking at some of these things. And when we translate this term wise man back into the Hebrew, it's the Hebrew word chacham. The chachamim were the melumadim, the learned ones. They were the sages of the Jews who were establishing, who were formulating this religious policy in Babylon. And now it makes sense for us to see three of the learned sages of the Jews who were familiar with the writings, all of the messianic prophecies, who had been looking for hundreds and hundreds of years for the coming of their king, to come all of the way to Jerusalem to pay homage to their king that they had been anticipating his coming for hundreds of years. And it also helps us understand a lot of other things, too. Let me ask you another question. Who, in a very special way, was the apostle to the Gentiles? Paul, right? Now, where were the Gentiles? Where were they? They were in Asia Minor, weren't they? They were over in Greece and Rome. And whenever we see the Apostle Paul ministering, where do we expect to find him? Where the Gentiles are, over in Greece and Rome. But now, who in a special way was the apostle to the Jews? Peter? The apostle Peter, the apostle to the Jews. Now, if Babylon was the center of Jewish religious activity, and the Jews were principally in Babylon, and Peter was the apostle to the Jews in a very special way, where would we expect to find him? In Babylon. Do we? We don't. Turn to 1 Peter chapter 5. Turn to 1 Peter chapter 5. If you want to get mad, you better get mad at whoever wrote this thing, because I didn't put it in there. 1 Peter chapter 5, verse 13. Your sister church here in Babylon, who is elect together with you, sends you greetings, and so does my son Mark. That's where he is.
Right.
Now, he didn't know he had a son. Could be that it's used for just a disciple. But you remember, he had a mother-in-law, which meant he had to be married, and if he is married, he probably had children.
But it never mentions wife or children.
Well, it does mention son here, but it could be that it was simply a disciple. It could also have been his real son. But the point that I want to make to you is, again, Babylon now is the center of Jewish religious activity. And even after the Greeks rise to power in 333, even after the Romans rise to power, Babylon remains the center of Jewish religious activity up until the Middle Ages. And it is the Babylonian Talmud that is considered as the authoritative commentary on the biblical text, and not the Palestinian Talmud. So these historical events, you see, are very, very important to us in understanding some of the things that we're going to see in the biblical text. Now, while it's not been possible for us to recount the story of Persia's expansion from the time of Cyrus into a world power, suffice to say that under the vigorous leadership of her armies, she advanced ever further westward until they reached the Aegean Sea. However, as we've already mentioned, here they met their strongest opposition in the Greeks. They were defeated. They withdrew, and now this new world power begins to develop on the historical scene. And to appreciate the significance of the expansion of Greece and the conquest of Alexander the Great, it's not going to be necessary for us to give a detailed account of the early years of Greek history. We just know that the Greeks developed the most effective language system that the world has ever known. In philosophy and literature and sculpture and architecture and in the liberal arts, they made a contribution that was unequaled to any other people. They gave the world such men as Thucydides, Aristophanes, Xenophon, Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, Diogenes, Alexander, Demosthenes. And in the 4th century, before the birth of Christ, their culture was to be taken by zealous apostles far east, even to the Orient itself. Now, we really begin the history of the Greek conquest and its rise to the dominant world power with Philip of Macedonia. Macedonia was one of the chief states of Greece. And Philip, the father of Alexander, was the king of Macedonia until his death in 334 BC. Upon his death, his son Alexander succeeded his father to the throne. And Alexander began his career in a vigorous fashion. In his brief reign of only 12 years, he accomplished more in conquest than any other man before him had ever done. He defeated the Thebians, crossed over into Asia, and met the forces of Darius in 2 famous battles, then through Syria and Palestine to Egypt, and from Egypt he went back into Assyria and Persia, and intoxicated by his phenomenal achievements, attempted to go all of the way into the Orient. However, he died an untimely death in 323 BC, and there was no man strong enough to succeed him. He died in Babylon of a fever at the age of only 33. And therefore, his kingdom was divided among 4 of his generals. Ptolemy, Ptolemy, Lysimachus, Lyssimachus, Cassander, Cassander, and Seleucus, Seleucis. And these divisions are usually called the Western, or Greece proper, the Northern, or the Armenian, the Eastern, or Syrian, and the Southern, or the Egyptian. Now, we're not interested in the Western or the Northern division, since the Jews were not involved in either of these two, but they were very much affected by the other two, the Syrian or the Eastern under Seleucus, and the Southern or the Egyptian section under Ptolemy. And not only were there Jews in Egypt, but the Jews in Palestine were now just sandwiched in between these two principal divisions of the Alexandrian Empire, the Seleucids to the north and the Ptolemies to the south. Shortly after the division of Alexander's kingdom, Palestine fell to the Ptolemies in Egypt. Ptolemy Soter was the first ruler, and at first was very severe in his treatment of the Jews, but then he came to appreciate their good qualities, were treated with kindness, and numbers of Jews were given place of authority. Soter was succeeded by Philadelphus. And Philadelphus was probably the Ptolemy who was reigning during the time that the famous Septuagint, or the Greek translation of the Hebrew Old Testament, was produced in Alexandria. And this translation gave to the Greek-speaking world a text of the Scriptures, the promise of the Messiah, the promise, the hope of coming world redemption in a language that everyone now could read and understand. And in addition, the Old Testament was available to perhaps thousands of Jews who could now read and understand Greek much better than they could the original Hebrew. I do not want to go to great lengths discussing the significance of Hellenism, but I do want to emphasize that literature and art and philosophy occupied a prominent place in their lives. And being intellectuals and intellectually alert, they had their schools, their philosophical discussions, and all kinds of philosophies were developed during the time of Hellenistic domination in the Near East. One of the principal philosophies was known as Epicureanism, the philosophy of the good life. Eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we may die. And these philosophies are going to have a tremendous influence upon the church as it spreads to the West. Now keep this in mind, it's a very important fact, and I wish we had time to look at these philosophies and discuss these philosophies, the Gnostic philosophies, the hedonistic philosophies, philosophies of Epicureanism, and then to see how they not only influence the church as it spreads to the West, but how they have influenced our religious thinking even down to this very day. And it's an unfortunate fact that we have not come to grips with, as a people, with the fact that much of our theology today, much of what is promulgated and taught and practiced in Christendom is based not upon the foundation of the Jewish body of believers in the first century, but on the Hellenistic or Greek philosophies and religious ideas of the 3rd and 4th and 5th centuries of this present era and following. Let's pause and turn the tape to side number 2.
Did you ever...
While the Ptolemies succeeded in getting control of Palestine in 323, this control was never securely established. The Seleucids and the Ptolemies were frequently at war with one another, and in 25 years after Alexander's death, Jerusalem had changed hands 7 times. During the 125 years from 323 to 198 BC that the Ptolemies had a nominal control of Palestine. There were so many wars that an exact count of them can't be made. But finally, in 198 BC, at the Battle of Banyas, the Ptolemies were defeated and the Seleucids assumed control of the little country which had been between the upper and the nether millstones for so long a period of time. And they thus came under the control of another race of conquerors, a man by the name of Antiochus III, called Antiochus the Great. In 223, 187 BC, was the ruler of the Seleucid kingdom when Palestine was taken from the Ptolemies in 198. And he endeavored to conquer Egypt itself, although he was unsuccessful. His treatment of the Jews was probably not too harsh. And then Seleucus IV came to the throne in 187 and ruled till 176, there being no outstanding events in his reign. And then he was succeeded by a man who called himself by the high-sounding title of Antiochus Epiphanes. Antiochus Epiphanes means the brilliant one. He wasn't just great, he was brilliant. It's humorous, the Jews called him Antiochus Epimanes, the stupid one. And there were reasons for both, because in some ways he was exceptionally brilliant, and in others he was unbelievably stupid. He was a passionate devotee of Hellenism and all of the pagan practices of the Greeks, and he literally despised the Jews. He treated them miserably, and one day Antiochus was on a campaign in Egypt. In 169 BC, when a report came back to Palestine that he had been killed in battle. And the Jews started rejoicing and dancing and singing in the street, and Antiochus come home and caught him right in the act. And I'll tell you, he really lowered the boom on the Jews. He devoted himself with such a fanatical zeal to the annihilation of the Jews that thousands of Jews were slaughtered. Thousands of others were sold as slaves. He sent his emissaries to all of the synagogues where the people were assembled on the Sabbath, and he massacred the Jews down to the last man, woman, and child in the synagogue. He was determined to destroy Jehovah worship, and he plundered the temple, offered a sow as a sacrifice, a pig, which was forbidden, on the altar, and then he had it rendered down and spread the lard all over the temple area, desecrating the temple, and erected an altar to the Greek god Zeus in the temple area. And though they might not have been able to see it, even as dark as the situation might have appeared to have been, the Jews were on the threshold of one of the most glorious periods in their history. One of the principal ruling families in Palestine at that time was the Maccabean family. The father was an aged priest by the name of Mattathias, who lived in the little town of Modin, west of Jerusalem near the Philistine border. And he had 5 sons, John, Simon, Judas, Eleazar, and Jonathan. One day, during the persecution of Antiochus in 167, an emissary of Antiochus appeared at Modin and commanded that an altar and a temple be built to Zeus. And he commanded Mattathias and his sons and other leading citizens to offer sacrifices to this pagan king. They refused to obey, and when a young man stepped forward to obey the order, Mattathias took out his sword and killed the young man, and then turned around and killed the emissary of the king, and the die was cast. Mattathias and his 5 sons, together with a number of other zealots, fled to the hills and declared open war against Antiochus. And they started what is known historically as the Maccabean Revolt. And they gather together an army of sufficient strength that they are able to win a number of very strategic battles, and as a result, ultimately are allowed by the Seleucids a considerable amount of freedom in the land. And as a result, on December the 25th, in 165 BC, the Maccabeans, Judas and his forces, enter the city of Jerusalem, clean up the temple court, and repair the temple, and they put the city in order. They found to their dismay that there wasn't enough oil to keep the lamp burning in the temple. You remember the 7-branched golden lampstand? It wasn't a candle holder, it was a lampstand. And oil went in each one of the little cups. There wasn't enough oil to burn except for just one day. But once it had been lighted, it was supposed to burn continuously. But they went ahead and filled the lamp with oil, lighted the lamp, and then prayed. And God miraculously multiplied the oil for 8 days until they could manufacture new oil. And this now becomes another one of the principal feasts or festivals of the Jews, and we read about it in the New Testament as the Feast of Dedication in the Gospel of John, you remember. As we read in the Gospel of John, chapter 10, it was winter, and Jesus was in the temple in Solomon's porch, the time of the Feast of Dedication. The Jews still observe this festival to this day, and it's called what? Hanukkah or Chanukah. Hanukkah. Hanukkah. Have you ever heard of Hanukkah? All right. Chanukah. The Feast of Dedication. Did you catch the date? December the 25th, 167. I hope it doesn't come as a shock to you to learn that there's absolutely no justification whatsoever for the birth of Jesus on December the 25th. He was probably born in March or April. What happened on December the 25th? How come the Christians in the 4th century to adopt this date for the birth of Jesus? It was the Roman rite of Saturnalia. They simply amalgamated these Gentile concepts, the Gentile religious practices and the Gentile philosophies with the concepts of Christianity, and now we have a new festival or a holiday. And if you want to read about it and what it was, just go to any encyclopedia or like the a World Book or Encyclopedia Britannica, and look under Saturnalia or look under Christmas, and you'll read. Absolutely no justification for it, but there is a justification for Hanukkah, the Feast of Dedication, December the 25th, 165, when the temple was cleansed by Judas Maccabees and his followers. And today you will see in Judaism perhaps a 9-branched candle stand. Have you seen these, the 9-branched lampstands, as opposed to the 6 or 7-branched lampstands? The 7-branched is representative of the menorah or the lampstand in the temple, but the 9-branched one is representative of the Feast of Dedication, and it's the Hanukkah menorah. And usually on the bottom of the menorah, on the stand or somewhere else, there'll be written in Hebrew the words Nes Gadol Hayasham, or a big miracle happened here, to commemorate the miracle of the multiplication of the oil. This took place again in 165 and marked the beginning of a period of Jewish independence. Antiochus Epiphanes died of a loathsome disease, and Lysias now came against the Jews with a still larger force, but was forced to withdraw. And about 135 BC, actually 143 BC, they entered into an alliance and were able to come into a new period of political independence. During this period of Hebrew independence, there is a lot of intrigue that takes place during the ruling families. Unfortunately, we see the old saying, when you get two Jews together, you've got 3 opinions on any subject, coming into its full fruition during this particular period of time. There's all kinds of intrigue and dissension among the ruling families of the Jews during this particular period of time. And one of the principal ruling families that I want to mention to you is the family of John Hyrcanus, Hyrcanus, the son of Simon Maccabees. And under John Hyrcanus, in 135 to 105 BC, there was a period of rapid expansion as he annexed Idumea, Samaria, and Perea to Judea. He was the first Jewish ruler to issue coins. And with him we have the beginning of Jewish coinage He not only was a brilliant military leader, but he also served as high priest and identified himself with the Sadducees, one of the more liberal religious parties of the Jews. John Hyrcanus died in 105 and was succeeded by Aristobulus, who ruled for only a year, and then he was succeeded by Alexander Janneus, or Alexander Jannaeus, Janeus, who lived until 78 BC, both of them being Sadducees and were very vicious in their actions against the Pharisees. And Alexander Jannaeus was succeeded by his wife, Alexandra, who was strongly pro-Pharisee. And under her rule, the Pharisees were merciless in their treatment of the Sadducees. Now I wonder what had happened if they would have been able to have united themselves together on some kind of common political ground. When Alexandra died in 69 BC, an era of civil war broke out between her two sons, Hyrcanus II and Aristobulus II, and this bitter struggle for supremacy dragged on for 6 years until 63 BC, when Pompey, the Roman general, came upon the scene, and with his advent, the period of Hebrew independence came to an end. The triumphant Roman army under Pompey moved into Syria in 63, and with the conquest of Syria, he moved down into Palestine, seized Jerusalem, entered the Holy of Holies, and disposed Aristobulus and set up Hyrcanus as ruler in Palestine without a crown. And Jewish independence came to an end, and the Romans ruled the Jews. In the meantime, affairs in the Roman Empire had resolved themselves into a life and death struggle between Pompey and Julius Caesar. The conquest, or the contest, finally was settled in the Battle of Pharsalus in 48 BC. Pompey was killed, and Julius Caesar was now the undisputed master in Rome. Antipater, who had supported Pompey, convinced Caesar of his loyalty, and he placed him in a position as procurator of Judea. We might use the term governor. It was a position that was going to continue now for a considerable period of time. We're going to notice a number of men who served as procurators, one of them being, of course, the well-known Pontius Pilatus, Pontius Pilate. Antipater at once became a powerful political figure in Palestine. He had two sons, Phasael and Herod, who both later became procurators of Judea and Galilee. Antipater was poisoned. After a year in his position, 3 years later, Caesar was assassinated in Rome And Herod, the son of Antipater, who was born in 74 B.C., ascended to the position of procurator of Judea. And it is, of course, Herod who is on the throne when Jesus is born, approximately 4 to 6 B.C. This is the Herod who is known unto us as Herod the Great because of his numerous building projects, and certainly he was a man worthy of that title because of all of the accomplishments, including, as I've already mentioned to you, the refurbishing and expansion of the temple compound. And despite what we read about Herod in reference to the birth of Jesus and the death of all of the babies in Bethlehem, he was still an able ruler and did much for his country, although the Jews hated him with a passion. He died in 4 B.C., and just a few months before his death, the event of all events took place, and that is, of course, the birth of the Lord Jesus Christ. With the birth of Christ, a new era began. It was a new era not only in the history of Hebrew people, but in history of all humanity as well. Though no one dreamed of it at the time, this event was to become the dividing point in history. Several centuries later, a calendar was made which would begin with his birth. And from that time onward, time would be designated by either before Christ or after Christ. The task of recounting the story of the Hebrew people, our historical and chronological study, has now been completed. And the story of the birth of the Lord, his life, his work, the establishment of the church, the expansion of the church history belongs to another period, to another study, and hopefully, if we're not able to do it together, you'll at least be able to do it on your own. And I'd like to recommend to you, for those of you that would like to do further individual study, the textbook that we use in our course of study in the New Testament, which is a companion to the textbook that we have used in this course. It's entitled The Heart of the New Testament by Hester, and can be ordered from your Bible bookstore or directly from Dr. Hester himself, and the address is the William Jewell Press in Liberty, Missouri. I want to say again to you that I've enjoyed the opportunity to be with you and share together with you and to study. You've all been very good students, exceptionally attentive, and I've appreciated your interest, and I hope that the session will be a blessing to you for many years to come, that it's expanded your ideas, your concepts, and your views, not only of the Old Testament, but of your relationship with the Lord as well. And I do indeed pray the Lord's richest blessings to be upon all of you. Now, if you all will just hang around for a few moments, we'll go immediately and start running off the tapes for this last session.